Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network.
You are listening to United Public Radio Network, UPRN Talk Radio. .com, 107.5 New Orleans.
Resistance is futile.
I had enough.
Well, you drove out there into the middle of nowhere and had some sort of loud verbal display challenging ET in general out in the middle of nowhere?
That's what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off. When I was having this fit, I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Worked with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out a reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, you know. Seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yo, reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, and said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
Well, you drove out there into the middle.
Alexa, repeat.
United Public Radio is a spoken word station that mixes news, sports, and esoteric talk, including UFOs and paranormal topics, and streams online and over the airwaves.
What, Alexa, tell me more about it.
United Public Radio is a New Orleans-based spoken word station blending news, sports, and esoteric topics like UFOs, and it streams online and over the air.
How can you get it?
Just say play United Public Radio to Alexa, or stream it live online at their website or via radio apps like radio.net.
Thank you, Alexa. Everyone, welcome.
You just made my day.
Oh, well, you made mine too, baby. Welcome everyone to UFO Undercover. As you can see, Alexa as well and live and kicking still. As you can see, she loves United Public Radio. Yes, yes.
Hey Google, what's my name?
No, Jerry Herbert calls. She called me Master.
Admiral of the universe.
The Admiral of the Universe.
Yes, we've trained ours. No, Alexa calls me Master all the time.
Fitting someone in command. How can I assist you with your day this way?
Hey Google, quiet.
So, yeah, I'm in Los Angeles this April, and I said something, and I had Alexa on my phone. I said, Alexa, I need you to find something for me. She goes, and there's like 8 of us sitting at the table, and she stops and she says, "Is that all I can do for you, Master?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Well, thank you for letting me serve you, Master." These people lost it, man. Just lost it. They were like, "Get the fig out of here. She did not just say that." I said, "Oh, yes, she did." Yeah. Alexa loves me, people. Yes, she does. But anyway, tonight's show really is going to be more about videos and stuff along those lines. Some new releases from the government. We're going to borrow some of Sean Hannity's stuff here in a minute, courtesy of Fox.
He does do good coverage, but he is more. He's as bewildered as Congress.
Well, ain't no doubt about that part. No, Jimmy, I'm not trying to be mean to Congress. They just are lacking. Well, today, just perfect example. I'm listening to the girl talk about. Well, we've had reliable people come forward and tell us how many crashed UFOs and biologics we have. Okay. Now, if this had only been going on for the last 50 or 60 years, I could say, okay, maybe what they're saying is true. The problem is this has been going on before the Egyptians walked on the planet.
Yes.
So it's highly unlikely that
before humans walked on the planet.
So if Mr. Koresh and Greer and them are correct, that means there are literally tens of thousands of crashed UFOs on this planet with hundreds of thousands of biologics living amongst us, because we know the Greys have an unlimited lifespan. So do reptilians and humans, for that matter. So, well, doesn't that just paint a beautiful picture?
About this, if there was a galactic war, which we've spoken about before, and we were in the battle area, there could be, crashed, ex-military craft from that galactic conflict centuries or even millions of years ago. We don't know how long ago it was. We are aware of it through our ancient history.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So a gentleman who's been working with the reptilians off and on since, well, he found them, says that the reptilians said there was a great catastrophe in here, and it wasn't, he said it wasn't a war, he said, but it was due to a war. He said there was a war raging somewhere else in the galaxy. When one of their big ships come creaming through and Jupiter grabbed it. And when Jupiter grabbed it, it just slung it into the 5th planet. And it said what it initially did is it just took like a ship with size out of the top of the planet, just removed the whole thing and sent it hurling towards Mars, of all places. And he said, and if you look at it, he said it's probably what shot across the surface of Mars. He said, and then as the planet broke up, other bigger chunks probably hit it later on. It caused Olympus Mons, he said. But he said, when you listen to the reptilians talk about it, they talk about it like it's history. It's fact to them. It's not, to them, it's just what happened. So he said, it's hard to deny. I said, well, I said, we talk about the 5th planet all the time and how it was destroyed, and how it did Jupiter. I mean, how it messed up Mars. I said, you're just giving another alternative to many ways we think this planet might have bit the big one, which could have been, like you said, it could have been a bomb, could have been a war, could have been any damn thing. Could have been Jupiter pulled it apart. Could have been an asteroid. The shoe levy maker came slamming into it. I mean, there's just no way of knowing because, frankly, none of us.
The way it's described through Velikovsky and through Sumerian myth is it was whatever it was that came through was some sort of natural body, some sort of space, like a moon-sized thing.
Well, no, they think it was Rubru. That's what the Sumerians think.
That's because that's mostly because of Sitchin's work, and I think he got a lot of words wrong.
Well, he did get some words wrong. No doubt about that.
And he got almost all of them. I mean, the main word Anunnaki he makes into like a 15-word sentence, and it only really means of the lineage of Anu. It's basically just the story of Anu's sons, Enlil and Enki. Anyway, that aside, what I think really happened is it wasn't we weren't part of the war, but the war was nearby. Something happened. They set off a weapon, and a catastrophe with that weapon. There was a ricochet, and debris came into our solar system from the war area. And whoever is responsible for that, and I think it's probably those three races: the Greys, the Anunnaki, and the reptilians. And they're being forced to fix what they messed up. That's why they're here.
But they're not fixing it. It's getting worse, not better. So they're not fixing it. That's not a good excuse. You can't use that. That doesn't work because they're not fixing anything.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why, and then that's why the Greys came in, is to make the Anunnaki, the reptilians, and the other group.
Well, according to the Greys and the light beings, the war never crossed a terminator, meaning it was at least 80,000 light years away, at least. So the terminator would be the midway point between us and the core, or not the core, halfway between us and the other side, with the core being in the middle. So they're saying that's not like 80 light years. You got to add a couple of zeros into there. So it was not in the galactic neighborhood. Plus, there's the other problem of anything odd hitting us. We're not in the way of anything. We're off the path. There's nothing out here but us.
Maybe that's what the damage is that whatever it was, it pushed us out of the galactic arm into where we are now.
Well, I think Sagittarius did that because it's straight on top of us. So
that's
science can argue all they want, but when you look at Earth and then you look straight up at the top of the edge of the solar system, there's freaking Sagittarius sitting there, and it's more than halfway gone. So all that stars have been pushed into our galaxy. I'm not even convinced that we're not from
one thing we also know about how things travel throughout the universe. Like things tend to gravitate towards like things. So copper goes towards copper, sulfur towards sulfur, et cetera, et cetera. No matter what the mineral is floating around up there in the planet, they all tend to gravitate together. So that being said, if you look in the Sagittarius arm is all yellow stars of our star's type and magnitude. If you look at the Orion arm, it's all red stars of the type and magnitude of stars that we're mangling with right now between those two arms. So the likeliest scenario is that we came out of the Sagittarius arm, not the Orion arm, because there are fewer yellow stars of our star's size and magnitude than there are in the Sagittarius. So it just seems kind of logical that something has pushed us out of that, or where we were congregating.
Yeah, well, we're definitely in with everybody else, and now we're out here by ourselves. But, when did it happen? What caused it? I mean, you're talking about moving solar systems. So it's got to be something really, 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 really big. I don't know if anybody's got weapons that size.
Or it could be speed-based. I mean, what if the Sagittarian galaxy was moving 100 miles an hour faster than the Milky Way? When the collision hits, certain things near the edge, near the collision, would have injected into the Milky Way by speed alone, not just gravity. So there's that factor too.
Randy, what we're talking about is the Milky Way, the galaxy we live in, are eating several other galaxies. Yes, we're munching them down.
Up to 6 of them.
Actually, I think it's more
currently.
It's
most of them are gone.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's just stars
like 5
now.
or 6 that we can really tell.
So No, it's eating other galaxies. Well, God knows how many it's eaten in the past. We're not worried about that. It's eating galaxies right now. Sagittarius is one of the galaxies. Sagittarius is a red star, a dwarf star galaxy, meaning it's full of red dwarfs. And that's what surrounds Earth right now is red dwarfs. So it means one of two things. Either when those red dwarfs were injected into our galaxy, they engulfed us and we were caught along with the current as they came through the middle of the galaxy, pushing through the spiral arms. We were caught in the wake, or we're simply just part of that galaxy and we're going along with the flow. Either way, it does explain how we got here. Any other explanation for those causes too much catastrophe. See, weapons, any weapon big enough to push a group of solar systems would probably annihilate everything around it for many light years.
And it may have, and that's why they're here to repair the damage. That may
but
also
there's
be an explanation.
But there's no gaps above us in the stars.
But we don't know that there may have, it may not have affected the stars in that way. Maybe there was some sort of energy beam that they didn't realize how far-reaching it was, and the weapon went outside of the battle area and damaged solar systems way over here. We honestly don't know what the thing is. What we do know from our legend and what we have been told from history's past, from all the stories from prehistory through Sumeria, is that something big came through the solar system while humans were walking and messed it all up. And that probably, and we've talked about the flood, Joe and I don't know if this theory is anywhere else, and I think Joe and I are the only ones who come up with it. It's based on the Velikovsky theory that the water on this earth came from Mars. We suspect that it probably came from the fifth planet, and probably some of Mars's water also, being part of the catastrophe, were slung off of their planets and made into a huge ball, an ocean-sized frozen-ish ball of water with living creatures inside it, possibly even creatures with technology, submarines or spaceships inside there. That's the Noah's Ark, and it crashed. That ball of water crashed on Earth, causing the flood. Because 40 days of rain, in order for the planet really to actually flood itself, as the flood myth goes, you would have to have the entire ocean, first of all the water on the ground, the liquid water, would have to evaporate into the clouds before it would rain. And then even then, it's not enough to cover all of the land. Okay, some of the lands might overflow that are in lowlands between mountains and stuff, but eventually that water would run off. But it wouldn't cover the whole planet, and that's the story we get, is that the whole planet, there wasn't a stitch of Earth left except for a few tippy tops of mountains. Ararat being one possible mountain, Everest being another possible mountain for sure. The mountain in it's actually a volcano in Hawaii was probably the other one that was at the top. Those are the three largest mountains in our planet right now. So where did the water come from that would have covered all that land? The only explanation is that the water table had to have increased by at least 50 to 100%. I say double. That's 100%.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the double myself. There was a lot of water, and being that we're talked about that might have brought some life along with it. It had to be a lot of water to sustain it.
We
already
ocean,
know
entire ocean anyway. Yeah.
Well, no, Gene. So Jay and I went through this a couple of nights ago. So no, it won't freeze. It'll get a crust on the outer side, but the inside will stay warm and alive. Oh yes, and for thousands, yes. Even in
weeks, you'd have a crust of about maybe 8 to 12 feet. I think this 8 to 18 feet, something like that. I forget what the number was. But
it varies.
Basically enough to make a crust and basically an ice planet. Over a few thousand years, that entire ocean would eventually freeze into a giant solid ball, and any living creature inside probably died.
So the current estimate,
this thing was only out for maybe a couple of years.
So
and I think maybe at the most a few months before it struck our planet when it came off the planet.
It would take roughly ocean the size of the Pacific would take roughly 300,000 years to freeze. So it would take 1,000 years just to form a crust 10 feet thick. And then after that, every 100 years, the crust would grow half the size it is right now. So whatever it was, if it was 10 feet, every 100 years it's going to grow another 5 feet, and then it's going to keep growing. And eventually, after
It's
300,000 years,
exponentially, it'll freeze
Yeah.
itself to the center.
No, so it says though the problem it has initially is for a while it can't freeze because it's not. See, the water has to pop into a ball like water does space. And if you ever notice when they shoot water in space, it juggles around and undulates for a while before it turns into a ball. So in order for it to freeze,
what do they call? What do they call it? It's surface tension is what does that.
So in order for it to freeze, though, it has to turn into the ball. If it's undulating, it can't freeze because the ice will just break. Every time it twists one way and twists the other way, it'll just shatter the crust and send it out flying. So that doesn't seem to be what happened. So it must undulate for a while, and then it finally calms its ass down and turns into a ball like water does in space, and then the outside starts to freeze.
Likely.
Jimmy, how many years will the undulation at this time? I mean, if we're talking Pacific, we're probably talking 1,000 years before it settles down.
It may not ever.
Ocean, and it may not. It may take
once it freezes to a crust. There may be some pockets of air in there, and it may still be slooshing around inside like a water balloon.
There are several scientists who have talked about water worlds without any land at all. That the ocean's just so big they can't freeze. The heat itself from everything inside keeps it ice free. Mm-hmm. And no land. There's no land. There's not even a core. It's just what they think is like what Jay and I are talking about. This escape. So let's say some of the planets we're looking at right now, or one of them are Earth-like, and it's 22 times the size of Earth. And it's 88% water. So just think if it was destroyed and all that water went into space. Yeah, you'd have something 22, an ocean 20 size of times of Earth, floating around, full of life, full of whatever was been keeping it alive the whole time. Yeah, it'll evolve and move on. Yeah, that one probably won't freeze, but and then we don't know how close it gets to things. But I see.
So probably what happened with that ocean that struck us was a couple of things. Is it probably did freeze. It probably took upwards of 2 years to cyclically follow our gravity.
For it to freeze, it had to be.
At least several weeks.
No. We were just reading that. So for it to freeze, an ocean the size of the Pacific would take more than 1,000 years because it has to stop undulating.
No, to form a crust. No, just to form an ice crust.
No, that's what they're saying. It can't form a crust. It's moving around too much to form a crust. That's what they're talking about. It actually has to slow down and stop moving before the ice can form.
Regardless whether it had a frozen crust or not, what I suspect happened is that had it was more like a water balloon effect. When it did strike us, it was carrying all the ocean life forms and maybe some, again, technological life forms with submarines or technology to live in water. But whatever life forms were in there, natural life forms that don't have technology, like whales, like Martian whales or whatever, I'll bet you some of them were deposited on our planet, new life forms, living life forms, and I'll bet you there were some that died on the way.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that was.
Make the trip, and so it probably deposited several species of now extinct creatures, whose fossils we may find and be like, oh, they're not from here, and that would be the telltale sign. Well, if we find a large Martian animal fossil in our ocean or somewhere on our land, well, guess what? Boom, theory is proven.
Well, the problem with all that is if it came here 50, 60 million years ago, as far as we know, it is ours. Yeah, it is ours as far as we're concerned. So, Jenny, the way you look at this is, we know on Mount Everest about 78% of the way up, 80%, there's a layer of fish, and not just fish, all kind of sea stuff. It's just a layer. It's like a massive, it's like a massive graveyard. Now we're talking way the hell up. Now you can say, okay, Mount Everest rose from the floor of the sea, but no, we know where it is and when this all happened. So that's not a good viable thing. But it's worse than that, because come all the way across the United States, and we have mountains with the same features. Now, granted, some of the states was underwater, but yeah.
Well, I mean, some of Titicaca is filled with those seashells, ancient sea life seashells.
Denny, some of the mountains in the United States were underwater because there used to be a great salt ocean in the middle of the country. But that's not all of them. A lot of them were still, there was ridges around that ocean, and those were big mountains. So regardless how you want to look at this, there seems to be way up on these mountains around the world, there seems to be a layer of dead sea animals, which tells you one thing. At one point, Somehow or another, there was water that high up. Now we're gonna cheat a little bit here, and we're gonna say everything was 300 feet shorter than it is now, or 500 feet shorter. We'll give some height consideration because this was further in the past. We'll even say 1,000 feet, just for shits and giggles. So okay, but yet somehow or another, even at 1,000 feet, that would still mean at Mount that's like 6,000. We have sea urchins and stuff at 6,000 and 7,000 feet up, and there's not even enough water on the planet today to get that high up.
Yeah.
So the only way to
you have animals at the top of Lake Titicaca, the top of Bolivia. It's like 13,000 feet off the ocean that match genetically and visually, like you can identify rocks by sight and color. The fossils on Lake Titicaca match fossils at the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
That's cool, man. So Jay, what you did, man? I can hear myself. I can hear myself now. Something changed, man, because I couldn't hear myself. Now I can hear myself. Okay, now I can. So that was weird.
I ain't touched nothing.
that was just weird. No, Chris. So the only way this could have happened was when you hear us talk about this theory about this water coming from another world, it hit our planet. This is an ocean, probably bigger than the Pacific, 1.5 times, I would say, at least,
or at least the same size.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe even bigger because there still needed to be more water because the rest of the planet. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico didn't even have water in it. Yeah. Oh no, we brought up the maps on this to show everybody.
And that was only what? I only went back 5,000 years, 4,700 something.
Yeah.
There was no water in the Gulf. So.
Last ice age we're talking about, yeah. And the thing of it there wasn't as much ice coverage as they always tell us that there is. Yeah, there seemed to be far less than what we were originally told, which was.
And almost all the land appeared to be vegetation. Now, whether that was just on their part to distinguish like actual continental rock versus underwater shelf rock, but the almost every part where we live was green.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, I'm glad you said that. No. I'm glad you said that. It's a good segue. So NASA released its greening map. So you remember Al Gore told us how we're all going to be dead, how global warming is so bad. I never understood that when they used to talk about all the food was going to go away. I'm like, why would that happen? I'm thinking people, we inject carbon into our food now to make it grow. Oh, yes, people, into our greenhouses all the time we inject carbon because it doubles and triples the growth. So NASA just proved it to everybody. Our planet has greened almost 4-fold. They're saying if it keeps on this rate in less than 50 years, there will be no deserts or very small ones. Oh, yeah, they're kind of freaking out on it. Well, because it'll be a different planet.
Well, I mean, but it's only a good thing because it only helps produce a couple of things. Food, for one thing, and building materials, because you can think of all people always are complaining about how there's not enough building materials. Don't chop down all the trees, blah, 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 blah. If you have more room to grow more trees, then you can use more of them to create more buildings.
Yeah, Mike, I am
only a good thing.
Shh, don't tell anybody I want a t-shirt, Mike. Shh.
No crap, I forgot I am too.
don't cause no trouble. You don't be known if you don't cause it. But anyway, getting back to the ocean thing. So look, people, let's say here's our planet. We're cruising along, we're bebopping along through the sky. Here comes this freaking ocean. Woo, we're like, and the Earth sky is going, oh man, and all of a sudden, so when it hits, it just engulfs it. The northern hemisphere, it looks like, is where it hit. It just engulfs the whole top of the planet is completely underwater. There is no mountains left that are not below water. Maybe Everest, maybe the very tip might have been out, but I'm thinking that bitch was underwater too. Because from when you
maybe for the first few days or weeks, yes.
It might not even been that long. It may have been just for a few minutes as it washed through. But as it came through, it started to settle. So we see that first settlement layer where that water first stopped. So that's 2/3 up. That's really deep. And then you start to see it as it goes down. It starts backfilling all the places like the Gulf and down underneath, the Indian Oceans and Atlantic Ocean. All this water starts finally running back into all these places and settles in to basically where we are today. And we know this for another reason, because we keep finding these sunken cities. The one off the coast of Cuba is
what is it, 14, 13 now?
Yeah. The one off the coast of Cuba is 2,200 feet. According to Procession, last time there was that little amount of water was pre-Ice Age. And they're not talking like 10,000 years ago. They're talking like 2 million years ago. There's no way. I mean, that's just impossible. That there was advanced civilizations like that. Bad enough when you say 25.
The timeline doesn't line up, right? It's really weird. It doesn't match.
Oh, you mean, yeah, I seen the one the other day on first off, I noticed that they're changing the names of the people who came up with these ideas. Like the 3 guys who actually found out that the water was drowned in the Sphinx. No, now they got some old guy to give him credit for. I don't even know who this guy is. You know,
so the 3 guys who did that was in, is it 87 or 93? I don't remember, but it was Dr. Robert Schoch, Robert
we had him on the show,
and Dr. Anthony West, and the 3 of them, they walked through the whole. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hour long documentary. And they walk the whole complex, and they show you. And I took geology for a few years in college. I'm not a geologist like Dr. Schoch. He's got a doctoral degree in geology. Robert Schoch does. He's a geologist, smart dude. He knows rocks. I know rocks, not as much as he does, but I agree with his assessment. It's just logical. You don't even have to be a geologist to look at that area and just see that it had water pooled in it for thousands and thousands of years, and it lapped away and made water erosion. It is not wind erosion. It's the exact opposite. In fact, there is wind erosion within the same complex, and you can tell the difference.
I mean, you can. I mean, you can actually see the wind erosion.
Right, and then those 3 guys are the ones who I know. As far as I know, they're the first to point it out, and they like I said, they mapped everything out, and then they also agreed that the Sphinx probably was made before 10,500 BCE, so it would face its if it is supposed to be a lion, but I think it was supposed to be a dog, and I think it may have been the dog star it looked at. So they may have gotten the star wrong, but I do agree with them that it was supposed to look at its relevant constellation as it rose on the east coast. Same with the pyramids. They also agreed that they were probably made somewhere around 14 or 15,000 BCE.
Yeah, I think the pyramids are only 5,000-6,000 years old. But that's only. I'll tell you why.
With you that I think the limestone cover stones that the Egyptians put.
No, it's not that. It's not that
old. But I think the pyramid that was underneath that was built 16,000.
You want me to tell you why I know that's not true? Because the Mesopotamians and the Babylonians don't write about them, and they were there. They were in that part of the world at that time, and they weren't.
They didn't find them. Of course, they were under the sand.
No. The Sphinx was there. They could see the head of the Sphinx, so that means the pyramids would be showing. It's the pyramids just weren't there yet. The pyramids is a monument. Pyramids are like Angkor Wat.
The person who discovers the Sphinx is Khufu. The one that made the big pyramid, allegedly.
No, but the Sumerians and the Jews talk about it. They got actual writings about it, so that they were aware of it was there. And a matter of fact, the Germans found the information from the Sumerians, not from the Egyptians. As a matter of fact, think about it. That's another odd thing, which we may have to do some research into this. They seem to have gotten a lot of shit from the Sumerians.
If the Sumerians saw the pyramids before Khufu,
they didn't see the pyramid. They only saw the head of the Sphinx. And by the way, both the Jews and them describe it as not. It wasn't a lion's head. It was something else. They didn't say it was a dog's hog, but they didn't describe it. It wasn't a person for sure.
It's like a dog.
Yeah, it wasn't a person. And Gene, because first off, so y'all know this, not everybody believes that Leo is the lion. Okay, that's not all societies practice that. So you need to keep that in mind. Remember, we're going by Egyptians, which is 6,000 years later. The society we're talking about was pre-Egyptian. They may have been the fathers or the ancestors of the Egyptian, but they were pre-Egyptian. They weren't the Egyptians that we all know and love today. That's a whole different group of people. That's the ancestors. That's the lost people, because the people before them seem to have been more advanced. Yeah, I know, which really sucks. And that would have been probably the time of Babel, which is probably a good 25,000 years ago. Well, so Jack, if all civilization started in one place, then how can we speak 200 and, well, there's over 1,000, but how can we speak over 200 languages? I'm just curious. I mean, we started in Africa, and how many different, Alexa, how many languages are spoken in Africa?
Africa is incredibly multilingual, with roughly 1,250 to 2,100 languages.
Alexa, thank you. Okay, there you go. Pete.
What?
Yeah, you heard what you just said.
There's not that many languages on the planet. There's only
Alexa,
219 official.
Alexa, how many languages are there on the planet? I love giving Alexa headaches.
There are roughly 7,170 languages spoken worldwide today.
Living languages.
Languages are distributed across different families and regions.
Not tonight, but we will have this discussion in the future. Thank you, Alexa. That's that. I never knew that. I gotta say.
Wow. Yeah. That's an eye opener.
I'm ignorant, people. Alexa, stop. I rarely say I'm ignorant, but I was with Jasmine. It's about 200 official languages. 7,000. That's one just
over 7,000.
Alexa, how many did languages are there?
There are roughly 7,170 living languages.
No, Alexa, how many did languages are, like Aramaic? How many did languages are there?
There are roughly 7,000.
Alexa, stop. Thank you, baby.
Hey, Google, how many dead languages were once spoken on Earth?
While exact numbers are difficult to track
Of
because
course.
many languages vanished without written records, there are at least 573 known extinct languages that researchers have documented.
That's shockingly low for 7,000. Hey, Google, how many official languages are spoken on the planet worldwide?
There are approximately 7,000 languages currently spoken around the world, though this number is always changing as languages evolve or fade. While
7,000. Anyway, moving on, Google.
Government and administration, there is no single global count of official languages, as that depends on the specific laws of each individual nation. For instance,
Hey, Google, stop.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so none of them are official, but all of them are 7,000.
7,000 living languages. That means they're speaking.
Astonishing.
Yeah.
That's astonishing.
That's insane, is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to get into that. Let's see. Where are we? We're on the map now. Okay. Look, people. Let's see. This is big as this gets. Yeah, that bites. Well, that's Earth right there. So you see there's three spiral arms. So spiral arm. No. This is just one. See how it spirals out. Yeah, you got to follow them out for there's three of them. Now there used to only be two. This one didn't exist. This one out here over here didn't exist. They found it one day. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at where we are. There's that right under that black bar where it kind of forks out.
They got a lot there. So and this really is going to prove Jay and I's point about being pushed in from the Sagittarius. Hold on. Let me. I just had the right map a minute ago. What did I do with it? Was it this one? Come on, what can pop up? I think it was this one. Let's try this one. So you can see this. See this? No, this is actually a little bit different, but so the black. This is us right here. This is the one spiral arm. This is the other spiral arm, and then there's a debris field right here.
Yeah,
it looks like if you look back here, it looks like we pushed through these two right here. See, look, gap.
Yeah. Oh wow.
And we're in an angle, gap, and then gap. It looks like we came through right here. This whole section. So I bet you we are from.
You can see the space where it went through. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you we are from Sagittarius then, or it just picked us up along the way. I can't rule out the fact because it picked us up along the way.
It's not a debris field. It's an independent arm that's starting to merge with the. It looks like the Orion arm because the one below is the Sagittarius arm. Correct.
Yeah, but I think that piece is a piece of Sagittarius galaxy.
Right,
that's
right.
what Pete
Yes,
said
the
that it's from
Sagittarius arm, I think, is from that guy. But the one above
Let's
us that
see.
we're merging into, that's the Orion arm.
Let's
That-
see.
what? Sagittarius. What is Sagittarius? You mean Sagittarius?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
The hell is
I figured it would figure it out.
There you go. It's correct.
I knew it would figure it out on its own. So let's go ahead and find it. Okay, it's not showing it. Oh yeah, it is. Look at it. Oh no, that's
Hey,
our
look,
solar
there we
system. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah, look at that.
Sagittarius. Hey, where the hell is that? That's not what we're looking for. Let's try this a different way. Milky Way galaxy eating Sagittarius galaxy. Let's see if that does. Okay. So we're in line. Yeah, but so we come straight out of this thing.
But yeah, it looks like it was flipped on its edge, and we just passed right through it, just sucked it all in.
Yeah. So no. People, let me show you. This is us, and this is it.
Yeah.
So it you can't see it. It's looped through the galaxy. So out here, this thing's actually traveling like this, or it's actually probably traveling like this. But no, you can't see it because our galaxy is flat.
Where it says Sagittarius, I think that's the direction our galaxy is going.
So, well, no, see, it's eating it on a flip. So we're flat on the, say, like if we're the Milky Way, we're flat on the concrete, right? The Sagittarius is actually standing up.
Sagittarius is like this.
Yeah, it's standing up.
Brushed past it and just absorbed it and took it with us.
Yeah, so we're sucking it in through the outside, and the center of our galaxy is eating it at the same time. That's just wicked. It's I don't even know what to think about that. That's just wicked. It's
well, and the other thing is too. Put the big map up of the top of our galaxy.
Well, let's look at this.
The other one.
So here we are. I'm gonna get it. Hold on. Shh. I just want to check something right quick.
That's nice and purple.
Boom. Yep.
Yeah. Eventually,
Boom. No. This is the Sagittarius right here. Yeah. This is part of the Sagittarius. This is the section right here. That's what we're on.
Yeah.
So that's probably where we came from, people. Okay, what was you looking for? Let's go back and find maps.
The one that one right there. Yep. Yeah, okay. So where it says Sagittarius, I think that's the direction, because our galaxy is spinning this way. So are our planets. They're spinning counterclockwise.
Yeah, clockwise.
No,
not all are spinning clockwise.
Our planets are spinning counterclockwise, but the galaxy is going this way throughout the universe. So we're headed that direction. But if you follow Sagittarius straight off the screen, that's the way that the galaxy is moving. You can visualize it in your head.
Yeah.
And we're moving at a clip too. Like, what is it? 17, almost near the lightest speed of light.
We're moving. We're hauling ass. Alexa, how fast is our galaxy traveling through space?
Our Milky Way is cruising through the universe at roughly 2.3 million kilometers per hour, about 1.4 million miles per hour, relative to the cosmic microwave background.
That's all I asked.
Yeah. We don't have anything that can generate that kind of energy or speed.
Actually, I know, Jimmy, we're going to get to the videos in a minute. Well, we got, see, it's what we were talking about on one of the other shows. It just segues through. The chat is, I was just telling this to Jay earlier, the chat is the most popular show on this network by far, too. Mm-hmm. Well, the two most popular hosts on the network, or the two most group popular hosts on the network, is Michelle and I, and then the boys hang out with Jay and Sean are hanging out with us. So the four of us, I guess. Well, the chat's just different. A chat, and anybody can come on the chat. We allow anybody in this damn network to come on there. They don't come on, it's their own fault. They're missing out too, because it's a good way to pick up numbers.
They're scared because Joe's on it.
Your co-host is going to come join us in a week or two.
Oh, good, cool.
Yeah, I told him stop being a chicken shit and come on. I was talking to him yesterday, actually. We're talking about Jeffrey Pritchard, actually. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, speaking of that, I have a single friend. If anybody's looking, he's cute, kind of bald, got shiny hair, but he's cute. He wrestles alligators. Yeah. What do you mean? Does he like abusive women? Or why? Are you an abusive woman? Why don't you check him out on his show on Church of Mayors and ask him that yourself? I'm not sure if I want to know. No, I'm just not sure if I want to know. Anyway, let's throw this up on the screen. I don't know how long this is. I don't think it was that long, but we're going to check right quick and find out. Why is everything so weird on my screen? What the bleep is going on?
I don't know. I didn't do it. Hey,
very strange.
So I think we got that subject pretty well tackled. What do we got for videos coming up?
Well, that's what I'm putting up right now.
There we go.
So let's fix this.
I forget that guy's name, but he's pretty good.
I think he's sitting in for Sean Hannity tonight.
He's a regular host on the network.
We got other videos besides these, but this is 7 minutes. Well, there's a couple other videos we're going to bring up. We're probably not going to play them. We're going to just clip through them so you can see the UFOs and we're going to discuss them. Well, because some of them are other people's stuff and we don't want to hear them yap.
Yeah.
No, we'll give them credit for using their videos, but because we may not agree with what they're saying. So you like that ocean theory because it's the only theory that actually explains how this freaking water got on this planet. Because when you look, when you do the map backwards to the ice age, and you look at the ice age melt, there's just not enough ice on the planet to raise the. So the with all the ice frozen, it was 500 feet from, like, say, Florida Beach to the ground. But these cities were 2,000 feet down, so that's another 1,500 feet of water worldwide. That's a lot. Of water.
Plus, think of it like this: the ocean here on this planet, other creatures, it doesn't bother their eyes, doesn't make them cry, or doesn't irritate their eyes. It does bother our eyes because we're different.
Yes, because we're different.
We're not from here.
We're queer.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No, Jackie, queer. Queer means weird or strange. No, we took it back.
Out of the ordinary.
Actually, we took it back successfully. I don't even hear it being used in a community that much. No, because I'll tell them. It's my word. Get your hands off my word. It's because I like the word and I don't think it should mean something disgusting. Any sex like that, any talking about sex on a TV show like that is disgusting. I don't care what kind it is. Now you want to come on News and Flipside and talk about it? That's different. Or the chat, but not here. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna put this up. Stephen Beckett, is that his name?
New batch of UFO files. Yeah. No, Stephen Beckett, I think, is the one who from CBS. That guy, I don't know his name. The picture dude, I don't know his name, but Stephen Beckett.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
They're playing a clip from Stephen Beckett.
Wait a minute. So we're playing a clip from Fox, who's playing a clip from CBS. That's news today.
Or they're quoting one of their reporters. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, here we go, guys and girls. I still think that's funny.
That's how they roll, dude.
Welcome back to this special edition of Hannity. Earlier today,
you don't look like Hannity, dude.
File was dropped when published by the Pentagon. This is the 5th batch of declassified UAP documents, including videos from some remarkable military encounters. In one incident over the Gulf of Oman, U.S. forces reported roughly 25 unidentified objects described as cold orbs, moving at speeds of up to 1,300 miles per hour. Another file details a military pilot's encounter of a massive silent triangular object over Afghanistan. This comes as Time magazine wrote that America is finally taking the possibility of extraterrestrial life seriously, pointing to congressional hearings, new disclosures, and a growing number of military and intelligence officials willing to publicly discuss UAPs. Here now with more UAP whistleblower and former director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, Lou Elizondo. Lou, it's an honor to talk to you.
I ain't seeing pictures, buddy. You're getting dropped.
What do you make from this latest batch of materials
that was dropped by the Pentagon?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me. It's certainly my honor and privilege. Look, all I got to say, bottom line is the president is fulfilling a promise to the American people, and members of Congress are also helping with this process. And now the American people are finally able to learn what we knew, as a matter of fact, back in the Pentagon so many years ago. I mean, this is something that I think is going to take some time for some people to really kind of internalize and digest. But look, these things are real, and we've known they're real for decades.
Is it because we have more sophisticated detection capability and the ability to essentially videotape and watch them with the, improvements and all sorts of technology? Is that why we're...
Yeah, 100%. It's a great question. And, there is a very real possibility really because we have better technology, we have more pervasiveness and more situation awareness of our airspace, that we are beginning to see these things, detect these things, record these things. But there's also a possibility that the frequency of these occurrences is also increasing. There are two major, if you will, points of intersection regarding the UAP topic. One is water. For some reason, we see these UAP in and around areas of large bodies of water frequently, and also our military equities and our nuclear equities and technologies. And if you look at, for example, the Navy, let's say a carrier strike group, that's an awfully big nuclear footprint smack dab in the middle of the water, and that's exactly where we're seeing a lot of these UAPs.
Let's talk some more about that water, because at least some of the videos that I saw in the documentary, the idea that these things can dip in and out, and I think it was a Navy admiral talking about how little of our oceans are actually mapped and have been surveilled. We seem to know more about the moon than we do our own oceans.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The ocean is especially the deep parts of the ocean, is a very hostile environment. Where the temperatures are extremely cold and the pressures are almost unimaginable. And yet we have documented evidence that demonstrate definitively that these objects, whatever they are, these UAP, have the ability to also operate not just in our airspace and potentially in low Earth orbit, but also seemingly underwater without the normal performance compromises you might expect. So, for example, here on Earth, with our technologies, we do have these vehicles called transmedium vehicles. Think of a seaplane. It can fly and it can float. But let's face it, a seaplane is neither a very good airplane nor a good boat because it's a design compromise. In essence, the more environments you want to work in, the more compromises.
It's a bad
you have
example.
to have.
That's not transmedium.
We don't see that with these UAP. They seem to be able to operate seamlessly throughout all these domains and no compromise in performance.
What are the chances here, Lou, that this is just either spoofing or it's U.S. intelligence?
Yeah, we know this isn't.
Operating
so people, this
keep
showing
the rest of the military.
So they showed us why Jay and I broke
the Chinese
bunked this a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, but there are attributes of these things.
We were watching them fly something when this
right?
just came on.
Yeah, 100%. Great question. So let's look at that real quick and pull this back. Come on. And if we can. Some of these reports that President Trump is now releasing go back to the late 1940s, early 1950s, and there's objects being tracked on radar that are going in excess of 5 times the speed of sound, what we call hypersonic velocity. Now, we had barely broken the sound barrier at that time. What nation on Earth, following the footsteps of World War II, had the capabilities to have technology like that? Well, the United States was really the only superpower at the time. Russia hadn't yet invented the atomic bomb, and China was in the middle of a famine. So if there is a country out there that somehow we invest into our intelligence community each year, this would be a national security concern eclipsing that of even 9/11. This would be technologies we have. I'm not going to talk about those technologies. Some of those remain very sensitive, very classified, but not all the things we are seeing in the sky are necessarily our technology. And this is why now you have NASA and these other organizations coming out and having an honest conversation with the American people after decades of denial.
Last question for you, Lou. Look,
Lou, they can't have an honest question.
Is doing the right thing in releasing all of this. What would you like to personally see released that maybe the government has not yet shown?
A cadaver.
Well, there's videos and reports that I had access to when I was at the Pentagon and we were working with the CIA and other organizations that frankly were in ultra high definition, really just knock your socks off. But that is really not, I think for me, the most important thing. What I would like to see is a national intelligence estimate done by the DNI on an annual basis. Also have some sort of strategy for UAP. And when I say UAP, I mean also drones, right? Chinese spy balloons. There's a lot of stuff in our airspace we frankly don't have a handle on. And have some sort of national intelligence estimate, some sort of national strategy, and maybe even an individual, some sort of czar position that's responsible for our airspace.
Interesting. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Yeah, that one wasn't very good. They didn't even show any new ones. They showed all the old ones.
Stop buying expensive blood glucose test strips and say goodbye to the daily pain of finger pricking. This portable home health monitor simply clips right onto your finger to accurately measure your blood glucose.
Yeah, pretty people in there. What we got going on here?
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. You've got Blake and Brent Cousins, and we're going over the crazy UFO videos that just come in to Third Phase of Moon. Let's get to it. Buckle up. This is coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Broad daylight sighting of a metallic object just hovering in the air. Take a look at this. The original to the left. I blew it up to the right. You can see how high it is up in the sky.
Blown
to
up
the
means
lower
enhanced.
portion of your left. That's original footage. Look how small it is. Look at that. Yeah, look at that anomalous orb that pops in and out just right below it. We're slowing it down. You see it.
It's got arms on it.
Dissipate in and out. And what we're looking at, it almost looks something out of an Elon Musk SpaceX project, but I don't think so. I don't think SpaceX has this like in their assets. I don't see any means of propulsion coming off this thing.
Yeah,
any
I do,
Raptor engines or anything, but I do see that subtle orb.
I saw that
just hanging in and out, and look how high it is up in the sky. Once again, the original.
So there's no trees, no frame of reference. It could be 2 feet off the ground.
One of the better ones that I've seen. Again, broad daylight, crystal clear, like we've been saying.
Looks like a Mylar bag to me.
No, I thought it was a Dalek.
That might even be fake.
You know what it looks like? They got this thing called the Delta Clipper.
Yeah.
It's a spacecraft we designed. That's what it does. It hovers.
It looks like something NASA had back in the 50s.
Right, let's get a close-up, blow things up, get a closer look at this object just hovering in the sky. I don't think it's an advertisement banner. It could be some kind of mocked-up helium balloon, but I don't know, man. It's just hanging there. It has this metallic orb sitting on top of it, this metallic feature, and it's just hovering there, static in the sky.
It's right? Dalek, man.
Yeah, I don't see no tether, and yeah, it looks like a silver dome up on top with this kind of conical bottom to it. It's very strange. You do see a little appendage right there at the bottom, but I don't see a tether attached to it. This thing just seems to be hovering there right in place.
Yeah, it could be in fishing line.
Once again, interesting daylight footage coming into third phase. Buckle up. We've got a lot more video.
At least that one had scale.
Right. This is coming out of China. I think it's the second video that we've shared this week coming out of China. And what are we looking at? Is this some kind of massive UFO just hovering there in this big cloud formation? It almost looks like a Superman symbol, but it's all black, and
it kind of does.
There's some geometric shape to it. This isn't a natural shadow, in my opinion. There's something up there. Brent, what's your thoughts? Wow, look at that thing. It's clearly there, something massive, and it seems to be trying to camouflage itself within the clouds, but it's not doing a very good job.
Diamond shaped
at it. It's actually making itself present. It's weird shape if it's a spacecraft, because it has these weird angles. It's not geometric. This one's kind of interesting. A super clear shot.
So that means fake. You don't really get super clear, high definition shots with cell phone cameras. There are good cameras, but they're not what we're looking for. And we want physical evidence. The video can be faked.
Yeah. Well, I tell people bring a starboard camera with you to back up your video.
Right, captured in the mountains, and
if they really want to release
something strange is going on up there. And take a look at this.
Yale biology go over
once
one of those bodies. That's what I want to see.
Jesse, no, when I said starboard camera, it's the kind you buy. They're sealed. They're, like a Kodak 400. You take pictures with them and you got to bring them, have them developed. The reason I say this is because they're sealed. When you get them, you can't tamper with them. When you bring them in to have the film done, if they've been tampered with, they'll know. So you can have them do it, and then you're having someone else do the film for you. But I will tell you this. One time we were having film done in a mall, and I was going to go get something to drink while the film was being done, and I noticed a guy was looking at him really, really hard. So I made my one of the directors stand there and watch him. Somebody's tried to take some of the pictures out of him. She caught him. She tore his ass up. Oh, yeah, she tore his ass up, too. And no. She said, were you trying to steal them pictures? All the good ones. I was like, no, indeed not, man.
Well, I don't remember the actual procedure, but I've actually developed black and white film. I can't do color.
At a steady pace.
Yeah, well,
the process is involved, but I would, if I had the ability to buy a black and white, and I'm sure they have them, a black and white sealed camera, I could have cracked it open myself and developed it within the when I was at school anyway. I don't have a dark room here, but
that was the second year of 4-H. They taught us film development. It was no, Dean, it was weird. The first time you take a blank piece of paper and then throw in some liquid and a picture comes on. And you're like, what?
So cool.
You're kind of like, what the hell just happened? What? It's weird. I am not even sure who thought that up, how they thought it up. I don't know, but it works. So that's all that matters. Mm-hmm. So anyway, right, where were we? Let's see. What were we looking at? This thing still up in the sky?
But it doesn't look like one to me. That's why we're sharing it right here at Third.
It's cool,
confirmed.
David.
No AI, no CGI. People say it's all fake. It's all AI. No, it's not.
That looks fairly
What we're sharing here is authentic footage coming in from the public, and look how beautiful this image is. The original to the left, the video to the right. I blew it up about 300%, added some brightness, contrast, and we're seeing this craft.
Yeah, when
just
you do
shimmering
that,
the light.
You alter it.
It's a fantastic sighting.
Not evidence.
Yeah, look at that, just glinting up there. It's nothing I'm aware of. It's not a helicopter. It's not a plane. It's not a drone.
Like a helicopter, dude.
Not a balloon. We can rule all these things out.
See, if these guys knew how to work a waveform on it, they could
up
look
there.
at the original video. If you can get your hands on the original video and
Floating.
run it through a waveform, you can
Very beautiful
tell
sighting.
if it's a fake video or not.
Well, first off, you've got this extension.
More videos right now.
Where's it at?
More shimmer in the light. Rule all these things
So you
out.
got this tail.
Now the big question is, what is it? It's just.
But it's more than the tail. You'll see the tail, and then all of a sudden you start seeing strobing, and then you also see strobing up here. Well, on a helicopter right here, you're going to see strobing because that's where the rotors are, and you're going to see it back here because that's where the other rotor is. And there's going to be one on the tail up here, and then one on each one of these up here. And then if this was just a silver or stainless steel helicopter, the sun alone would be enough to cause this effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jane. So you got to take all that in consideration. It's the glowing spots. Let's see if we can see them on here.
They're floating. Very beautiful.
It's the way it glows out. But all right, that was even better. Let me go back.
I saw the tail. I saw the tail. That's a helicopter.
But it's more than that. If when you look at the tail right above the body where it flares, you can see a gray line. I think you can see the rotors.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, people, I don't have no. It won't let me just crawl it. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's
not a drone. It's not.
Yeah.
Not a balloon.
Yeah, right here. You can see a gray line above. You can actually see it better when it's stretched out.
Things out.
And then it flares like the sunlight hit it.
What is it?
Then you see it on top. It's flashing.
It's a Sikorsky freight helicopter.
More videos right now.
That's a helicopter
from the ISS.
No,
watch that.
We're not trying to debunk this, dude. We want this shit to be real. It's just that's a helicopter.
That's
I don't want to break.
That's a 100% Sikorsky freight helicopter with a stainless steel silver frame.
Yeah, I want to break your heart. But
this professional 32 terabyte
keep people honest. Yeah.
It's SSD capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library is something you won't find at Best Buy or any electronics retailer, even if you were willing to drop $1,000.
Wow.
Jay said he'll be your boyfriend overnight if you buy me one of these. Oh, it's that.
I wouldn't mind having one of those either.
It's that thing that eats spaceships, like on Let's see on
something
on
appears
Strange New Worlds
behind
there was
Earth
one,
itself,
and
peering
the
over the
Budon, where they call
horizon.
it
We're
on
getting some close-up
Farscape.
looks at this. What the heck is going on? This is absolutely incredible. If I didn't know any better, I'd say this is some kind of blast, a massive one, but we haven't heard anything in the major news, so I'd have to rule that
Is it
out.
coming off the planet or from
What
behind
could
the
it be
planet?
is very, very bizarre. I'm trying to figure out if this
It could be
is
coronal
maybe some
mass
kind of
ejection that just
reflection
missed
from
us.
within the ISS, but I can clearly see, and you could clearly see that this comes from behind Earth itself, peering over the horizon. Look at this thing. Whatever it is, it seems to be at least maybe hundreds of miles in length here. Brent, your thought? So what are we looking at?
It's anomaly.
Pareidolia.
It's incredible stuff.
So what are we looking at? Is this some kind of natural formation? Maybe possible jets that left this behind? Commercial airliner with some trail behind it, but it's weird. It goes into different directions. Maybe this was some kind of rocket that malfunctioned, and you can see the debris move from right to left in the upper portions, create this kind of wing-like effect, but you can almost see like a head on this, a torso, and some legs underneath. Again, I don't think this is CGI by any means. We're looking at it. You can see the refraction of lights. You can kind of see some sparks and anomalies.
Detail, and it clearly shows some sort of like apparition or angel, as you would call it. Was this done by jets leaving a trail behind and kind of creating artwork in the sky? That's a possibility. What I'm finding fascinating are those little anomalies on the bottom of this. What is that?
You see these lights jumping in and out of the underskirt of this. It's kind of like surrounding it, moving in a zigzag way back and forth. It's very weird. It's captured a few moments. You can see it peek in and out.
You're looking at a volcano in the ocean?
That's what I'm thinking.
No, that's not a volcano. Is that clouds, the ocean, or sand? I want to say that's a cloud layer. I think it's a cloud layer. No, you wouldn't see waves 7 miles up. That's the top of the cloud formation.
That's
cloud formation. You can see the clouds right there.
So first off, I want to thank the Hidden Underbelly 2.0. He's got an incredible YouTube channel, and he's getting the information for us from around the world. And he's got permission from the person who shot this that we could share it right here with you guys. So this is coming in from the eyewitness. He said he was coming in from Magadan, Russia, and it was earlier this month. Hidden Underbelly asked him if he's by any volcanoes in the area. His response was there was definitely no volcanoes in the near area. He said there was a pulsating glow at the very edge of the upper layer of the clouds. He also stated that this orb was over the cloud layer. He says that the plane's altitude was approximately at 20,000 feet, and he could see the cloud layer below him, but this shiny, bright, reddish orb caught his eye. He began to film this, and he captured it for approximately 3 minutes. So this is incredible footage. If this isn't a volcano, and from the eyewitness's statement that this is indeed an orb that was floating above the cloud layer, what the heck is it? Now, let me tell you, I've seen a lot of crazy UFO phenomenon, and I'm hoping the pilot will come forward because I'm sure he noticed it as well. So we have a passenger aboard a commercial airline heading on his way to Magadan, Russia, and he captures this. If we could have a cooperation between the pilot and a passenger, now that would be great.
looks blown up.
Yeah, this does. Why change colors?
I don't know. Change shape too.
I get you hard, but that's about it. I help you get hard physically and help promote arousal mentally. I'm the total
people.
Seen shapes like that before in other videos.
Yeah, I'm not stupid.
Around this craft, and you can see it hover and descend behind the rooftop there. So it is quite interesting. I'm trying to gauge on how large this craft is. I'm guessing, I don't know, 20 to maybe 40 feet in diameter. Brent, what's your thoughts here?
We're looking at something.
Mírala, 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 mírala. Mira esa luz de ahí. ¿Sí la estás viendo?
How come none of this stuff happens in the United States?
¿Sí la miras la luz o solo la miro yo?
I don't know.
No. Mira. Miren esa luz extraña.
Así, ¿qué es eso, Julio?
Se le está apareciendo. Se la estoy grabando.
Una luz. The sun in the fog.
Yeah, they're probably
Again,
just there to have lunch.
People on the big island of Hawaii, and we live on the most active volcano on the planet. UFOs are very, very consistent around volcanoes. But right now, we're in St. Augustine, Florida. We're traveling across America. And again, we're bringing these videos to you as we're traveling, making new documentaries for you. But at the moment, we can't explain to you what exactly this could be. Is this some kind of reflection? In my opinion, this isn't any kind of lens flare or some kind of reflection or Pepper's ghost, as some people might say. Something's there. And it's quite interesting to look at this as the person pulls in, and we notice some kind of glimmery light off at the distance. And it's really cool that these people stuck around to get some really good broad daylight footage. Look how far this is away. And they did a really good job zooming in on this thing. Brent, what's your thoughts here? Is this something mundane like ball lightning, or is this some kind of phenomenon that could be biological in nature?
It's not ball lightning. I've seen it. It could be. There are some geological lighting effects associated with volcanic activity. It could be something on that level.
Volcanoes.
What's that gene? I don't know, man. What's this?
Best of 2022. Make it bigger. Wow, that's awfully green.
That's a laser.
Yeah.
Is it? It's a green laser coming off there. I think it's coming off that craft. Either that or it's being hit by a laser from somewhere else.
Or one of those powerful kryptonite lasers that they're shooting it from the ground. So that's whatever that is. That laser effect is bouncing off of, not emanating from. So that laser is definitely, see the rays bouncing off.
This summer, earn daily cash back with Apple Card. Apply for Apple Card now and use in minutes with Apple Pay. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card is issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
I hate them.
All right, we just let the whole entire video roll, and what we're looking at is something quite incredible. And now we're going to get some extreme close-ups of whatever this broad daylight craft is. We're looking at something that seems otherworldly, and it's incredible. What was going on in Garden Grove? Now, hold on a sec. We're looking at this a little closer, and we notice an orb pop up right there above the metallic disc in broad daylight. We're looking at something insanely incredible right now.
There's another one over there.
Wow, look at this. Okay, this is a great close-up. Now we're seeing the undercarriage of this disc and the orb seemingly hovering above this craft. Notice this kind of gleaming reflection of light coming from that point of the saucer right there. Okay, let's roll this a few more times. It looks like the cameraman was kind of scanning around to get a better picture of it. Yeah, zoom up. Let's see. Is it going to pop? There it is, right up at the top of the screen. Boom. There it is, center. What are we looking at? Look at there's even a point of another object to the left there, almost at 10.
Dude, hold the camera still.
Yeah, I'm noticing them. I didn't notice the first time, but after blowing it up there to the far left, you notice something, maybe another. This video came into us via our Gmail. I'm redacting some of the information, but here's the letter that they were sending us from Finland. He says his sister captured the video.
Looks like the Galileo
near their home in Finland, and they want to get our opinion. They said there was no sound coming from this object whatsoever. We're looking at it, the still photograph from, well, it's a still from the video, and we managed to get a super close up. I'm ruling out a blimp. I don't see any gondola, no propellers. It could be a blimp, but something maybe military in nature, but
moving like a blimp.
It almost looks like there's no scenes on this thing. It screams flying saucer to me. Brent, what's your thoughts? Blimp. So,
well,
hey, Barrett, can you ask your sister out there to let's see the entire video? Have her upload it to YouTube and copy paste the link to our email. Just put it out on social media. Maybe we could get to the bottom of this. Hidden.
Be sure. But guys, what is in it leaves to a debate, because what we have is a dark cylindrical object that could be hovering above the Arctic Sea, or it could be resting there. Now, this leads to some people believing that this could be a submarine, but due to the distortion, because she's filming this through binoculars, that we're not seeing the whole thing. Something is being distorted. Now, I'm looking at this and I can't make out any torrents or anything that this could be a submarine.
Appreciate the hidden underbelly in his investigation with regards to this video. That is
so you see our new thing we did, huh? We got these new badass electric submarines. So we've built power supplies for them that work off the oceans, and we sink them to the floor. The drone just goes out there and connects to the power supply and stays there completely inert until it's needed. And we're just sprinkling them all over the freaking oceans. Fully armed, matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Type 3 torpedoes, which is almost the top of the line. Not quite. Yeah. It's enough to sink any ship out there, that's for sure. I don't know. It's spooky stuff. Some of the new stuff I've been reading about lately is spooky stuff, like the Y-23, which would have been the F-23. So the F-23 is actually, believe this or not, is actually a better plane than the F-22. It was faster and was more stealthy, and even had the underbelly that would actually reflect the surrounding area. Yeah, they never gave a reason why they chose the F-22. I think it had to do more with the testing of the new fly without instruments.
Yeah, fly without wire.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, they want you to be able to fly these new jets by thought. They don't want you to have to grab hold of a joystick or push a button. They want you to think about it, and it just happens. You know how much faster that makes you than any pilot flying with a joystick? The Russians, and any pilot that would be flying with a joystick is dead. It's a severe disadvantage.
Unless they, pray and shoot first blindly, hoping to hit you.
So think of it this way: the new F-47 with its 4 drone fleet completely can go invisible or stealthy. Carries all kind of weapons, everything you can think of, and can be flown without any instrumentation at all, just through thought. So this guy's cruising. He's connected to all his drones, which are cruising out ahead of him, and they pick up a fleet of MiGs. Well, they pick up a fleet of the new J-35s. So he just thinks, and before the first of the J-35s won't even see us until after he launches. He'll launch, and he's thinking. So now the J-35's got time to react. But meanwhile, this pilot who is flying without instrument is already reacted yet again. So by the time the J-35 starts to adjust for the missiles, the F-47 pilot is actually killing them. They don't even know they're dying until it's too late. It's the difference in not just in speed of the aircraft, but speed of thought. That millisecond or two it takes to get from your brain to your head is enough to get you killed in combat. And that compounds the longer you do it and the more you do it. Yeah, faster you do it. We get some really advanced stuff out there. And NASA was showing off its new space plane that is not going to be production. It's just a test version. This thing does everything. It's a beast.
It's like the Enterprise. It doesn't go in outer space. They're just trying to test its.
No, it flies. It goes everywhere.
It's going outer space, right?
Yeah, it's been in space. It's been in space for it's like the DARPA thing nobody told us about.
Yeah.
The DARPA was in space 2 years. Nobody knew DARPA had a spaceship up there for 2 years. Even freaking Chinese didn't know. Oh, you could tell when she talked about it. Yeah, he was pissed. He didn't know. The thing just been flying around up there doing whatever, surveilling whatever. We showed you that on, I think it was Friday's show. Thor's hammer. The rods, the god rods, whatever they call them. The rods of the gods. That just sounds weird, but
making the rounds right now, and nobody really has the answer, and neither do we. We're just speculating.
Yes,
if this is something not.
It's right like a dinosaur took a turn.
This one from Paris, France.
I'm skeptical.
Thing on bird of prey. Gargoyles flying off the monuments there.
I'm very skeptical.
I've always wanted to go to France. I'd love to go and see all the Paris sites. It's no Three Stooges joke.
Somebody slap Jen. What do you mean, why am I skeptical? I don't know. I got a rule about usually if it's too good to be true, it's not going to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with the age of the drone,
you're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities.
Since you brought it up, we'll talk about it more on Friday, but all the new climate change reports have come out. All the new ice data has come out. So the ice sheets in the Arctic, the big sheets, the ones that are on land, you can't even find a notable sort of decrease in size. There's no melt. The thing says it's 0.00. No, it's 0. It's like 0.0000004.4 actually. So it's almost non-existent. And the ice that's melting in the summer is coming back, and it's coming back with a vengeance for the last few years. So I don't know. It's it's not what we've been told. That's for sure. No, Gene, I'm for climate change. Oh yeah, because where I live, like right now, it was only 89 degrees today with 70% humidity. Man, for August in the deep south, that's like a godsend. It's usually 100 degrees and 100% humidity with 5 hurricanes headed this way.
Right.
It's so our winters. I mean, we got 2 foot of snow last year. It's never happened the whole time I've lived in the South. Most I've ever seen snow was 2 inches. You couldn't even call it a real snowfall. Yeah. It was mostly melted by morning. I mean,
yeah, what most of the rest of the country would consider a dusting would shut your area down for days.
Yeah,
at least one day anyway.
So this last time it was above 2 feet in some places. My home, we got 19 to 20 inches is what we got, and I was like, "Fuck! Look at the snow, man! It was crazy." No, it was crazy. I mean, it was snow everywhere. So for us, it's better. We're enjoying our winters better. We have cooler for Christmas, even though most Christmases are still like 85 degrees. Yeah, most Christmases down here is short sleeve, short pants weather. Yeah.
Well, in the daytime, at night, you got to put on a sweater.
Yeah, not even then. Sometimes you don't. Yeah, it depends.
Well, I was in Savannah for 13 years, and it's similar. I mean, it's like 75,
80. Savannah's a little bit cooler, yeah.
A little bit.
Savannah's only a little bit cooler because they're just a little further north, that's all. No, see, when you live, okay, Jesse, when you live on the coast, it doesn't as much matter. So most people don't realize this, but if you go up the West Coast from Seattle well into Alaska, there is no ice along that part of the coast because the currents being carried along the Pacific are warm, and they keep it like that. So most coast areas, even in the Atlantic, you got to get way up into the Atlantic north to really get into real ice, even in wintertime. That's why you don't see the New York harbors blocked in ice.
Yeah, that show Ice Road Truckers. They don't, those ice roads don't open up until wintertime, and they're only open. I think it's like 6 months. It's a long, it's half the year, but it's only they're only temporary roads. Most of the time they're driving directly across the Bering Straits. With 90,000 tons on their truck on just bare ice. There's nothing below them but ocean.
Yeah, cold ocean too. Last time I seen it, Jenny, there was some girl driving. It's some little bitty tiny thing, man. I was like, damn, it's crazy. No, there's some pretty good episodes. Nah, I wasn't a weekly watch or anything, but I would catch it from time to time.
I used to watch it weekly. It was a good show.
It was fun to watch people riding out on the ice like a bunch of idiots.
It's just nuts.
No, they carried some crazy size loads, man. Oh yeah, they got stupid with some loads. And going up a hill with ice.
The places where they were going to there's no road traffic there during the summer when the roads are unfrozen. So in order for them to get their supply for the 6 months that they're frozen off from the rest of the world, they have to truck in, thousands of tons of groceries, building materials, one of them the guy brought a tractor off of his trailer. I mean, there's all kinds of different freight, but they have, a small window before that ice melts to get it across from the mainland onto those, remote areas.
Well, no, Gene, because it's cheaper to use trucks. Oh, I'm sure you could helicopter in there, but that costs you a small fortune. And there's only a few places where they actually have boat service because,
and only so much you can take by boat or by helicopter. A tractor trailer can haul 90,000 tons. Hard to compete with that. The next biggest thing from that's a container ship, and they don't go through ice.
No, Jesse, most of the stuff you would see up north like that would be like ferries and things like that. They would carry medium loads, maybe if you emptied them and didn't have any cars or trucks on, you could load them down a little heavier, but that's not really what they're for. And a lot of those places don't even have that because there's no roads leading up to the place you'd have a ferry. And sometimes the water is too low to run one, or if it gets ice, that boat's stuck there the rest of the year. Oh yeah, you'll see it sometimes. They'll just be sitting in the mud. Yeah, because everything's frozen. Yeah, they'll just be sitting there. Well, there's nothing they can do. They just stuck.
They have to take it out of the water, or it'll freeze and break. So if they want to use it when the summer comes back.
Well, no, these are boats. They just line up.
Why people live up there? To be honest,
these are boats. They line up along the shore of the lake, and they just sit there throughout the wintertime. And during the summertime, they're out in the back. No, there's actually not any ice edge. They're just sitting on mud. Yeah, I guess because the mud stays warmer to keep the ice away. But the boats are just sitting there because there's no water. The ice froze up other places and the water dried up. I guess you need the snow melt to keep it full. Yeah, you see them in places. I've seen it in other places like that too. It's just weird. But anyway, enough about all that weird stuff. Where were we? Let's see. Was there anything good we were watching? Let's see.
All right. We're looking at this one more time. What did Lucas capture over Paris, France early?
Paris.
Disc, a ship, a mothership hovering in the sky.
That is not a mothership.
We've done a lot of enhancements to see if there's any manipulation with regards to these photos, and we're not seeing any. What we're looking at is something unbelievable. Even though there's still photographs, you can make out the size
a little bitty mothership, huh?
Massive electric tower there, and the lines. So guess what? This thing's got to be at least 100 to maybe 200 feet in length. Brent, your thoughts on these?
What?
Yeah, these are
where you get these?
We got a series of photos, and like you said, Blake, it looks like a mothership, something straight out of the movie.
Oh, go back! Damn it!
It's like your
damn it!
It's maybe 30 feet in diameter.
Okay. So this is probably a 60-foot tower.
Yep. And the width of that tower is probably 30 feet. It's where it is.
The width. They will put my fat finger on there and move it over to here. Oh no, they ain't no 200 feet, dude. You're on crack. Maybe I don't. Judging from the trees, it's saying
200 feet off the ground, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe 200 feet off the ground. 30 feet long, maybe.
And if you go by the width of the tower, it's 30 feet in diameter. That's no mothership. It's a space. It's a shuttlecraft. It's Papa Alien's Saturday station wagon.
What do you mean we don't like these guys? I don't even know who this guy is. How can I not like? Whoa,
Yeah,
what was that?
Kind of an idiot.
Massive electric tower there, and the lines. This thing's got to be. And we're looking at something.
This is the fastest way to flush out edema.
Want to flush out edema? Stop doing this first.
I want to flush this out of my eyes, man. Jesus.
Again, with no means of propulsion. Guys, what's your thoughts on these incredible photos? We see structure. I'm hoping that there's some video that comes out.
I've seen these little effers around. Yeah, these little orbs. So, guys, they got these little orbs. This thing's killing my ear. They got these orbs. And they come in different sizes. A lot of times they look like a soccer ball because they got the little patches on them. The little, what is that, octagon shape, pentagon shape, whatever shape that is. Yeah, they have them on there like that. You see them. Well, the first time I ever seen that one real close was right after Katrina. My wife, one of my stepdaughters, and my stepson, we were all sitting down on the porch smoking cigarettes before I quit this a long time ago. Katrina's more than 20 years ago, people. But anyway, we're sitting outside, and Sam goes, "What's that?" And you see something off in the distance. Now you got to remember, there's no light right now in the city anywhere because there's no power anywhere. This is right after Katrina. It's like 4 days maybe after Katrina. So we're sitting on the porch, and you see this little dot headed towards us. And as it got closer, it got a little lighter around us, and it was, I don't know, maybe 5 feet around, maybe 10 feet around. Just maybe 100 feet off the ground, just came cruising over. Today we would consider it a drone. Back then, I didn't even know what to think about it. I'm not even sure what it was doing.
Yeah, we would have called it a probe.
It was just cruising along on a steady course, right across on an angle across all the disaster. But you could tell it adjusted its course because I guess it's seen us sitting outside. Wanted to know what we were doing, I guess. There wasn't all that many people. Most people, once we got there 3 days later, most people left that was still there. So there was only a handful was there for a couple of months until we started working. About 2 months. Whoa.
Here goes the plane.
What? No, wait a minute. Go back. Something about that looked funky.
Yeah.
No, Justin, but the plane looked funky. We're going to see. So we got to pause, but.
Plane's moving awfully fast, isn't it?
No
gear down, so it didn't just take off and it didn't get ready to land.
You noticed that too, huh?
And it's awfully low. And it's got a moving motion blur in the wrong direction. Fake. It's a fake video. Yeah, see how it's got the silhouette of the ship is in front of it. Motion blur is behind the motion. It's backwards. That is a fake image, which makes the entire video, or at least that segment of it, null and void.
Well, no, Jess, he showed you right off the bat there's no landing gear, and this thing is very close to the ground. Now we'll see.
Right off the trees.
But what got my attention when it went by, the tree shook. I'm like, what? That's impossible. Oh, you see? Look how hard the tree blew when it went by.
Yeah.
That's people. If the plane was that low, the tree would shake the tree. The engines would have sucked up all the debris and killed everybody. The engines would have collapsed.
This thing's just remaining steady in the air. It's just floating. You can see
because it's digitally fake. That's why.
What the heck is going on?
Yeah, that plane was a big giveaway.
Es que yo ya sé a qué hora sale en este cerro. Siempre sale.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see it.
A partir de las 4 de la tarde. Empiezan
2.0. He's got an incredible YouTube channel. He broke the news just yesterday. We're sharing it right now on Third Phase Moon of what looks to be the metallic sphere.
See how it's wavy at the bottom?
A dead ringer for the Boogosphere. And apparently this thing comes out all the time in that area. But you did some translation on the man speaking Spanish there in Mexico.
Yeah, he says you see this kind of like crevice within the mountains there, and he says it comes out at a particular time every month. He says it's basically like clockwork, and I'd like to be invited to see this in person, because if you could basically name the time and date when this thing's going to appear, wow, you really got something. And
pretty much like clockwork. So, guys,
Yeah,
if we could
then
get,
you probably have a drone.
Get there at that exact
Human-made and
mind
operated.
blowing. Why are these metallic spheres being seen all over the world at this time?
If it doesn't work for you, we promise 10 times your money back. This product works in just 1 second to fit perfectly and is suitable for everyone. Simply soak it in hot water to activate the elastic material, and you'll have brand new dentures.
Stop wasting money on expensive dental clinics and custom dentures. This 8th generation Smart Fit denture set is a revolutionary breakthrough co-developed by America's top dental medical center and advanced biomaterials laboratory. I guarantee this is the last denture set you'll ever need to buy. If it's not effective, you get 10 times your money back. This denture works in 1 second and fits anyone, whether you're missing all your teeth, only some.
That's crazy if that's true. That'd save people all kind of money.
It is crazy. Here we go, R2-D2 floating around.
San Diego.
San Diego, now that makes it July. Hey, hang on a minute. Pause that real quick.
Okay.
Hey, Google, when was the 2026 San Diego Comic-Con?
The 2026 San Diego Comic-Con took place from Thursday, July 23rd through Sunday, July 26th, 2026.
Yeah, I'm saying publicity stunt.
July 22nd.
It's awfully close.
It's awfully
close.
That looks like some kind of thruster.
Looks like a trash can. I mean,
garbage can or something. We're not tainted, jaded. No. We do the hard work so you don't have to. Yeah. Look at this thing. This looks like doesn't look alien.
somebody put a trash can over a drone and is operating,
as you might say,
the weekend
over
before
San Diego.
the
And this person, Brian, look at this close up he's getting. This is a great shot. As you notice, there's structure to this
Look him up on
spacecraft.
Facebook. Is he a
That. It
cosplayer?
looks metallic.
There's your
I don't
answer.
see no wings, no propellers. What's keeping this thing up in the sky is a big question. This thing's wild.
Everything seems to match up. We're not seeing any kind of indication of CGI or any manipulation yesterday.
That could be a satellite, but not underneath the cloud.
No, that's some kind of drone.
Yeah. See the black line? See that black box around it? Fake. You have to have dark to show the light. It wouldn't show against the clouds. So.
Probably one just dropped off somebody's
Right.
food.
We're going to look at this once again, much better than this.
You know, it's funny I say
Take a
that,
look
but
at this.
just a couple of weeks ago out in California, in LA, somebody filmed a UFO, and it made the news, and everybody looked at it, and the guy called from his house that that's what dropped off my food. He had a picture of it dropping off his food, a video of it.
The drone did it. Yeah.
The drone, yeah. That everybody said was a UFO. You know what, though? When it didn't have the food on it and the thing was all rolled in, it kind of looked kind of crazy. It didn't really look like a drone. You know? Yeah, that probably is what that is. Well, especially out in Cali, they find shit all over the place. What's this undulating?
A plasmic illuminated object just hovering in the skies along the cliffside right there, just hovering above the treetops. Watch this.
Now, obviously, it's not hot and it's catching on fire.
Yeah, it's too bad if the guy didn't capture it in landscape mode. We'd be up closer to it. Yeah, look at that structure. It doesn't appear to be plasma. It's not undulating. It's just changing orientation. It's spinning.
Oh, okay. This is a second angle. Looks like it's from the same video. That's interesting. Right, let's take a close look at this once again. We don't have the exact location. This just came into my feed just moments ago. We decided to throw it in the timeline and get it out as fast as possible. That's what we do here at Third Phase of the Moon. We post first.
Yeah, that's how false information
Ask questions later.
around, idiot.
We want to be on the front line of what's going on around the world with regards to the unknown. And we're looking at something. Some people might just dismiss this as kind of balloons off in the distance, but to me, this looks plasmic. It doesn't look solid.
It's got structure, dude.
And it seems to morph in different ways, but this part of the video is interesting.
Watch, something strikes it.
It
Boom,
looks
boom,
like
boom.
it's getting hit with buckshot, some kind of Are they trying to shoot down this UFO? Look at this closer. It's an array of particles hitting this object, but it doesn't seem to affect it. Almost like somebody's shooting it with a shotgun from on top of the mountain.
Something explodes.
What's going on at Area 51 moments ago? This is kind of breaking news. Area 51's on fire. This is captured on the outskirts of the infamous base. And it looks like something's going on over there. Apparently, it's just a huge brush fire, but obviously civilians aren't allowed into close proximity of Area 51 to find out what's really going on.
Civilians
but
actually allowed inside Area
51.
Massive.
This is a huge fire cloud. Is there some kind of battle going on at the infamous base, smoke, Area 51, or is this just a simple brush fire? Are we going to get an official notice?
Actually,
I doubt
looks like it's raining.
Yeah,
maybe it's a downed UFO, some kind of experimental aircraft that went down. I'm just speculating here, but this video just coming in just moments ago, breaking news right here at Third Phase of Moon. Fire at Area 51. What the heck is going on here?
No fire. I don't see no color changing, no undulating.
All right. In the beginning of this episode, I showed you this 1998 footage from VHS vintage video camera. Well, we're going to look at it right now. We've got a lot more.
Alien craft UFO. Unbelievable.
What?
That's definitely fake. It's pretty good to get the reflection in the water, but where's the light coming from? Yeah, come on. That's some kind of poor movie special effect that was.
All right, let's take a closer look.
I think it looked like something
give this
out of
any
Flash
kind of legitimacy
or
and
Space
say this is
1999
100% authentic footage. I'm kind of on the fence on this, but we decided to share it with you on Third Phase Moon. People are trying to get our opinion. This is coming in from Jerome_0135. A shot from a distance gives a little. It looks pretty good right there. Wow, that's a.
Whoa, what's that?
Mom, Dad's been away working for a whole year. We finally get to see him today, right?
That's right, honey. We're going to the city where he works to surprise him.
Yay! Dad's over there.
Is this?
Dad's over there.
It's awfully blurry. Turn the autofocus off, dude.
All right, let's get a close-up look. I blew up the original video to the right about 300%, and we're looking at something incredible. Broad daylight sighting of the sport model flying saucer. It looks metallic. Everything seems to be matching up. I don't see any manipulation. Look how large this craft is. We're trying to focus in on this thing, and he does
This guy doesn't have the best sense
pull
of
back
size,
with
does
his camera and then zooms in again. This is classic tells of this video being real. Look at this thing. What's your opinion, guys? Is this the otherworldly craft, the phenomenon that we're looking for? Yeah, once again, it looks to me the person shooting it is at least a quarter mile away, and as he zooms in, he gets a pretty good look at it. And again,
it's
whatever it is, it's quite large, and it's hovering in the skies. What's going on in the jungles over there in South America? This is incredible. Some people observing it on the tarmac. Again, we're kind of watching it in real time. It looks like something crashed. There's some smoke going on. All right, let's just kind of look at what's coming in from this Super 8 footage. It looks like black and white. You see some being on the ground, and there's another. That's Skinny Bob, or is that another? That's
allegedly
Skinny Bob?
J-Rod.
It looks a little different. We're not saying this is legitimate evidence by any means right here at Third Phase Moon, but the Skinny Bob phenomenon, it's made the rounds, and look, we're getting new imagery coming in.
I've never seen this one. That does look like J-Rod, though.
Very cool, to say the least. Look at this. Yeah, it doesn't look. It looks like a different, Skinny Bob from from the original. This one has different, facial features. Almost looks a little bit more menacing, not so friendly like, but it does have a cuteness at the same time too. He seems maybe a little scared. I'd be scared too if
that might have been
you're captured by the government and
I've seen that
interrogated.
before.
But look at that. It almost looks like a Zeppelin, but it isn't. There it is, just hovering as it rises, and here's some aerial view from
Flight of the Navigator.
Military plane.
Some say that's what the craft kind of looked like. This
phenomenon, right?
That's from the Flight of the Navigator, man. I recognize it.
Yeah.
It's a Disney movie about a kid who a ship adopts him, basically. It's a big teardrop silver shaped ship thing.
Right there. It looks kind of legit.
It's not exactly like it's real close to. There's a lot of
and then this is almost like a colorized version of this
that looks like
pursuit
Vietnam.
of the craft unknown. Kind of brings back Flight of the Navigator memories. And apparently this clip is exploration of within the craft itself, the UFO. They take you inside the UFO. This is interesting. Is that like some kind of pod? Kind of reminds me of the new Bob Lazar movie, of how Bob Lazar explained what it looked like within the flying disc, the sports model. But we see some hieroglyphics there, or is that a control panel?
Describe those.
Again, we don't actually have the source of the video. We can't verify what we're looking at is legitimate, but it is very compelling to say the least. Brent, look, we're inside the UFO. What do you think?
There's the wave.
Well, let's just say
and the,
I would believe this is what it would look like if it was true. Look at this. And it's kind of describes kind of exactly how Bob described the craft itself, with no straight edges. It has these rounded edges, nothing's straight, and it has that column right there in the middle. Again, like this is their means of propulsion within which is within the craft of the flying saucer itself. Look at this. There's a lot of detail going on with this video and this new drop. And if it's coming from the same source, either they're master CGI craftsmen
window in the video
actually leaked real footage and is trying to get disclosure for the world. It's hard telling, but again, we're just all watching this in real time. Give us a big thumbs up. Wouldn't it be great if our government was dropping these kind of beings' hand comparatively to a human hand? Are they putting some kind of monitoring device on his finger there? Wow, incredible stuff coming in YouTube. And then copy paste that link to my email.
This is bad, but this is good. So this one has a slot for the cash instead of the money clip. The money clip does
a disc approximately 10 miles in diameter captured on film.
How does he
I don't
know?
think we're looking at anything manipulated. It looks legit to me. What's your thoughts here, Brent? Good God, if this is real, this is incredible smoking gun footage. Look at that. Something's hiding.
What? I don't see
lurking
nothing
within the clouds. And this man managed to get maybe the smoking gun shot of a lifetime. Look at this. Especially when we get a disc approximately 10 miles in diameter.
How do you know? There's nothing there for
film.
scale.
I don't think we're looking.
I'm saying the same thing.
We've got more footage into third phase. Look
to the clouds. Show me something, dude.
Surrounded by purple plasmic electricity going on. This is incredible footage. Whatever. Maybe there's problems with this craft.
Maybe there is.
Maybe it's flying thing.
Hey, it's one of the things from Battlestar Galactica.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah. The Viper.
All right, we just gained permission.
What is wrong with
this
this
was
dude?
captured
Drunk?
a couple days ago by the Frontier Final. We're going to stop right. What's your thoughts on this whippersnipper of a UFO?
Yeah, it's pretty much of a badass description. I got to say, I like that. And we're looking at something that's undescribable, in my opinion.
Oh, it's very describable. It looks like something from Battlestar Galactica.
Oscillating and all
sure
this.
does.
I've had it. All right, whoever these people are, y'all go check them out.
That guy's an idiot.
Go, I mean, stay praising the moon. Go give them. I've heard they've got some good stuff over there. I haven't really looked at them enough to know, but we do appreciate letting us use their videos today.
Yeah, so
And
some of
some
the
videos.
alien stuff was pretty good. I think the one where he's blinking his eye. That's I think he's been identified as J-Rod, which is the second hostage we were given by the Greys. The first one being EBE-1.
You mean? Oh yeah, I got some big ones. See.
Do not disturb.
It's yeah, I'm not wearing that shirt tonight. Yeah, I've worn it on the line before, the one that says I'm cranky. Yeah, don't mess with the cranky old bastard. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I've worn it actually on the Arthur's Quill before. Yeah, Jay had to make. John had to make a comment about it. I don't know. I keep hearing all this stuff. Oh, the government. I'm going to do an X-rated show on the government. An R-rated show, so I can curse. But what? I haven't seen anything that would make me believe ET was real from the government. I'm just saying, nothing to me. And I love that flare one. It's like, so this is the truth. Jay and I are watching this first dump with the flare thing in it, right? And we see it. And when you see it, you're like, wow, that's pretty badass. What is that? And then one night we're watching something else, and you see these.
I think it was a drone attack.
Yeah, you see these drones going after something, and then all of a sudden you see that
exact halo effect.
It was exactly the same thing. Now I couldn't tell you what kind of drone it was, but it was definitely ours. It wasn't alien. Oh no, it's the shows are still posted, so you can go find them. It wasn't the last month.
Yeah, it was the third. It was the third drop when that star-shaped halo video came out, and then literally 2 or 3 days later, there was on the news. I think we were doing news on the flip side, and we watched the video of this Ukrainian drone attack, and we're like, we just saw that on Wednesday night.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we saw it on there, and then we saw it again on a attack in the Hormuz Straits. But once you see it more than one time, you're kind of like, well, it's
exciting.
It's not anything else. It's honest. Yeah, no, there was some good video in it. No, we're out of time.
Gonna be. Yeah.
No, we'll catch some more videos up next week. Oh, you mean I said that earlier, didn't I? Yeah, Jeffrey Pritchard's going to join us in the chat. I don't know, one of these Saturdays. We'll harass him. Yeah, no, we'll harass him to come join us. I always tell him he can come on news on the flip side. He's just, you got to defend your politics when you're on that show. So
yeah,
it's hard on him because he's not the only liberal on the network, but he's probably the only one that'll get on air and talk about it. Well, right now,
he doesn't verify stuff. He just hears something on the internet and he runs with it. That's how we said earlier. That's how false stories or false information is passed around.
Yes, but he is single, and he told me he was looking for a roller derby girl. No, I'm just kidding. I know he don't want to be abused. Denise, what do you mean? Jeffrey's he's okay. He's just a little strange, but he's okay. Everybody in the network's a little strange. And that's just part of it. No, he just got out of a relationship. That's all. Yeah. No, she used to beat him up. Oh yeah, she'd kick his ass. Mm-hmm. It's hard to be with somebody who's abusive here, even if you do love them. You don't have to be physically abusive to be bad, but like ET when it probes you, it's not really trying to be physically abusive. It's just one of those things that happens when the thing slaps you, and gets you in the embarrassing spot. Mm-hmm. That's something you can ask me on Friday or Saturday. I'll answer that question, but not here. Well, it's not a good topic for this type of show. Not that kind of weird stuff probably doesn't happen. It's just not for this show anyway. Contact is a very strange thing. And I never hear anybody talk about contact with the government. All I hear them talking about is, we've got all these crashed UFOs. They're just freaking piling 10 miles high, man. What are we going to do with all these things? Well, apparently the Greys are idiots. They can't fly a spaceship. Apparently they can't even walk around our planet without getting killed. See, this is the real problem, Johnny. So the Greys at the very latest showed up in our history was about 2,500 years ago. More than likely, it's more like 50,000 years ago, but still 2,500 years ago. That's bare minimum. The reptilians and humans we know have been here at least since the start of modern civilization, which is the Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, and the Egyptians. Well, all three of those races basically lived at the same time in the same place. And each very advanced culture. Yeah, they were all three advanced cultures. Well, there's
they say in the Bible, there in the time when they talk about the creation of Adam and Eve, there were other people in those times. That's who they're talking about.
That's who they're talking about. Yeah, that's well, the Garden Eden sounds like something that was in a valley somewhere, and then when they walked out, they were in a desert.
And there had to be more than one because of the different skin colors.
No, he had the mark. That's Cain. Yeah. Yeah, back then today that would be racist, but back then that's what they would have said. Yeah. Just how cultures were. The problem with it is when you look at the universe itself and you think, okay, there's an omnipotent super being. Okay, it probably created the universe and created other things that it could hang out with, but not us. What can we possibly have in common
we're
with
probably
something?
a side effect, if anything at all.
Well, I mean, but it's not even that. I mean, what can we possibly have in common with a being that created everything? I mean, everything. It's not just us that created, but it created. But
in theory, that being could have evolved from something like us.
It could have. So, Jace, more than likely, it created the universe. The universe, I'm guaranteeing you, the universe is sentient. And I know that because the universe has the ability to create and destroy life.
And I think the planet is also sentient.
Planet might
on
be sentient.
a level we can't probably connect with, but it's
so
the planet. If anything else, if you could run our planet through biology, through a biological lens, you would call it an organism.
Well, you would, because it is a lot.
100%. No question.
No, the universe is on a galactic consciousness far beyond us. It's connected to all of its galaxies. All the galaxies are alive and well as well, and they're creating life every day. They're destroying life every day too, but they're creating life every day. The building blocks of life are being flung all over the place. So one of my favorite sayings is, I can't remember the guy who originally sent it, but they reused it in Battlestar Galactica and Babylon 5. Yeah, now I forgot what it was. Went right out of my head. No, it was one of Delenn's favorite sayings. It's well, she used to always talk about us being star stuff because we all came from the same source. Yes, because we do. Everything in this solar system, everything in this galaxy really comes from the same source matter.
Whatever supernova caused the gas clouds that formed this solar system, that's what we came from. Yeah. Whatever our sun was before it exploded, created the necessary materials to create life and the planets within our solar system. And that's how that works.
And our sun came out of a star nursery somewhere where there's millions of other ones just like it.
Getting spit out.
Yeah. Well, no, so the saying is so the universe is sentient itself. And the universe is so big and so vast, the only way it could figure itself out was to create sentient life and break itself off into tiny little millions of pieces, so each little piece could bring some data back when it died or when it passed on. So what it basically says is when you die, the universe absorbs you and all your knowledge, and it helps it to understand what it is, because it grew so fast and so big it forgot what it was. Because it probably just had some kind of memory collapse from growing so fast. It's hard to say. We do know
out of an explosion, it may have gotten a concussion and forgotten some stuff too.
Yeah, it's well, we know everything comes from the same source, so that's interesting. Now, if there's multiverse, well, no, in the multiverse, it doesn't actually mean that we came from the same source. No, it could be different. Different galaxies may have different sources. Now, by saying that, recently science has come up. Science is finally going the way of sci-fi and saying that they think there's an exit to all black holes. So they're
black
thinking
hole being the entrance, and the white hole, or perhaps quasar, the other end, the doorway out.
Well, and some of these, it depends on the size too, by the way, but some of these they think or like create star nurseries on the other side because they're absorbing all that stuff and they're shipping it out to the other side and they're creating these huge masses. They might even be creating their own galaxies because of all the stuff that they're dragging in. At the very least, they're creating solar systems. Well, because a black hole, especially ones like the one sitting in the middle of our galaxy, it's already eaten millions of galaxies. And it's going to eat millions more. Yeah, so it's depositing all that material somewhere else. That's what they think anyway. Nobody knows because nobody's been in a black hole. Technically, we can't even see a black hole. We can just see the event horizon. Yeah. All right. No, we're getting ready to go because Michelle is up next. The night of the what? Oh, the night of. Oh no, you're thinking of Emilio Estevez was in it. Oh, what the hell was it?
The Arrival.
When the machines took over, the trucks took over. Oh man, I can't think of the damn name of the thing. It's such a goofy movie.
And that stupid face on that truck.
The clown. Maximum Overdrive, is that what it was? I can't.
Yes, Maximum Overdrive. Yes, that's it. Maximum Overdrive.
It's a goofy movie. A comet comes over and possesses all the machines on the planet. Planes start falling out the sky. Vehicles start running over people. Yeah, this story shows a group of people stashed at a diner and a gas station. And the trucks come in. One of them brings a machine gun with it. It looks like a 60 cal or some 50 cal mounted on a little four-wheeler. Yeah, to make them work. It was goofy. Yeah, it was goofy. And then there's the one when everybody turns to dust except for a few people. Yeah, the comet comes over and everybody on the planet turns to dust.
Patrick Stewart's in it. Life Force, 1984.
Oh no, that's different. But yeah, I actually liked Life Force. Nah, this was something different. This was two girls at a music radio station. We're at a radio station, and it's like an 80s movie. Because when I'm looking at the girl's hair, I'm thinking that's what it was. Oh, I can't remember. But no, Life Force. There was a lot of nudity in Life Force too. But Life Force was a vampire movie, Jack. Yeah, it was about vampires down in space.
The actress who plays the main villain is naked through 98% of the movie. And in fact, that's actually above most countries' standards for nudity and lucidity, or whatever you want to call it. Almost every place it was going to get an X because of her being nude that often.
Well, they find this spaceship in space. They go visit it. They bring back 3 people, and the woman is a vampire, and she carries the vampire disease, and all of London ends up getting infected. Oh yeah, and then they parked their spaceship right above London so they could suck up all the souls and eat them.
Suck up all the soul energy, revive their people.
Yeah. One of the astronauts fell in love with her. I guess he became part of it. Yeah. It's what it is. But like I said, if nudity offends you, don't watch it. Kind of like Altered Carbon. If nudity offends you,
she's a beautiful girl, though. If you don't mind beauty. And she was 19 years old.
She's good looking. She doesn't even speak that much in music. Well, a lot of it's telepathy anyway, but
yeah,
it's fun to watch. Yeah, it's oh no, that's not no, that's that's a TV series. It's DC Legends, DC Legends of whatever the hell they call themselves. Yeah, no, that's yeah. The guy who played Worry in Doctor Who, he was the original Time guy, and that series. It's DC Legends and something or another. Yeah, it's a goofy name. But there's a bunch of people in there. Adam, the billionaire who invented the suit, he's one of the superheroes. They deal with Green Arrow a lot in it. They deal with one of the girls is she worked for the guys who went around killing everybody. Asian guys. Oh man, I can't think of the damn name.
Assassins.
Yeah, she was part of the Assassins Guild. She worked directly for the main guy. There was a lot of yeah. DC Legends of Tomorrow, I think is what it's called. And they had a time trip. But the first year, the guy who played Amy Pond's boyfriend on Doctor Who was the lead actor. And he put a team together to go find these villains that killed his wife and his son. But eventually he hands the ship over to a female captain who is the girl who's in charge that was with the Assassin's Guild, along with some other people. And they had the whatchamacallit brothers, the guy who had the gun that froze people, another guy had that one that burned people. And his name was actually Rory in the movie, which was weird, in the TV series. No, it was like the whatchamacallit brothers, the Grimm brothers. Yeah, each person in the DC Legends was somebody. They were just a minor somebody. Yeah, because she was the White Canary. So they all were DC heroes, but they weren't big until they got together. One of my favorite episodes is when they kill Bebo, or Bebo kills the bad guy. Bebo's a big fluffy blue toy that somehow the Vikings got and were worshiping. It was goofy. There's a lot of stupidity in the TV series. The things that would offend you, it's a little woke. There's two gay couples in it. What's his name's in it too? What's the Christian guy? What is his name? He had his own series. He goes around doing exorcisms and stuff. John Constantine, he's in it too.
The comic book heroes, John Constantine.
Yeah. So he's in it. Well, all of these are comic book heroes. Everybody in it is. They all originally came from the comic books, and now they're just DC Legends and Heroes of Tomorrow is what they are. It's it's goofy and funny. And there's like 9 of them on a ship with one bathroom. That's always worth a laugh.
Yeah, it's a good show. I've enjoyed it.
It's got a lot of funny. Eventually, they turn the AI into a real person.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I like when she made the whole dark crew and they all went dark. That was weird. No, they're just time travel. That's what they are. They're a bunch of time travelers. Fucking thing. Oh, excuse my language. Screwing things up.
They mess things up, and then they have to go around the whole
fixing.
Spend the whole show or whole 2 shows fixing it.
Yeah. Actually, it got like 7 full seasons. No, full seasons. 25 episodes. 24 episodes. Yeah. Because DC still tries to do full real seasons. Oh no, not Marvel isn't anymore. Marvel likes to do 8 and 10 seasons, just like Disney. That's like, what's her name? The girl from Star Wars with the big long things. Oh, what's her name? Starts with an S, I think. She's got her own show. Season 2 is coming in 2027.
Oh, Syndulla.
Yeah, is that her name? Whatever her name is, she got the green and white.
Head?
Yeah, she's getting a season 2. Oh, I enjoyed her first season. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Shoka Tano. Yeah,
yeah. So she's gonna get season 2. I ain't heard nothing about Obi-Wan getting any more seasons.
I don't think it is.
And Endor,
hey Google, is there going to be another Obi-Wan miniseries?
There are currently no plans for another Obi-Wan Kenobi miniseries. While Ewan McGregor has expressed a strong desire
hey Google, stop.
to the role.
Yeah, he's out of work.
I know. Andor was very, very woke. Yes. It was
This is good moments though.
So the director was gay. The mother who ran Disney, by the way, hired a gay director, then put her gay daughter in it. And and then it was I think there was like one straight person in the whole thing. It made a lot of bad headlines. It got a lot of bad publicity. It wasn't even a horrible thing. It just because it was so orientated in one direction, it just pissed off a lot of people. See, I can get paid. I've always got this thing about sci-fi. I can put up with a lot of lesson bullshit in sci-fi because sci-fi has always been that way. But it's got to be entertaining. So it's like when I tried to watch Snow White just was not entertaining. The girl was overly woke, and the whole thing was just a woke mess. I haven't seen Fire and Ice, the third Avatar. I haven't seen it yet.
It was okay.
It's on my computer to watch. I just haven't done it yet. No, I just was telling Jay about the Masters of the Universe the other day. It's a little on the.
I watched it. It's on Flix. It's on Prime now.
Oh no, I enjoyed it, but it's definitely a little woke. Yeah, he's first off, he runs around in skinny jeans and pink shirts the whole entire show, and Battle Cat's no Jack. Battle Cat's always been a big sissy, even in a cartoon. He was a big
Cringer is.
Yeah. Battle Cat is not. That's true. But he's Cringer. That's why his name is Cringer, because he's always cringing. No, really, he's a big green sissy.
Overall, I think they did a pretty good look, is at least capturing the cartoon and making it live action.
I think all the bad guys I was fine with. Story about his family is a little, but the Master's on did his job, but his daughter's in the series too. No, they did a good job, with the exception of
the jokes, they did a good job. With Fisto,
yeah,
they were those were the kind of the woke moments.
No, Jack. With the exception of his the King, everybody was pretty much on point. Yeah, for some reason the King was a little off. It's just a little weird the way they put it together.
Yeah, the King was the guy who played it's Thomas Jane, I believe, played the first Punisher.
Yeah. No, I would suggest you go watch it.
Google, who played King Randor in the new He-Man movie?
James Purefoy.
I'm sorry, James Purefoy. 2026 Masters of Google, stop. Film. Yeah, he's actually a good actor. I like him.
Jimmy, I did see the new Star Wars the other day. I mean, not the new Star Wars, the new Star Trek. It was just, put it this way. It's the first Star Trek I ever seen. Everybody was high on LSD or LDS, whatever you want to call it. They were high the entire show.
Yeah.
And the ending,
I didn't understand it.
The ending was, I call it an emergency ending, because they had screwed the whole effing thing up, and then somebody planted a bomb, and when the bomb blew up, it was some kind of special colors that these aliens liked. It was lacking at best. But I will tell you one of the parts I do like. Spock, he's tripping the whole time, so he's talking to James Kirk. Because James is a hallucination. He's talking to him the whole time, telling him all kind of stuff about his life and all kind of crazy stuff. So we're on the ship, and he's trying to beam somebody back, and he wishes he had help. James Kirk steps up to help him. He's like, "Oh no, be gone, you demon," or whatever. And he finds out the dude's actually real. Then he finds out he's been real the whole entire time. So Spock told him everything you could think of, and now Kirk's got every secret possible. Other than that, though, the interaction between Scotty and the other girl was I don't know. The horror looked a little weird when you seen her. Well, they don't use a horror on the net on this show. They use Utah. Yeah, they call it Utah. Yeah, but that they just
Nyota.
Yeah, but they just shorten it to Utah. They did actually most of them it's just like UT is what it is. No, I don't know why they do that. They don't even use the whole name. They shorten it out. They don't use their last name. They shorten their first name. I
don't think they actually is quite as tall as Nichelle Nichols, and I don't think I don't think she's svelte. She's maybe a little bit shorter and maybe a little bit not a lot, but just slightly chubbier than her. She doesn't quite fit the look. The guy the new guy they got playing Scotty actually has red hair. He doesn't look a thing like Montgomery, like the original actor, but he's an actual Scottish guy, so
he acts like him. Yeah,
he acts like him. But the girl's playing Uhura. She looks slightly different, and she doesn't emulate the original Uhura feel for me. But the other characters do. The guy playing Kirk does. The guy playing Spock does. They all seem to emulate pretty good the old characters. So she's just the one that's off.
Randy, they tricked everybody in that episode. So when Geordie LaForge was on, that's what you're talking about, when his daughter was there. So everybody thought his daughter was going to be the one, was going to be the new Geordie's real daughter was going to be the new Uhura. but instead she turned out to be some other character on Star Trek. No, that's what they originally said. She was going to be Uhura, Geordie LaForge's daughter. And I guess she didn't have the acting skills to pull it off. I don't know why, but they definitely said it, because I know when we watched it on TV that night and I seen her with her sister, and I'm thinking, this don't look like no Uhura to me. Well, Uhura was different. She was, remember when she got up there and danced with her fans and stuff? Oh, yeah, she definitely had her own personality. When she was sucking face with Captain Kirk. Yeah, the first black and white kiss on television, Roddenberry said, I got y'all.
She was, interracial kiss, not black and white. It was broadcast in color.
Yeah.
Anyway, but on that note, we ought to go because
we're way past.
Yeah.
Michelle's probably cursing all of you people right now. But on that note, again, thanks for tuning in to United Public Radio and UFO Undercover. Hope you enjoyed the show. Of course, if you did, you can always write to uprnradio@gmail.com, addressed to Michelle DeRoche, and she may answer you back. You never know. But again, I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and good night, and go hang out with the Outer Realm. Good night, everybody. Do, 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 do.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. Big thank you to the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have basically been a part of this journey with me for the last several years. So thank you, Folgers. Couldn't do it without you, nor would I want to. Also, big shout out and thanks to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Specializes in the Halloween and horror genre and does amazing commission pieces of any sort. So whichever platform you were on tonight, please like, subscribe, share, especially comment. I am absolutely interested in what you have to say, and I do respond to everything. It may take me a bit of time, but I do respond to everything. Tonight, lots of fun. My fellow UPRN co-host of the Creature Code podcast, Angel Morgan, is joining me. She's an animal communicator, paranormal investigator, a voice for the ancestral. And tonight we're going beyond the physical, and we're going to explore the mystical world of animals. So please join us as we delve into the multiple facets of these amazing souls. Everybody's got a story, and man, I've got stories, and it could go off into so many different directions, but I promise you it's going to be fun. It's going to be informative and total UPRN badassness. Anyway, without further ado, please join me in welcoming my friend and fellow UPRN co-host, Angel Morgan. Hello.
Hi.
How are
you? Oh my
you?
God. So excited to be here.
I'm excited to have you here. So, hey, Larry.
And it's one of our favorite topics too, animals, because I know you're an animal lover.
Big time. Big time. Love animals. Love animals. And so many stories. It's just like you're always hearing about, you know, whether it be spirit animals, whether it be cryptid animals, whether it be, you know, just animals who do amazing feats or is intuitive healing. I mean, you name it, it is a thing. And it's just,
and it's getting bigger. And it's getting bigger and bigger and more mainstream. Even 2 or 3 years ago, you weren't hearing about animal communications. You weren't seeing all of these Instagram reels about animals doing these fantastic things, whether it's interspecies relations or saving children or what have you. It's become so mainstream, and I'm really grateful for that on so many levels.
Oh, I guess. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I get a little bit. Yeah. See, I was just get out of my head, Mish. This is what I was going to say. They're animals, not human. How many people go out there and say they're not sentient?
I used to have that argument with my mother. My little girl. We would argue about the fact that, do animals have souls? Do our animals, we're a very, very Catholic family. And I was very staunch about, animals have souls. And I remember when I told my mom that I was an animal communicator, as a psychic, she completely turned her back on me. And I remember with animal communications, I called her and I said, look, I have something to tell you. And she goes, oh God, what now? And I remember, wow. Yeah, exactly. Right there was a wow. And I thought, and I told her, I said, it turns out I can talk to animals, and there's a silence on the phone. And I'm thinking, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And all of a sudden she turns and she goes, now that I can buy. And I'm like, what? And I remember I almost fell off my chair. And she goes, yeah. She goes, when you were little, it was like animals were talking to you, like you were talking to the animals, and you would come in with these creatures in your pocket, and you're holding creatures you have no business holding. And so I find that where animals are concerned, people are more apt to believe in animal communicators, and they want to believe in animal communicators than they do anything else. I mean, everybody wants to talk to their animal. Everybody wants to be Dr. Dolittle.
Everybody does. Of course.
But you worked with animals too, haven't you? I know you have.
Spirit wise, I don't communicate like I don't have. If there's a telepathic thing going on, I'm a little thick.
No. But that's still animal communication. So you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I have, along with, my ethereal team, of course, but I have even like recently been able to remove attachments from them. Not a problem. And that happens. But before we get into all of that, what I'd like to do is sort of get into animals as intuitives, being able to sense danger, finding illness with someone, doing miraculous things like, oh, my human's in danger, the barbecue's going to explode, and they pounce them out of the way, before something catastrophic happens. They find their way back like miles upon miles from home. Like there's just so much to them. So can we talk about their intuitiveness and these amazing abilities?
Absolutely. Some of it is, a lot of it is intuitive. Some of it is physiological, because we know that when humans are ill, they can actually smell the change in their bodies, right? So sometimes it's a very physical thing. And I believe that the physical and spiritual do have to work together. But I also know for a fact that, animals' intuition is much higher than ours is. They can see the future, whether it's seconds before or minutes before. Animals have told me, I've been in sessions where one dog actually told me that his tooth was really going to bother him. And I said, going to bother you? And he said, yeah, it's going to happen in about 2 weeks. And I said, well, how do you know that? And he said, well, I saw it in a dream. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, his mom had to take him to the vet, and he had to have a tooth pulled. Likewise, another dog actually told me about his mom's tooth, and he said that her jaw is hurting, and she goes, my jaw isn't hurting. And I'm like, well, you know what, keep it in the back of your head and just kind of chalk that up to whatever you want to chalk it up to. And about a month later, I get an email going, I ended up having to have a root canal.
Wow.
So animals can see and sense things that we can't. And part of that, I really, truly believe, is because they can connect to our auras, right? And they can see the change in our auras. They can feel, so they're feeling the change in our energy, our vibration. Animals connect mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. So when they're connecting on that emotional level, they're connecting on the most visceral, with the most visceral part of who we are. When they're connecting on the mental level, they're connecting with every thought that we have and every visual that we have. When they're connecting on the spirit level, that's, it's speaking to itself, where they're connecting to us spirit to spirit, right? And everybody knows the physical: sit, stay, come. I truly believe that animals' intuition is just on a different vibration, a higher vibration than ours, simply because we're only coming back to remembering, because we have that same ability. We have those same ways of connecting. It's just that we don't remember the way they do. We have this disconnect, these conditionings that tell us anything like that is Harry Potter.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. Hello, Heidi. How are you?
Hi, Heidi. How are you?
Yeah, it does make it, so difficult, because we come in here with this degree of amnesia, and yet animals are just, I have my little Chihuahua. She was this little chocolate, like 2-pounder. She passed away a few years ago, but we were very connected, weirdly connected. My kids would say, "You just love her more than us." I'm like, not more, but
I used to turn around and say, it's like I used to turn to my son and go, he goes, "You love that snake more than you love me." And I'm like, yeah, you're right, I do. It's an actual statistical fact. Did you know that most people love their animals more than they do their spouse?
Well, not my kids, mind you. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But I mean, sure. I mean, this little dog, would have to have like part of a muffin in the morning, and she'd have to like literally sit on me, and I would have my latte, right, and be down to like a drop, and she'd have to get in there and have some. I'm just like, I get like a little person. It was weird, But when she passed, I actually, within about 6 weeks, when she was just stopped breathing, and I revived her every time. And then the last time I was just like, so it was a really weird connection that we had. And I could still hear her little bark every now and then, like in real time. People are like,
for sure.
I'm just like,
well, this is
my baby.
Well, you know what I teach people all the time is, when you're doing something non sequitur, like you're doing the dishes or you're whatever, you're cleaning or that kind of thing, and you hear a bark or they show up in your thoughts, or you could, something, it's because they are there. So we acknowledge them. Yes. Right. So I always go, "Oh, hey, Mumbai," or "Hey, Severus," or whoever it might be. Severus was my healer snake. And when he passed away, he had done ceremony with medicine men from Peru who were here in Canada. And when he passed away, I told them that he had passed, and they did this huge snake ceremony for him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's
nice. That's beautiful.
It was really, really beautiful. But I remember the sorrow, like it was a piece of me that had been lost, not just as a person and a pet family member, but also as someone I worked with. Like, I worked with him.
That's so tough. I mean, do animals hang back, like people do?
Yeah, some of them do. It's not as often the case with animals as it is with humans, in my experience, because animals are able to release and understand the cycles of life and death better than we are. They're so present that that's what they think of. However, you do come across these particular animals who are so worried about their family members, or there's some sort of turmoil happening within the family that when they leave, it feels like unfinished business for them to leave, or they've protected their family members for so long, or a particularly family member for so long that they don't want to leave. I had a case of a cat who was the pet of a young boy who was wheelchair bound, and she loved her job. She didn't want to do anything but be with him. Right. So that was a very fortunate incident in that she also reincarnated back to him to continue to do her job. So that was that was a cool case. That one was.
That's really awesome. I've had people say to me, especially when you're intuitive. I work with so many incredible people from around the world. I've spent, over 2 decades within the field of high strangeness. So you meet a lot of interesting people, as you know, right? Yeah. And it's interesting the stories I've heard. You're like, oh no, this is my dog who reincarnated from being my dog the last time. I'm like, how interesting is that? When you have a choice to come back as anything you want, but you come back again in the same role to the same person, it was such a strong bond.
That's love. What I also say too, and this was something that occurred to me, it was shown to me just recently, in fact. A lot of people will say to me, well, then why won't my dog or my cat or my bird or my snake reincarnate back into me? Did I do something wrong? No. And my answer to that is no, actually, you did something very right. Because when an animal doesn't reincarnate, it means you've helped them lift their vibration so that they can move forward to the next job that they have, the next incarnation that they have. And a lot of times that gives people peace to know that, okay, they're not going to reincarnate for me, but you know what? I help them get to the next level of who they are.
Yes. And they may help with your next, furry companion. And this is what happened to me, because I said her name was Peta. I said, Peta was very unusual. Like, she would love to snuggle and she would bury her face in my neck, or she was just, the way she snuggled and the way she interacted with me was very unusual. I've had a lot of pets and it's never happened except for her. I said, you need to send me another little pup who needs to be with the family, who may not be in the best situation, but please send me one just like you. Well, along comes Gracie, who we got out of a very bad situation, a little long-haired Chihuahua, a little bit different. Her demeanor, everything is exactly the same as Peta, everything, right down to the way she would pirouette at certain times and do things. And like Peta would almost spin until she'd pass out, if she was excited. And this little one does the same thing. I'm just like, it's so peculiar, but it is really, really awesome. So I think that they will play a role in trying to make a similar connection.
I agree with you. And a lot of times too, animals will come back to help the new animal understand the family they're with. Yes. Animals have a very unique relationship to spirit, because what happens is when an animal passes, they don't leave the family, right? They make sure that the next animal has the information they need to make their family happy and to be happy. Right. So it's pretty cool. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of great comments. And this is something we will address. A friend of mine's 2-year-old cat kept sitting on her chest. Later that day, she had a massive heart attack. What made it even more strange that the 2-year-old cat died of heart failure when she recovered.
Yes, I've seen this before, because animals take on our overload. Even before I did this, I thought it was really strange. I lived in this community where this woman had inherited the dog of her father, who had died of throat cancer. And he was a beautiful Jack Russell. I loved this dog. And 2 years later, sure enough, he died of throat cancer. Wow. What are the odds? Right? So I truly believe that animals will take on our stuff, which is why I feel it's very important to cleanse them and clear them and to do this kind of work, not only in ourselves, but like we have a haunted items room in our home, right? So the first thing I said when I moved in with my partner was, I don't care about you. I care about the animals. So we need to I need to bind this place. Like I need to make sure it's protected so that they're not affected and that they have as happy a life as we do. I think those kinds of tiny little things are really important.
It makes a really huge difference. See, our last place was extremely haunted. And it wasn't haunted in a bad way. Not that things didn't rear their heads every now and then, but it did affect the animals, no matter how many times the place was cleared.
Yeah, and I mean,
it just kept happening.
Sure. Oh, for sure. Even me, like with some of the spirits that I work with and the different cultures that I work with, I'll have an ancestor altar, or have an altar in the bayou in our back. And that's a place for the spirits to play. And so when my dogs go back there, you can see the responses, you can see the reactions. And those are obviously spirits I've invited, so I know who they are, what they are, and thing.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Always about safety for me with animals.
It has to be, because you know what? Just getting into situations where we've had to clear animals many times. They're the silent victim. They can't just speak for themselves, and people seem to think only people get attachments. No, there have been pets who have died from having attachments and just being so terrified and harming themselves trying to get out of harm's way. I've worked with a family. Their dog was in a kennel all day in a cage. Couldn't get out, couldn't get away from that. And the stuff that poor animal went through was just horrific.
I'm so sorry. I can't. To me, that's so hard.
It happens.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that whole aspect, as we get through the show. But I'm just saying, it really is.
I know people who work within our world, and there's jealousy as well. I know one particular woman, she created something that was so incredible to unite different cultures, like witches and vampires, Ruguru, all that kind of stuff. And it's an amazing thing. And there were people who were so jealous and so against it that they threw things at the animals to get to them. And I was just like, wow, that's like so not cool on so many levels. That says something about and just the fact that there are even people out there that can do that. That just drives me insane, right? That's when you kind of go, okay, what? Give me a jar. Who am I jarring? Give me a jar.
I think you and I are sharing a bit of a brain there, but but I love the deep spiritual connections that animals will have to people, because it's so unconditional. And I think that over time, especially when I think people need to understand when you're dealing with a rescue, they expect animals to behave a certain way. You don't know what the backstory is. When you're bringing in rescues. I've rescued cats. I used to have an aviary, so parrot rescue people would message me and to take them because I was equipped for large birds, and for years, and a couple of decades, and dogs, and you know what? They don't know what they come from. And
well, that's actually a lot of the questions. That's a big question I get from people who've rescued animals.
Okay.
Is, can you tell me about where they've come from? Can you talk to my dog or my cat and ask them what their life was beforehand? I had one woman, I loved her. I love her. She's great. But when I first met her, she was testing me. She knew the story of the animal, but she asked me, she goes, I need to know what the story of the animal is. And I gave her the story, and she goes, wow. And I said, what? And she goes, I already knew the story. I just wanted to hear it. I wanted to know that animal communications was real. And I said, oh, real. I mean, I started as a disbeliever. I went to my first animal communications class because somebody dragged me there. I was in Guatemala, and they told me in a ceremony that I was going to talk to animals and make a difference in the world. And I told them they were on crack. And when I came home, a friend of mine took me to a healing center, and everybody was like signing these little binders. So I thought I'd sign a binder, whatever. And about a week, 2 weeks later, I get an email saying, don't forget you have an animal communications course. And that's the first time I'd ever heard that term. And I was talking to my friend, and she goes, are you going? And I said, no. And she goes, oh, yes, you are. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to go to debunk it, because there has to be a limit somewhere. So I went to my first animal communications course to disprove it. By the end of that weekend, there was no question in my mind, based on my own experiences and what I've been taught, that not only was this real, but I had to have more. I just had to have more. And here I am, some years later.
Yeah. See, if you're meant to do it, the universe just sort of puts you right into there.
And you know that better than anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, absolutely. You just go with it. There's no point in fighting it. I have to say a story with okay, I'll get to you, Rochelle. 1 second, darling. I remember filming at a location, and I'd often heard about how gifted horses are.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a really malevolent haunting at this ranch. We went in, and I'm just standing there looking at the arena, the training arena. This was the indoor side. I'll give you the backstory on this place in a moment, but there was a horse by himself in the stable. The other ones were out, they were outside. And I turned around and I said, there's something not very nice here. And the horse went like this, like, no. And I was just like, okay, I understand. And I said, have you been hurt? And it went like this. And I just kind of went, okay. I said, would you like me to get rid of it? Right off the bat. Then, of course, a ghost box session was done. This horse is in the background, just like going wild. And I'm just going, oh my God, like it's crazy. But this location had a lot of malevolent activity, but it also had a large black cat sighting. One of the, the cryptid black cats.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That a mare sacrificed herself to save a foal. And somehow one of these things got in, and there was big claw marks all the way down the inside of a stall.
Oh.
Yeah. One of the horses was really, really sick. And this horse was just like,
Yeah.
So
key signs, right? Key signs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it got cleared.
Especially horses. They're so sensitive.
But good for therapy as well. I mean, mind you, all animals are. But what is it about horses that people gravitate to for therapy?
Yeah, so horses are very, very unique creature. They're liminal beings. So they live here, but they live in spirit as well. And so when you have that kind of healing spirit, people who are broken, people who are sick and ailing will always tend to the closest thing that can heal them. And so especially where behavioral issues are, mental disabilities, horses are amazing creatures to be able to realign the spirit. When you're sitting on top of a horse, whether you're sick or not sick, you could be on an excursion in Jamaica, a horse will heal you in some way. I've always been of the mind that the horses are the dolphins of the earth. So the way the dolphins can communicate and heal, and how they're that vibrational childlike wonder and rainbow energy, the horses for the earth. And I've seen it many times. And because of that purity, this is the reason they're so sensitive to the paranormal more than most.
Yeah. It's fascinating. And I've had so many people over the years send me horse stories. And one woman was so close to hers that she sent me a spirit photo of her horse. And she sent a painting she had done and sent them together. And said, I just wanted you to know, because it's one of those like awesome ghostly pet stories. And her horse, he stayed close to her for a while. She goes, I could hear him in the stalls. And then one day it just stopped. Like he went on to the next level once he knew she was okay. And I'm just like almost sobbing, going, oh my God, what an amazing story that is. You know?
Yeah, I love those. I love stories like that. I've been with animals whose siblings have been present when they pass, because I do a lot of transition work.
Yeah.
And I always encourage that the animal siblings be present. And I remember two stories. I remember this one family. I love them. They're still my clients. And they have these two little dogs. And as their brother, Declan, was passing, one was on one side, one was on the other. And I remember I watched as one looked at the other and said, is it happening now? And she went, shh, it is. Shh. And she just wanted to be in that space with Declan. Yeah. And it was just the heartwarming conversation. It was like two children talking about death. And I don't think I'll ever forget that feeling. I'll never forget that those kinds of conversations. And the other one was, I remember when my cat passed away, her name was Whitey, and she was an internet star. Everybody loved her on Instagram. And when she passed, I asked them if I could take her home to do ceremony. And I did. And I remember I put the oils on her and the herbs, and I put, the necklace of Bastet, and I wrapped her a certain way. And my cat Yoshi, we had 4 cats, and Yoshi was one of the most sensitive. I remember he hissed, and then he stopped, and then he looked up, and then he's looking around, and I'm like, yeah, dude, she's around. Now you have to understand though, Whitey used to just terrorize him in the morning.
So that was really sketchy.
This is one last hurrah that she had with him, right? But it was amazing to watch him connect with her, and you could feel her in the room. Like you could physically, palatably feel her in the room. It was an amazing experience. And my son, I remember when we buried Marble, because I've never hidden these things from him. He helped me with the ceremony with our orange cat. He helped me bury him. And I remember him saying afterwards, he goes, "Mommy," and I said, "Yeah." He was very young at the time. And he says, "Mommy," he said, I don't know if I feel okay. And I said, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Well, I feel so warm and I feel so peaceful." And I said, "But honey, that's the way you're supposed to feel."
Yeah. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it was.
Rochelle says, with a pet story, my kitty passed. Oh, sorry. But there's a neighbor's cat that's picking me. They lock him out, so he tries to come to my house. I'm like, you won't live here.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
Yeah.
Whether or not you choose to bring this cat in, that cat is a part of your life, and I think you are going to end up kind of letting it in. And if you do, that's okay, because I think this cat was not only meant but sent. I always say that, the cat's not meant, or the animal's not meant, it's sent.
Yeah, I love that. And sometimes just because an animal resides in one place doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's supposed to be.
That's right.
Right. They always find they're humans. Jen says, I learned the hard way. Never invite spirits into your home, as they can upset and attach to your animals. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Unless you know who the spirit is, or they're there for a specific reason. I would
make sure it's exactly that spirit and not
something else. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like you need to know exactly what you're dealing with animals, like children. It's like children, right? The innocents are the most tasty. So you have to be
weakest link. The weakest link is the weakest link within the household is always the one that gets gravitated to first. And who better than, a child or an animal that can't really speak out to their people. She goes, my dog Luna communicates to my deaf dog by puffing air into his ear as she's telling him a secret. I love that.
That is so sweet. And we do. Animals have this way of communicating with each other in the most unique forms. I've seen animals who will just stare at each other. I actually had a cat and a spider.
Yeah.
And my cat would sit under the spider's tank and just look up, and the spider would push herself up against the window. And it was so cool because it was like 2 little old ladies talking, and I never wanted to disturb them. It just felt like 2 little old ladies. It was fantastic.
Yeah, definitely odd,
it was an odd pair. Yeah.
Definitely crazy. I love it though. So what about looking on the flip side now? How do pets cope with the loss of their humans?
It's very, very individual. I've actually had a dog who, when his owner died, he didn't want to be here anymore. And no one was going to keep him here. No amount of animal communication, no amount of, behavioral therapy, no amount of hugs and kisses. He just didn't want to be here, and he faded. Other animals will understand the concept of death. So they understand that their human isn't here anymore, and they grieve, but they grieve differently than we do, because they process faster. Like an elephant who mourns its lost young will take that in, mourn for a while, but then release it, where we take years and years and years. And then other animals will see their owners. So they're just like, okay, the body's not here, but he's here every day. He's like constantly here. I actually did have that. I had a dog whose owner had passed, and the mother and the daughter were left behind. And that's the reason they had called me in, because they're like, he's acting really weird. I said, actually, he's not acting weird. He's trying to show you that dad is still here. Right. And they're like, wait, what? And they said, yeah, that's why he's running around, stopping, looking at you, running around, stopping, looking at you, because he's trying to show you that he's in the room. To him, he's not even left.
Yeah. Wow.
So I think it's an individual thing.
Because you know how you see every now and then those pictures online when you've got a pet just sitting at the gravesite, like things like that just break my heart.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I've seen the ones where, police officers' dogs, their person's passed. And I think that's really tough. Like when I see that really pulls at me, because that's a very special relationship when you have a military animal and they're human, or a police officer and their canine. That's, they have their backs. They live with each other. They eat, they drink, they sleep. That everything is about that. So I think for me, that's probably the most hard hitting loss. Is when a person loses their canine, military or someone in service, or the other way around. That's the hardest one for me.
Yeah. That is so difficult.
And I have to add too, before we even say anything else, I have to add too, it's not just dogs and cats and birds, like snakes will feel the loss as well. When a snake is rehomed, when any animal is rehomed, they grieve that as well. Some don't, some are like, thank God, I'm gone. Yeah, just get me out of here fast.
Yeah.
But they do, they grieve in their own ways. And I've seen that. I've seen it with ferrets. I've seen it with snakes. I've seen it with arachnids. In New Orleans, there's this amazing place called Cajun Encounters. And one of the guides, he's so cool. And he loves the alligators and the crocodiles there. I can't remember if they're alligators or crocodiles in the swamps that they take them through. And so anyway, he had just come back from being off for a while. And this crocodile kept following us and following us and following us. And he goes, wow, he never used to do that. It's just really great to see him. It's been so long. And I'm thinking in my head, because nobody knows who I am, I'm like, he missed you. He knows you're here. He smells you and he missed you. Either that or he's hungry.
Well, hopefully it's the latter. Yeah. Or the first.
There's an animal communicator.
Yeah. It's like, oh boy. I've actually noticed it a lot with parrots, because like I said, I've worked with parrot rescue as well. And I have to tell you, people don't realize, I've had babies where I've reared them from out of the egg, literally reared them because they've been rejected by their mother, whatever. Right. But I got very close to my first African gray, and every night without fail around 10 o'clock, and she would act up at a certain time every night at 10 o'clock, and it was cuddle time. And she would cuddle in, lay her head on my shoulder, and she would just bury her little face down, and she would sleep for like about half hour, 45 minutes without fail. They don't realize how cuddly parrots are. I mean, I still have a parrot. I hold a parrot cuddles, like we've had tons like that. Animals or birds, it doesn't matter. If they have a connection,
That's right.
have a connection.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that 100%. I remember one of the first cases I was ever on, they called me to the house because they had this animal that was particularly aggressive. It was a cat. And, this cat would scratch and bite, and they just didn't know what they were going to do with this cat. They didn't know how to deal with it, but they loved this cat. Yeah. And I walk in, and this cat jumps on my lap and starts to knead me. And they're just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And they're just like, that's the cat. And I'm like, really? And I started to realize that day that people who truly come from a place of animal communications, because animals, they treat animal communicators differently. They do. Either they're friend or foe. There's no in between. And so you'll know people who have this gift, whether they know it themselves or not, because you'll see the animals connect to them on a very visceral, specific way. They will treat them differently than they treat other people.
Yeah, isn't that funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like they just seem to have that understanding.
Yeah, they can feel it. They can feel it, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because one of the things I teach too, because I don't just work with animal communications, I work with spirit animals as well.
Yeah.
And I remember being at this pet show, and I was on stage, and I was talking about animal spirits, and there was this little girl across the park, and I went, "You over there, come here." And I asked her parents if she can come up on stage, and she could, and they said yes. And she came up on stage, and I said, "You're snake medicine." She goes, "What?" And I said, "You're like me. You're my clan." I said, "You're snake medicine." She goes, "I love snakes." She goes, "I have 3 snakes at home. How did you know that?" And I looked at her and I said, "Snake, no snake." Right? We can feel each other. Same thing happened to my son. We were at a fair and we were in this place. It was all pictures of bears. And this guy comes up to me and he goes, "I know you." And I'm like, "Okay, creepy guy. What? How do you know?" Right? That was my, and he looks at me and he looks at my son and he goes, "Bear knows bear." And my son looked at me because he's little bear. He's Bear Clan.
Yeah.
Right? It was the coolest thing ever. Like it's beautiful because I think we're only now coming to the understanding that we connect on levels that we're not even aware of subconsciously, right? And that visceral, primal part of us calls to others who are like us, whether you're snake or cougar or turtle or worm.
Yeah.
I know people who are worm medicine. And when you learn how to work and live within your spirit animal, whoa, dude, your whole life changes. And whether you want to call it your spirit animal or your guide or your totem, whatever, it's part of who you are. And when you understand that, you understand you.
Yeah. And it's strange because they know it as well. Like, the animal knows it.
That's
See,
right.
For me, where it gets weird is I know a wolf is not my totem. However, I have had a very close relationship and connections to wolves my whole life. I could sit around them. I could touch them without any problems at all. And
go ahead.
No, I was just saying.
Well, that can be because there are 4 animals in our totem pole. There's not just the spirit. There's the spirit animal, there's the power animal, there's the guide, and there's the animal energy that works with us from time to time. So that one can change.
Right.
For me, for you, I feel like that's where you get your power is the wolf. So I feel like that's your
Thank you for that.
Sorry?
Yeah. I said, thank you for that.
Yeah. That's oh, you're welcome. Yeah, because for you, you're the nurturer or you are the hunter. And that's what the wolf can represent. I mean, so much more than that. But when those animals come to you, they're normally a part of your either they're part of your totem pole or there's a message for you. But because you've always had that connection
my whole life.
Yeah, then
I'm old, people. So
yeah. You look fabulous, darling.
Thank you.
But the reality is I think that is where you draw your power from is the wolf.
Yeah. Thank you. It's always been a really amazing connection, to just be able to sit next to one, even like in the woods, and then you just have an understanding.
Yes.
And I remember being on a school trip and there was an Arctic wolf, and it was just a small run zoo sort of thing, right? And anyway, so I just walk up to the wolf cage and I just kind of get under, and it's the wolf, like the Arctic wolves, they kept rubbing against the cage. I had my arms in and and they're just like this, and of course, the owner comes freaking out, so I yank my hands out. I even knew instinctively this is going to go bad. I yanked my hands out, and the male went right for the owner, and the female just kept trying to, to connect with me. And I was just like, they're all freaking out. I'm just like, I don't know, like I don't have that problem with them.
Yeah, but they don't understand.
They don't.
Right?
No.
We are so conditioned.
Yeah.
certain ways, to behave a certain way with animals, or to see animals. How many people say to me, how many of my clients say, oh, I'm terrified of snakes? Well, guess what? You're sitting with one.
Yeah.
Yeah. With one.
Yeah.
So we have these conditioned beliefs that, and again, I get it. They're animals, they're animals. They're going to act a certain way if they're pushed a certain way. But if you don't push them a certain way, and if you have a certain connection to them, I love working with spirit animals. I love working with, and you do. That's how you know that this someone that's in their totem pole is because of the way those particular animals treat them. When I was a little girl, I loved jaguars. Jaguar was my thing. I wanted a jaguar. I loved jaguars. In fact, it was very interesting because to this day, I believe that I chose my son's father because his eyes were those of a jaguar. And it was very interesting to find out later in the South American path, I had a medicine man turn to me and he goes, huh. And I said, what? And he goes, you're a jaguar. And I said, what? And I said, no, I'm snake. And he goes, no. He goes, but your power comes from the jaguar. And I went, wow. And all of a sudden, boom, it made sense, right? Always following me around. That's always been there in my life. Right. Any of you, sit down, ask yourself, if you're listening to us out there, if you're watching us out there, sit down and ask yourself, in your life, what animal has been the most prevalent? What's the animal that's been following you around? Because I can guarantee you there has been at least one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's going to be your spirit animal, or it's going to be your power animal, or it's going to be your guide. How do you find out? Close your eyes and ask.
Right.
And you will
see, and then also consider your ethereal animals, like your cryptid animals. I have had an intense, powerful connection to dragons my whole life, as has my eldest son. The same.
Crazy you're saying that. I was literally just in New Orleans, and I used to work with dragons when I was a kid, and I used to love dragons. They were a thing for me. Dragons.
Incredible energy.
And I kind of left that by the wayside, and I was in New Orleans, and since New Orleans, crazy how the dragons are going. And I think this is a time of dragons too, isn't it? I think
think so. I mean, it seems to be everywhere. People apparently are having their sightings as well.
Yeah. I noticed that.
Like it's just, I don't know. It's always been an energy that's been close to me, and it was weird, when my eldest son, right off the bat, was exactly the same way. And he goes, because it's just weird. I'm like, no, it's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Really incredible.
And I don't think people do give cryptids and mythological creatures enough credit. I know one woman, she's a powerhouse. She's the CEO of a company in the States. She's like, she is a fireball. And it's really interesting that her spirit animal is actually the phoenix. And that's what she does with her life. She constantly evolves and re-evolves companies. That's what she does. She takes them from the ashes and she rebuilds them. And I thought, doesn't that make sense? And I didn't know this. I had no idea. And she goes, that makes so much sense. I'm like, it's so cool to see people's responses to finding out who they are and what they're truly connected to and where their power comes from. And I think that's really important, because I think people are just starting to understand that knowing where your power comes from is so important, but so easy to find out. What is your element? What is your animal? Right? What stones can help you? What tree belongs to you and acts as a part of you?
Yeah. Right? You know what? I think where it gets tough, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure people will be able to resonate with it. If you wear many hats, it's hard to connect. Like, I mean, I've been, like essentially a medium my whole life kind of thing, right? I've had highly strange experiences my whole life. I've been an experiencer, ET, cryptid, ghost, paranormal, you name it. But I wasn't always in the field in media. And now, of course, I do so much creation. I consult on documentaries and creation of TV shows, things like that. But before that, what people don't realize is I also owned an oil company for 30 years and ran it and owned it. Yeah. People don't understand. No, it's like not a problem. I mean, it indulged my, my fun job kind of thing, but no, I've done that. I've had a lot of different, positions with that, and I owned it, and literally it didn't matter where in the world I went, I could run it just flawlessly from wherever I was. So I wore many hats because it's not somebody people would know, but it was just like like but I would do that and kind of go, meh, I don't know, but I understand.
But that also can be your guide position. Remember, there are 4 animals in our totem pole, and your guide position can be chameleon, right? And the chameleon guides you to all of these different things.
Yeah,
right.
Who knows?
You have that colorful nature to work, right? And you're also very good at being able to adapt to any situation. So, if we were to, do work together, or you were to go into meditation, or just ask, because, you're you, Michelle, you can just ask and ask if chameleon is a part of your life, or what is that that is your guide position.
Yeah.
I really, really think that's a cool one for you if it was.
It's different, if it is, but I mean, I could see where people could get confused if you don't know, and you're just trying to pin one down, and you're like, but I'm good at this, or I'm good at this, or I've done this.
Where journeying comes in, right? That's where talking to elders comes in. That's where tribe comes in. I mean, I didn't know about Jaguar until I worked with the medicine people from Peru. It took them to tell me.
Yeah.
Right.
It's funny because I do have lineage down from Peru as well.
Yeah, you do. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So you understand.
I do.
But we don't work in isolation. So, yes, it can be very confusing, but this is why having a path and having something to anchor us in the spiritual world is very important. Like for me, it's animals, and for others, it might be something else, right? But I really feel like finding what your animals are really important. There was one Aussie. I wanted to do you mind if we just take a look?
I feel free, grab whatever you want.
So this is a really interesting one. All the lost dogs in the neighborhood come to our home. It's odd. Okay, I wanted to address this one very specifically because there are animal communicators out there. They're very, very, very rare, and they work with lost animal cases. And so if animals are coming to you, more than likely, if you're to step on my path, you have the unfortunate pleasure of being someone who works with lost animals. And I say that for 2 reasons. One, sometimes it can be very hard because you're the one who has to tell the family that, your animal might not be coming back. But also the second reason, which is why most animal communicators do not do this, is because the owners are insanely emotional. I had this one.
I can see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I had this one gentleman, and he swore to the gods that it was an orange cat who chased his cat away. And every time he saw an orange cat, he'd go flying down the street chasing an orange cat. Could be any orange cat.
Oh, boy.
And what was really interesting, though, is that as I got to know the family, I realized that there's something off about this. And I talked to the animal. I was having a hard time connecting to the animal. When I finally did, I found out the animal just didn't want to come back. It didn't want the drama. It didn't want the trauma. It didn't want, because there was a lot happening that I found out even later. But the cat had told me about it, but I'm like, I don't know if I can buy into that. And then everything was revealed. So sometimes animals don't want to come back. They don't like the families that they were. How do you say that to a family? Right. Yeah. And the animal communicator is the closest thing that people can get angry with, or they, somebody wants somewhere to put that emotional information. And a lot of times it will be the animal communicator. So you'll find that there is a woman in Mexico. She does this, and she's 100%. She's incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. So I wanted to address that because, that's something you might or might not want to consider if you ever stepped on this path.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. Someone has to do it. So
100%.
You learn to be tactful as you move along. But let's jump a little bit to the paranormal and animals. I'm weird with it. I know some researchers use them, in investigations, and the only reason I get weird with it is because I've seen attachments.
Yeah.
Happen too many times, or I've heard so many stories from the people I've worked and helped, where their animals have really taken a beating, so to speak, from them. So, I know they're great for clearing energy, especially cats. Cat can come in and clear the energy in a room, But what are your thoughts on that?
So I did know a dog who was really made for this particular kind of work. That is rare. So in that particular case, I'm like, dude, this dog wants to be on site. It wants to be on location. And the dog belonged to a witch, and she was very, very good at protecting the dog. So I didn't have an issue with that.
Well, it's different because she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she did. She did. So I had no issues with that. However, on the whole, I don't think it's a good idea at all. I don't. However, there are going to be animals on some locations, like the animals that actually live there. My first thing to do when I get onto a location and an animal lives there is, are there attachments? How is that animal doing? What has that animal been experiencing? But I have to tell you, one of my favorite things to do on location is work with the dead animals. Yeah. They are so valuable to me. Yeah. If anything, because I can connect to them so much more clearly than I can humans, although I can connect to humans and I do that work, I find that they're the ones who guide me on an investigation. They're the ones who take me, to the ghost or to the situation. I can see through their eyes what's going on. So when it comes to spirits on location, I love it. When it comes to physical live, I don't see the point in putting them through that.
No. I'm very
more for the investigators than it is for the animal.
Yeah, well, because animals can see things. I mean, people will ask me, "Well, how do I know something's going on?" I'm like, well, if you have a pet, follow their lead. They'll be looking in the right direction. They're going to react. If they react like they're okay, then you're not really. Chances of you being in really imminent dangers, probably not. Or your cat would be the first one, or dog, or whatever. Your pet will be the first one to react.
Oh yeah,
on an average,
I remember there was we used to live in this certain area in Toronto, and I will never forget this. I had my cat on one side, I had my dog on the other, and this something, I don't even remember how it happened, but I opened the door. And there was this woman standing at the threshold of my home, not on my property, at the threshold. And she cocked her head to one side, and you could see that she was ashen. She wasn't there. Right. And she said to me, she goes, "Miss," she goes, "I'd like to know if there's any room in your home. I'm looking for a home." And nobody knew that we were renovating our basement. Yeah, it was creepy. My dog, the bristles all went up, and this is a dog never does that. And like cats started to hunch and hiss, and I'm like, yep. And as soon as I saw that, and I could feel it too. I just started on this path, and I could feel it. And I looked at her and I said, "No, sister, no, there ain't no room in the inn." And she tilted her head the other side, and it's almost like her neck was broken. And she looked at me and she goes, "Thank you." And then she went and she turned the hedge. Now you have to understand, after turning that hedge, there was nowhere to go. And of course, me being me, I went out, looked, no one there. And this particular area was very immersed in certain types of magic, certain types of ceremonies, certain types of culture. So it didn't surprise me, but I thought it was very, the animals is what really shocked me, that they were making me wear it. I remember Patches looking at me going, "Dude, do you see what's going on here?" Like,
yes. Right? Yeah. Don't let him come home with us, Ma. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And I wasn't an animal communicator at the time. Some things are just obvious.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. I definitely, like I said, I get so funky about it, because animals do pick up on things, hands down, and putting them in necessarily, I mean, like if you're in a benign place, it's a little bit different, I think. I mean, heck, the whole world is just loaded with a whole other world that people don't realize. So, it could happen anywhere, but deliberately putting them in harm's way necessarily isn't, the right thing to do. Yet I've had people say to me, well, military, police dogs, I mean, they're in harm's way. I get it. It's a little bit different when you can't see your attacker.
Yeah.
At the same time,
and
right?
I think the think it's a little bit different too, because when we're putting animals in the physical place of work, they're trained for it. There's no way of actually training an animal to go on location, right?
Yeah.
Even as an animal communicator, I can work with my dog, my cat, my snake, you know, and my snake is my everything. If I'm going to take anybody on an investigation, it's probably her, but I wouldn't, because how do you train an animal to, you know, defend itself? You know, how do you, there's no tactical training that you can give a canine.
Well, I think of the horse. And, you know, at the ranch I was at, I think of the horse. This is an intelligent animal. It's going no when it's answering me no. It's going yes up and down. You know, very intelligent. It knew exactly everything that was going on, you know. And when we did this session, you know, with the ghost box for the film, it was right in front of the stall that had the claw marks. That horse was behind us, just like it, you know, it did not like what was going on. It saw what was happening.
I remember stories growing up where people in Malta, where the graveyards were after the war, they would take horses into the graveyards to make sure that people were dead. And horses would rear up, right? It was a rare thing, but the horses would rear up, and they knew that that particular person needed whatever they needed to do to, you know, that kind of thing. Malta's a very superstitious island, but, you know, every once in a while, there's truth to things. So
I know people who live there. Yeah, there's some stories.
Oh yeah, you're not kidding. But they would utilize the horses as gauges. You know, they were the EMF reader.
No, yeah, it's true. It's true. They're just amazing animals. Yeah. She goes, curious. Does a racing horse really want to be a racing horse? I guess
more times than not. No, they do not. This is like that. The reason I say that is because I work with a lot of greyhound, you know, greyhound rescues and things like that. These animals are born into it, and that's not something. You do get some horses who really do love what they're doing, but it's a rare circumstance. And I don't think it's even the racing they dislike so much as the training. A lot of times, it's what's going on in the back end. I find that a lot of trainers, riders, they don't understand their horses the way they think they do. And because of that, the horse's experiences are more abusive than they are, you know, than they are positive.
So realistically, as a horse owner, if I was a horse owner, for example, I would want to bring in someone like yourself to say, what is the best way to deal with this? So the horse is safe, the horse is comfortable, the horse and the jockey jive. I mean, if you're going to do it regardless, that would be probably the best bet for anyone out there.
It would, but you will rarely find people in the race world who will connect with people like me, because they're very logical, very practical, this has to be done. It's an animal, right? A lot of people in the race world don't see them as anything but a commodity. Now that's not true across the board. Okay.
No, but with some folks.
Very good. Yeah, I do know owners. I know one guy in England. He's absolutely amazing, absolutely adores his horses. And he has asked me to come in before, but unfortunately the rider wasn't open, right? So remember too, you're not just working with one person when you're working in an environment like that. You're working with a team of people, and some people are just not open to it, which doesn't really help the cause, right?
So what about the free will thing then? Like Nisha's saying, well, you know, but then why do they do it? Isn't it like humans? The path we go through on life is a path we chose.
So you're talking about the horse? Because I guess in some ways that's very true. I never thought of it that way. But before the animal comes into the world, they make a contract. And if they've contracted that I'm going to have to go through this, there could be various reasons for it. Maybe there's a past life contract they need to alleviate. Maybe there's something that they need to learn, or the owners need to learn. I was always taught on the South American path that, you know, there's no such thing as a problem in life, only opportunities to learn and grow. And I do believe that animals have such compassion and such a love that even in the worst of circumstances, they always find either the learning or the compassion or the love. And I do feel like if I do go into circumstances like that gentleman in England who had the horse, it's more about the horse for me than it is about the others. Because you do, unfortunately, in my work, I work with a lot of abuse situations. I work with a lot of rescue situations. And there are times when you can't do anything about it except be there for the animal as best you can.
Yeah.
That's all you can do, right? It's like anything else. I can't save the world, but what I can do is my best.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
And it's not easy. Like, it's really not. I had one day, I'll never forget it. I had two of my dog clients pass away, and one of them I had known since I was a puppy. In fact, I had predicted that dog. That's how long I've been doing this. And another one was an abuse situation. And then another one was a puppy mill situation. It was where a dog had been rescued, and I was there. The story. Yeah. And I was able to see the story. So I have 4 of these things happen in one day. And that's the one thing I'm going to tell anybody on this path. If you are new to this path, old to this path, I don't care. Have an outlet. Because I'm telling you, if I didn't have a gym to go to and do a run that night, I don't know how I would have dealt with those excessive emotions. So I think it's really healthy for people like us, whether you read humans, whether you work in the investigations world, whether you're an animal communicator, whether you're a witch or a healer, I don't care what you are, have an outlet. So when you have those days, you can express yourself and you can stay healthy, because you're of no use to anybody if you yourself are not healthy.
Yeah. I agree. You have to. You need the outlet. You need that release.
Yeah.
Kira says her dog barks at my son all the time. We've always wondered what she sees in him that she doesn't like.
It's not him. She sees what's around him. There is a guide who watches over him, and the dog is seeing the guide. So the dog's actually not barking at the boy. The dog is barking at the spirit. So this is what you need to do as mom. You need to sit down very quietly, close your eyes, and ask the spirit that protects your son to be around him, but do not present himself to the animals or anyone that he could scare. That's it. That's it. And that actually works, because you have to remember animals, and that's a really great comment. Thank you for commenting. The animals can see things on a different plane than we can. So they can see not just ghosts, not just family members, not just specters. They can see other animals. They can see guides and guardians, right? They can see all these other worlders. And so for me, I also set those parameters. You want to be in my home and you're of the light. I don't have an issue with that. So long as you don't, so long as you don't scare anyone, so long as you don't make chaos in my house, I don't have an issue with you, right? The second you do, you're gone. You're gone. Respect my rules. This is my house, right?
Boundaries.
So it's the same thing. It's, please just don't present yourself to my animals.
Yeah. Word to the wise, So when you're looking at spiritual roles, especially like cats seem to be the ones that are noted even and revered through history as being the one animal that negative entities just do not like. Yeah. Why is that? What is it about it? I mean, I know cats can just be a-holes at times.
No, I just don't know particularly.
Yeah.
They're really cool. However, having said that, Bastet is the goddess of the underworld. She is the goddess cat of Egypt.
Yes.
And so I truly believe that cats are endowed with the energy of Bastet, which is the energy of the underworld, which means that when a spirit sees a cat, it goes, oh crap, because you have access to the underworld, you can send me back.
Yeah.
So we know that there are people who can go into a location and the spirits they go away, they vanish, right? I have a friend, when he's around, they know he can do removals. They know that he can send them away. So they never come around. I think cats are that. I think because they're so connected to the underworld that they have that power, and the spirits can feel that, especially malevolent spirits.
Yeah.
So that's my theory.
Yeah, it's really amazing, because you see, somebody sent me these video shorts a little while ago just on cats in paranormal situations, like, caught on their home baby monitors or cameras and things like that. And you see the cat seeing something and loses its bloody mind. Like whatever it is that's in there. And you see the cat just losing its mind. One was I guess the blanket coming off, the baby in the crib. Cat gets in the crib and just starts going crazy and gets right on there. And I'm thinking, my God, like it's very dramatic and very, very animated. But I'll tell you something. That cat just sat there and all of a sudden you see it completely calm down, whatever it was.
And then you see the opposite with dogs. I've seen ones with dogs where literally there's, it's looking at something, whatever, and then it's being dragged off by the tail and it's whimpering. Like, so it's such a different,
isn't it?
I feel terrible for dogs, but I do think cats are total kick-ass. They really are.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong on that. They're crazy.
Yeah.
She was my sister-in-law's cat would sit on my head and my migraine would just disappear.
So that would be a healer cat. So that particular animal would be on the level of communication of spiritual, emotional. So on the spiritual level, they're a healer. On the emotional level, they give comfort, right? So that's what we call, so there's mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. There's always, like humans, there's a combination. You're a physical, emotional person or an emotional, spiritual person, whatever. That particular cat would be emotional, spiritual. How an animal responds is you can very clearly see what their love language is, what their level of communication is, and that one is clearly, emotional, spiritual.
Yeah,
yeah,
I love it. And a cat's purr allegedly can heal you.
Yes, they will purr at different frequencies depending on what the illness is. Yeah, and I've even seen cats who will lay on the beds of seniors, and those are the seniors who will pass the next day or in a few days or what have you. So I've seen cats and gatekeepers that way as well.
Wow.
They're very unique. Another unique animal is actually the turtle. I find turtles can be incredibly healing. So I've noticed, I have a friend who's a psychologist, and she was playing around with this because we were talking. She goes, I want to try this. And she has a couple of children who are ADHD. Yeah. And so what she did was she had them sit with turtles and turtle medicine for about an hour, and they calmed right down.
Mm-hmm.
They did it again with dogs. Different response, not as calm. The energy of the animal, regardless of whether they know what the symbolism is or what they are, will affect a person. So if you have somebody who is really wound up, the last thing you want them around is, a mosquito kind of thing, the mosquito medicine or even mouse medicine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have someone who is really, really calm, that's maybe when you want a little bit more zip in their zing, and you put an animal who's a little faster with them.
Right.
So it just, hummingbird medicine is perfect because hummingbird is stillness and movement and stillness. So when you are bored or quiet, how do you keep moving within? Right. Or if you're a really erratic person, how do you stay still within? And that's when we call on hummingbird. So for everybody out there, just know that you can call on the animal medicines too. You can put out your left hand and you can actually say, I call in whatever animal energy is necessary for me right now. Feel that or know it's in your hand, then place it somewhere in your body. And that will work with you for, probably the day kind of thing. And then it will dissipate.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. It's true. It really works.
We'll have to try that. Wayne does that with chickadees. Wayne says Dexter, our Bengal, does not purr. Not ever, not once. He's so hardcore. He's such an a-hole. He won't.
I love that.
He doesn't like being picked up. He doesn't like anything.
He's a serval.
Well,
he's meant to be wild, of course.
Right. He's a Bengal.
Bengal.
Yeah.
Serval.
No, not a serval. He's a Bengal, and his litter mates picked on him when he was a baby because they chewed off his whiskers, and he was never the same after that.
Poor guy.
I know. He's always just been like really sketchy, and I mean, I won't say he never purrs. I've heard him purr a couple times, but honestly, he will not sit on you Wayne like forces
Well,
him.
if I thought someone was going to bite my whiskers, I'd probably not sit on anybody either.
I know. He just tolerates. Wayne goes, he won't sit on anyone. I force him. I force him just to let me love him. But
I
does.
will tell you, Dexter is also a spirit level animal. So spirit level animals can communicate on all levels. These ones are the ones who come in your dream. These are the ones who will lie on your feet at night. These are the ones who will hold space for you, protect you on spiritual journeys, whether you're doing ceremony. Because they're so in the spirit world, even if they're alive, they're so connected on every level. These are the ones who are over, like they have so much energy. It's like they'll only come to you when they can come to you because it's touching them is so sensitive. Like they're so sensitive. They're overly sensitive.
Hates it.
Yeah.
He'll growl at you after a while. And I'll tell you something, okay, with like dramatic, because if he's at that level, well, he's very eccentric. He needs his bowl moved 1,500 times. And I want to eat it here now. Well, forever. Wayne's always moving the darn bowl around because a cat won't eat the whole meal unless it's been moved to different spots. He has a heating pad. Then he sleeps up near the air conditioner on a heating pad. It's bizarre. We just indulge him.
And that's it. I think that's sometimes a potato is a potato and a turkey is a turkey. I think this is just his personality. Like some things are just his personality. These are his quirks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like I've never seen a cat like that. I mean, my last Bengal, you could throw him over your shoulder and he would just hang there. He loved.
Well, that's it. Bengals are usually like that. Yeah. But this one, again, he's spirit level. And again, look at whose home he's living in, right? So he's going to be extra sensitive.
Oh, he's sensitive, all right.
Yeah.
In many, many ways. But but we love him for who he is. He tries to poke at the Chihuahuas a little bit and they're not having it. So it's always an interesting thing. But do you think animals have this like built-in compass sort of thing because they can be miles and miles away, like in another state, and then somehow just end up back home with their people, even if it takes 2 years?
No, I don't. I truly believe it's their guides and their guardians. I truly believe because I've worked on cases like that. And every single case I have worked on, it has been the guides and the guardians. It has been animal spirits who have guided them, protected them, ancestors of the family that wants them back. There's always something. Right. I do believe that, yes, okay, they probably do have a compass, but you got to ask yourself, how did they get lost in the first place? Right. So, my theory is that when an animal is lost, they can be found. But the circumstances of what's on the other side, right? So the guides, the guardians, the ancestors, the spirits of the land can also help. For me, if it's an animal who's lost and I'm working on the case, I'll actually send my guides. I have 2 wolves that I work with, and I will send those wolves to guide the animal back. So I've always been very successful with my cases. But that's because there's other stuff. I'm not just animal communicating. I'm not just trying to figure out where the animal is. I remember I had this one girl, her animal was lost. And she told me, she goes, I keep dreaming of him. And I said, what? And she goes, yeah, I keep dreaming of him in different spots. And I said, okay, this is what you need to do. I said, you need to, tonight, when you go into the dream, see where he is and ask him to follow a certain path and show him how to get home in the dream. She did it. The next day she came to me, she goes, he's got an injury. And I said, okay, so tonight when you go to sleep, what you do is you show him where the nearest person is that can help him and show them that he's safe, right? Because apparently he was still in the area and there was someone he could go to. The next day, the neighbor found him, brought him home. And I was like, girl, you did so good. I can't even, like, this was she was like 17.
Amazing.
She was incredible, but it also helped her learn about her own abilities, right?
Yeah.
She was lucid. She knew what she could touch. She could feel. She could communicate within her dreams with animals, not with humans, only with animals.
Yeah.
Right.
That's incredible.
That was outstanding. I have to date. That was probably the coolest lost animal case I'd ever worked on. And it wasn't even me that found the animal. It was her.
Yeah. Amazing.
It was amazing.
It is. It is totally amazing. Well, we're talking about guides then. So, can your pet come back as one of your spirit guides?
Mm-hmm. My snake Severus, the one I was telling you about earlier, who they did that ceremony for them.
Yeah.
He now works with me in spirit. So whenever I do healing work, whenever I go into ceremony, especially if I go into hoodoo ceremonies or voodoo ceremonies, he's always with me, right? I had a little snake who passed away at about 8 months. And we knew there was the potential when we adopted him that he could pass. But the time I had him, he's so viscerally connected to my psychic abilities. Like he just, I've never experienced anything like I experienced when he was living with me. Now crossed over, he works with me on a very psychic level. So yes, your animals can work with you. They can guide you. I believe guides are guides, angels are angels, demons are demons. That's the way they're made. However, your ancestors and your spirit family. So your ancestors are your blood family, whereas your spirit family are your friends and your animals and those people who have affected your life.
Yeah.
So they're my spirit family and they work with me. When I call on them, they're always there. So I definitely believe they can guide us. Absolutely. If I need information, I'll call on my animals. I had one dog who passed away at 3 years old. He had hip dysplasia. And every time I saw him in a dream, I knew something good was going to happen within 3 days.
Wow.
I just knew, right? So I think
it's like Pete is sending us Gracie, like
exactly.
They can.
Exactly.
I mean, this is a sad story here, which, and I'm going to mention it because Pixie was a little Chihuahua that we rescued from. Peter was from Texas. She was from California. So they're puppy mill dogs.
Before you keep going, hi, Wayne. Thanks for coming.
And a medium had said to him, he goes, because she came right up right away. And he thought it was a little girl, but it was Pixie. And she loved Wayne. Like I fostered her because my daughter was involved with fosters. And but I had 3 at the time. I'm like, oh, okay, don't get too attached. Don't get too attached. Wayne, what did Wayne do? Gets attached. Anyway, I know. So of course, Pixie got added to our little fur family. But Pixie was only 5 when she passed. She ended up. I truly believe that she found us because she knew we would care for her. She had strokes. She had seizures. She lost her vision. She got partially paralyzed to the point where I had to syringe feed her for 8 months until finally she got strong enough. The vet couldn't believe it. I turned her into a bloody tank, this little baby Huey, like she used to be. But, she couldn't see. I mean, nothing. And finally, we always said to her, though, I said, you fight, we fight. I'll fight. I'll syringe feed you the rest of your life. I don't care. But when you're tired, you let us know. And she did.
Yeah,
she did. And when she got tired, that was it. So Wayne is just like, he goes, to be told that she came here for me, not the other way around, as like she would not have survived out there with everything that happened to her. It's probably why the breeders got rid of her in the first place.
So 2 things about Pixie that you need to know.
Yeah.
This dog was definitely here for you, but you remember what we talked about earlier in the program when I said that when an animal doesn't reincarnate, it's because you've helped them clean the contracts they need to clean, the blindness, the illness, all of these things. We believe as healers that when something needs to be addressed internally, sometimes we have to purge it externally. And I believe each of those illnesses that she went through was a contract that was past life that she was purging and cleaning. And you guys helped her with that. So in turn, you were taught, you learned how to love more deeply. You learned who you were as human beings and more, right? So that was the reciprocation, because it's always reciprocal, right?
Oh, it was a journey.
Yeah. But that's there. She's trying to show me that she really loves you, but you don't know how much you did for her. Like you have no concept, because she now is so clean and so beautiful. She's been able to shed all of those things so that she can always be healthy, right?
Oh,
So,
well, thank you for that. We're happy to hear that because Wayne was like, we got her, she was 9 months old as a foster. He would stretch his legs out. She would run across the room, run right up his legs, and just like he was her person. Didn't matter what I did, you know.
I'm reading what Wayne is saying. I had that same incident with that 8-month-old snake. I was coming home from shooting my TV show, and I heard, "Mommy, I'm afraid. I'm scared." And I said, "It's okay, honey. You don't need to be afraid, and you don't need to be scared." And this chill went right up my spine, and I'm like, "Oh, stop!" And I got home just before he passed.
Oh,
so yeah, I totally believe Wayne heard that. I totally believe Wayne
he had a really good connection, you know, to her. Like, I mean, I was the nurture as far as got her through that step, because it takes a lot of, you have to know, like syringe feeding, like little bits for forever, you know, but you know, he basically the whole way through. I mean, we had it
both of you did so much for all of you, right? I think it was not only a team effort, but it was a team learning.
Right? For sure.
Which is so beautiful. I think
he was hers, though. You know, he was hers. So, but I'm glad that she's happy and all of her karmic stuff, everything is gone from here on in. I'm glad.
Absolutely clean, and I can see that.
Yeah.
One of the other things that we need to also kind of address too is that, you know, I lost my train of thought. I was talking, and it was had to do with Wayne too, and I forgot. He on that train of thought. Oh well, it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you know, I think animals choose you, and she chose him like right away. And I'm glad that it worked out that way, because, you know, it was a really beautiful bond, much like what I had with PETA. But now they have these events where they bring in rescue animals, and you get a room filled with people.
Oh, I love those.
Right? And the animal chooses the person.
That to me is the most rockin' idea ever. Whoever came up with that is a saint, and there is a special place in over the Rainbow Bridge for them.
Yeah.
That is, I can't even get it. I am in tears every time I watch those moments.
I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, beyond brilliant, because we're giving onus to the animals. We're giving them some power. We're honoring who they are. We're saying you have choice.
Yeah.
Right. And that makes the connection more visceral and stronger and magical.
Yeah. Still makes us feel great, though. But I think it is a wonderful idea. It's brilliant. And I think it is the way to properly choose, because, you know, if animals, as you say, are more intuitive than we are, then it would make sense that they're going to find their person.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
And that's not to say when you walk into a shelter, you walk in somewhere that you don't feel the connection or the proper connection isn't made. It's just that I love that they've turned it around. You know, I love that they're honoring in that way, because we've never done it. It's very new, it's very fresh, and it's very real.
Yeah. And you know what also is, there have been, I remember watching this television series many years ago now, but it was prisons, rehabilitation center, where they would train rescue animals for whether it being a CNI dog, whether it just being seizure, like companions for people who suffer from seizures. I thought, my God, like it worked for both the pet, because the pet stayed with them 24/7.
That's right. I've also seen a particular prison, and I believe this prison's in Texas, and they have a program, a rehabilitation program, where the prisoners are allowed to have animals, cats very specifically. And if they take care of them, that's great. If they don't, they get them taken away. And it's actually changed the entire dynamic of what's been happening in those prisons, which I think is so very cool. You know, I think animals are healers by nature. I think they're viscerally, I mean, you get the odd, you know, one that's a little bit of a dick, but you know, they truly are amazing, amazing creatures. And I have met some who are not very nice. I have met animals who are, you know, they're more than sassy. And monkeys. I love monkeys, and I love talking to some monkeys. But I've had monkeys that are just really bad mouth. No, you don't talk like that. And it's not always words either. It's not always words. Sometimes it's a feeling that you get. Like you can feel when a monkey tells you to, you know,
bugger off.
Bugger off. There you go. You can feel that, and you're just like, "Are you joking right now?"
It's Dexter.
Dexter.
Yeah, that is funny.
You know, and every animal communicator does have their forte. So I can speak with any species, but my forte is exotics. So my clearest channel is with them. And, you know, and I've been very, very fortunate in that I've been able to work with many exotics. And it is a very different feel than a domestic. It's a very different feel than, or communication or conversation than a wild animal.
Right.
You know, so it's an amazing life. I can't say it's not. I encourage everyone, whether you do this profession or not, I encourage everybody to take an animal communications course, learn how to talk to, even if it's just for you and for your animal, or to learn about animal spirits. Take courses in that. Go learn about your animal, because every time you do this, not only does the animal world need us, but you're learning about you. You're deepening your relationship with you.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I do. I love what you do. Wayne says, my sister sponsored a rescue farm to rehabilitate a donkey. And they did not want to be identified as the sponsors, but they came back later and the donkey came directly to them and wouldn't leave them.
Yeah, for sure. You know, how many times have we heard those stories about, you know, zookeepers coming back years later, and, you know, the gorilla or the lion knew who they were. I've had instances like that where I had a couple come to me just recently, and I haven't seen them in years. Totally didn't know who they were. I completely, because, you know, we see a lot of people, like we're talking like 20 years ago. Yeah. So anyway, they had a new animal, and the animal came up to me and he goes, "You know me." And I'm like, "What?" And he came over to me and he touched my nose. And the second he did that, I remembered him from years prior, this animal. And I was just like, "Oh my God, you remember who I am." Mm-hmm. You know, it was amazing. It was an amazing connection. And it is amazing to feel like they remember you, like you weren't just a blip in their life.
Yeah. It's so interesting, isn't it? Do you think it would work the same way with, like, I'm going to go outside the box a little bit. Do you think it would work the same way with cryptids?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. If anything, I think cryptids are beyond us, beyond animals. They're on a whole other dimension, a whole other level of wisdom and understanding. Yes. I know that because I've had encounters with cryptids. I had a cryptozoologist on my show, Creature Code podcast. His name was Cameron Bagg, and he was amazing. And I was just like, you know, I'm flipping through his stuff and I'm like, okay, you know, this is cool, whatever. And all of a sudden I hit this picture and it literally put me on the floor. I was in Guatemala years ago, and they told me that if you connect to our land, then you will begin to see animals in the trees. And after my ceremony, my animal communication ceremony, where they unlocked this, I remember I was on the side of a volcano, this villa, and I could see the volcano in front of me, and I could see this deer going through the leaves. But that wasn't the cool part. The cool part was, as soon as the deer left, I could see this man's face come out of the leaves. And I remember bowing to it, and then I went back into the mountain. When I got back to Canada, my friend who owned the Hedge Witch in Newmarket, I went into the store and she goes, "Listen," she goes, "I'm supposed to give you this." She gave me a stone, and she turned it around and it looked like the face in the mountain. Well, flash forward many, many years. Cameron has a picture of a cryptid that looked almost exactly like that.
Wow.
And I could hardly breathe when I saw it. right?
Yeah.
The communication I had with that cryptid, because again, I found it interesting right after my animal communications, because they were trying to show me, it's not just animals. There are other things out there that you're going to connect with.
Other beings,
other beings, other entities, other things that can be likened to this. Yeah, I feel like that's a whole other level of communications, and they know so much and they feel so much. It's just so beautiful. It really.
I tend to wonder, like I've always felt drawn to Dogman, ironically, basically because of my connection to wolves. And I've had people say, you really should try and see, how you would feel about that.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'd be probably pretty excited. I had a guest on the show who had a little baby cub, like a Dogman cub. Yeah. And the mother just watched him. But he's very gentle. He's indigenous, very gentle. I'm like, I wanted like baby Dogman. I want a little woofy, right? And he starts to laugh. I have to come and hang out with you because I really want this experience.
Right.
And I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, I tend to wonder if that would be like a plausible.
Absolutely. I was just in New Orleans, and there was this man in the Paracon. So the New Orleans Paracon is new. It was the first year. And the whole concept was we were bringing all the different cultures under one roof, witches, vampires, psychics, investigators. And it was so successful. It was stupid. Right. And so anyway, there was this man who was coming through, and I remember going, what is it about this guy that I'm connecting to? And every time I saw him, there was this visceral primal energy. It was animal, and I couldn't pin it. So one night we're in ceremony, and everybody's introducing themselves, and they introduced him as a Rougarou. And I went, of course you are. Now, for those of you who don't know what a Rougarou is a type of werewolf.
And in Canada, they're Loup-garou.
That's right, Rougarou. Yeah. And what's really funny is they are North American, the Rougarou. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe it's Rougarou.
Yeah, Rougarou is New Orleans. Loup-garou. Loup is French for wolf. And so up here, it's Loup-garou.
Okay. Oh, see, I didn't know that. This is a new concept for me. This is new. Yeah. So I'm like, of course you are. Of course, that's what it was. Yeah. And I acknowledged him for that. And the way he said thank you, you could see the wolf in his eyes.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. So for me, I think it goes even beyond cryptids. It goes into the different cultures that are the ones we are just beginning to acknowledge, or just coming to the surface, whether they're vampire, whether they're, Rougarou, whether they're witches, I just feel like communication it's non-human and it's non-verbal, right? Yeah. When we see each other, we know each other on a level that is so magical.
Yeah. And I think it's to recognize that.
Yes.
Having your familiars, and for them, we're their person.
That's right. I agree. Whether they're here or on the other side, you are chosen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as an animal communicator, I just felt so two-dimensional before I was an animal communicator. And now I feel whole, right? This is who I am. And as much as I love working with humans, there's so many people working with humans. Wherever I go, I'm so unique. At the Paracon, I was the only one, right? Wherever I go, it's still very new. The oldest communicator that I know has been working for about 50 years, and she actually specializes in horses. Yeah. So it's actually a rather new discovery. And I'm so pleased to be at the forefront of that now.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I've interviewed, out of all my years of interviewing people or working with people, I think I've met 3. And one of those is one who I had used for my pets many years ago, who told me things about, I had just brought in 4 little rescues. And I said, all I need is a picture. And it was so funny because I just sent her a photo. She goes, I don't need names. I don't need anything like that. And it's funny. She goes, okay, the little brown one over there thinks she's the center of the universe, which was PETA. I'm like, And what's the problem with that, right? But it was funny how she pegged it, and then Peter knew, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Was it by any chance? Was it Sheila Tricarton that you worked with?
No. I have her in an email somewhere. It's been years, like since we've communicated, but I've only interviewed maybe 2 people.
Wow.
So you're right.
Thank you. Thank you so much for choosing me, because that's because I geek over you. I think you're the bomb.
Oh, well, thanks. And ditto, like I'm glad you're part of our UPRN family, and you're a wonderful asset, and you're just bringing all of your knowledge and wisdom to the masses.
I just feel like this is the best family ever. I really do. I think out of all the things, because I've done radio shows before, I was with News Talk 1010, and I've done Stouffville Radio, and I've done, this is where I have felt most comfortable. I also think it's the people, but I think that's the energy of the Mississippi. I think it's the energy of New Orleans. I think it really imbues, their magic on this station too. So I think it's just the whole package, and
it's very laid back. It's very, and everybody
supportive. Yeah. Oh my God. I have never seen a network so supportive. Never. This is
thank you. We all have each other's back. We all, we all work together. As you can see, there's a lot of, crossing going around, and it's wonderful. And everybody who shares everything up, thank you all. Heidi, thank you.
Yes, Heidi, thank you. She's always there. Eh? I love it.
It's true.
And I fair to guess Heidi spends most of her day listening to most of the shows. Lucky her.
It's true.
So cool. She's so cool. I love
and
her.
Thank you. Yeah. I always say our chat family is wonderful. I have one of the best chat rooms ever. I don't need a moderator. I don't need, somebody gets out of hand, it's not hard to deal with because it's so few. I've had many people say, we get leery about commenting in the chat room because they're worried about, is it going to cause something? And it's just like, no, I don't tolerate anything other than people being kind to one another, because it's an insult. Even if you're insulting my guests, you're insulting me, and you're insulting the other people that you're sitting here kind of blubbering off about. So it's just like, no, we don't, we don't show it. And we are family. It's exactly.
I've been very, very fortunate. I've only had amazing commenters, and I think we're creating a kind of a little group for the Creature Code podcast as well, which airs on Mondays at 4 if anybody is interested. This week coming, actually, we are now gearing up towards Conjure Camp, and that's a voodoo camp that's held in Niagara every year. And so my guests are all going to be speakers and organizers of Conjure Camp. So next week we have a witch doctor who actually was trained in New Orleans, and he's just magnificent, and a magnificent drummer too. So he's going to be.
Yes, he is.
Really cool. Outer Realm is where it started for gratitude for me. See? Yeah, right? Like it's just such a great place to work.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have to tell you something. I was really leery about doing this because I'm not very disciplined. And my greatest fear was that I wasn't going to be able to show up once a week and do the work, right? Because I'm just like, okay, I don't feel like doing it this week. And I'm so fly by the seat of my pants, Gemini. And I can't wait every week. I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care what. I just have to put it aside because it's my time to do the show. And God forbid the dogs bark downstairs, because they're going to get an earful later. So,
but you know what? It doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Like I've had guests come on.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time it happened, there was a guest sitting there trying to have a serious conversation with me, and his cat walked across the path. And I started laughing, and he's like, he was mortified. I'm like, stop it. Everybody started going off. I'm like, oh my God, look at the cat.
My dog does that. So every once in a while, I'll think my door is closed and it's not. So she'll come in to see how I'm doing. And I'll be like, hey, it's a superstar. So I love it when my animals are around.
Yeah, I love it too. I love it to be laid back. I just love that people can be themselves. As long as it's positive, it's just, I want this to be a space that's positive for everyone. The biggest compliment I think I had is someone who came on my show. It was going to be the very first interview. They researched me and they said, like, I felt like I would be safe on your show, and messaged and said, I would like you to be the first person to interview me with my book, and because I feel safe. And after the experience, he said, that was the best time. I can't even imagine. I never thought I would have so much fun. And I'm just like, that to me was such a humbling thing. And I was so grateful.
I recently had a guest who's been on many, many podcasts and guested. I was shocked I even got them. Yeah. And they turned around and said, you know, that is the most fun I've ever had on a podcast. And that I was dining on that. My heart was dining on that for days. Yeah. You know, because that's, you know, if it's not fun, why do it? Right. Exactly. So I like to create that atmosphere of joy.
Yeah.
Right.
It has to be. Yeah. It has to be.
Yeah, for sure.
So you've got your show coming up Monday. It's going to be awesome. You guys check it out. I know a lot of you go in there and check it out as well. And yeah, see, Carol Ann's dog Oliver. We all love Oliver as well.
So, yeah, Carol Ann. She's the one. It's all her fault that I'm here, Carol Ann. So I thought I was going to be a guest, and I walked out a host. This one. She's like, no. You have to. I did the show, and afterwards she's like, no. I have to hook you up with Michelle. No, you have to be a host. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And next thing I know, I have my own
show.
Well.
Yeah,
she's so good. He's so good. And Sean, he's so beautiful. What a great
he is. Yeah, he's really kind. Yeah. You know what? You know, over the years, not everything's been perfect, and I always say people have a way of weeding themselves out. Yeah. And who we have now, there's not one person that you could not lean on to say, look, I have a guest canceled, I need somebody, or there's always a way to work around it. And that's what we do here. So,
and they make spectacular guests as well. Like they're not just hosts. They're so knowledgeable.
We're all knowledgeable. Yeah, that's why we're all here.
Everyone is so knowledgeable and so connected. And so just, it's excellent. It's just such an excellent. And what do you guys
Everyone here has those things.
27 years now?
UPRN has been around about 25, 26, going on 26 years now.
26 years? Yeah, that's not
just like we are, you know, the podcast division of 2 FM bands, which gives us a lot of other opportunities. You know, like we're actually heard by millions of people all over the world, but that's because of the FM side, having access to international audio servers that most platforms don't have the option of, you know. And when I look at there are different sites out there that monitor, you know, podcasts, and one was sent to us. Our producer sent it to me, and it's kind of like a listening score. And out of 3,600,000, well, just shy of 3.7 million that were listened to, that ended up being monitored, us as a global rank, as a network, came in the top 3% of that.
Come on.
Yeah. I had to save the screenshot because it was just amazing. Wow. So yeah. So
can you send me that, because I want to post that?
Yeah.
I want
to. It was posted. It's probably, they come out like every couple of months or something like that. So I'll dig it up, and then it's amazing.
Feather in your hat, man. Like, you know, and for those of you who don't
understand, a lot of hard work from everyone.
You know, I will tell you though, for those of you who don't know this business, okay, and radio, there's a lot that Michelle, I don't know how she does it, because she organizes, she hosts, she helps. This is the Wonder Woman of UPR in the paranormal world.
Thank you.
This woman, she's amazing. And I'm not just saying that. Like, I'm a psychic snob. Okay. I am. I'm very picky with who I hang out with and who I prefer. And you're just amazing. You're just amazing.
Thank you.
And you guys need to know the work she puts in.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Oh, it's a lot of work. Sometimes I have to remind people I'm getting messages. I'm on the air. It's like, can it wait? You know,
we all need to know your schedule as to know.
I know, but by now everybody should. But
I think I've done that. I think I've actually done that.
That's all right.
Help me! Oh my God!
Sometimes you'll see me veer away and go, "Uh-oh, I'm trying to put a fire out," you know. But
oh, you poor girl! Oh my God,
it's a lot of fun. Yeah, there's a lot. There is a lot of Better you than me. Thank you.
Oh.
But anyway, everybody, thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us. And big thank you, of course, to Angel for joining us. And the website raisingenergy.com. Check it out. It's been up on the board here literally all night. So make a point of definitely checking her out.
Yeah, and I have a blog there too. So whether you book an appointment, check out the blog because there's all kinds of stuff there about animal communications and other stuff as well. And, all this kind of work and the experiences. So please do check it out, raisingenergy.com.
Check it out. Facebook page as well, right?
Thank
YouTube page. Yes. We have been broadcasting live on the Creature Co podcast YouTube page, so check it out. Yep. It's in there. Tomorrow night, Jason Thornton joins me. His book, amazing book, by the way. Why Me? Life, Trauma, Alien Encounters. His book, basically, it is a roller coaster ride of, my God, how can so much stuff happen to one person? He faced things that nobody really should have had to face. But then came the Palladians and over 60 Sarces. And we're pretty much talking hybrid. He's got hybrid children, and he describes this and he talks about it, how he came out of this dark place and how his interactions with the Palladians literally changed his life spiritually, the connection he has to his children, right? Palladian children. It was an amazing read. So, be sure to check us out. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee. Of course, I appreciate you guys so very much. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been since 2019 that you've been with me. So thank you. And big thank you to Steve McGinnis, United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from New Orleans. So thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of this journey for the last several years. So thank you, Folgers. We couldn't do it without you. Big shout out and thanks to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Specializes in the Halloween and horror genre, but does amazing commission pieces of any type. So tonight, I welcome internationally recognized aura researcher and author Judith Collins. She spent over 70 years studying the human aura. So she's going to be talking about her journey of seeing auras, which began as a child, and how it continues on today as she teaches not just about the aura, but color energy, intuition, self-development, and spiritual growth. So I know you guys are going to love this conversation. I know I certainly am. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our special guest, Judith Collins. Hello, how are you?
Hello, pleased to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Hello to everybody out there in the outer realm.
Oh, thank you. We have people from your neck of the woods out here. We've got Aussie, we've got Astrid. Hi guys, how are you? And of course, we have a getting pretty full chat room. Hi Kira, and hello Wayne. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're starting, which is awesome. You came very highly recommended from another friend of mine, Samuel Chung, who's been on a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me before we finished off our last show, he said, you need to speak to this amazing lady. And it's like, I'm all over it. So I am really looking forward to this conversation. This is something that you have been experiencing since you were a child. What was it like for you as a child when you first started realizing that you were different from others?
Well, it wasn't unusual simply because it was natural. I was born with it. It's just like an artist who, as a 2-year-old, begins to pick up a color pencil and draws, and the parents look down on the piece of paper and they go, "Oh my God, he can actually draw." And he becomes the artist. So it's really no different from that. The human aura to me does not belong in the esoteric or the occult or the new age phenomena. It belongs with us as our human incarnation because it is part of us. It's a blueprint of who we are. So for me as a child, I was cocooned in love. I had a Cancerian mother who nurtured me and made sure that I was protected and not cast out as a freakish child. I had all my encounters of teachers referring me to psychologists and doctors referring me to psychologists. I'm a premature baby. I was one of those souls who couldn't wait to get here. I got here in a hurry. I came very, very early. And I was born with a whole lot of physical disabilities. My legs were all twisted. My feet were twisted. I was born deaf, but they discovered I had a middle ear infection. And so that was cleared up within 10 days. I had a range of different things. So I spent the first 4 years of my life living at doctors while they tried to straighten my legs. When I was 8 years old, I built up fluid in the legs because they hadn't been straightened properly. And so I fortunately had 4 months off school because the doctors cut the bottom of my feet off and I couldn't walk for 4 months.
Oh my goodness.
Give you an example of my family. My mother made that fun, lots of fun. I couldn't walk. I was stuck in bed, had to have my feet elevated. So at dinner time, my eldest brother would come in, pretend to be a horse, pull up beside my bed. I'd climb on his back, and then he would act like a horse, riding me down to the kitchen where I could sit up and have a meal with everybody. Because my mother was of belief that life creates more psychological problems than it does physical ones. And so if we can curb all the psychological problems, this was just her natural mothering style. She'd never read anything. So me seeing colours, me talking in colours. Mum says that her earliest memory, she said I'd be about 2.5, where I would, she was teaching me the names of things and I would point to a colour before I'd point to the object. And she thought, oh, well, we might have an artist in the family.
Wow.
We might have a sculptor. You know, this child has got colour. So she definitely artistic, creative. And so Mum wrote to Derwent Pencil Company, coloured pencil company in England, and asked them if they would possibly have a colour chart, and they sent it out to her. And so she was able to, with their colour chart, look at all the variations of colour. And whenever I saw something, I would point to that colour, and she would give me the name of that colour. So I learned all the variations of white, pink, yellow, red, green. Yes. So that's basically the beginning of my childhood.
A rough start, but yet very supportive.
Oh, I look back and think to myself, well, if your glass is half full,
yes,
which mine always is, you don't see it as rough, you see it as a learning curve. And what it did for everybody, it built a relationship with my eldest brother and I. We are so close because he was the very strong character, steadfast, reliable, honest, loyal Capricorn, you know. And so therefore he protected his little sister. He would put me in the basket of his push bike and take me for rides because I couldn't walk. He did all those types of things for me.
Right. So you still had to enjoy your childhood a little bit.
Yes. You know, I'm born into a family of boys and I love it.
Yes, that's great. I love that. I hear that a lot from people who have brothers. It's like, I wouldn't have it any other way.
No, me neither.
Yeah. It's lovely. But I love how you know your mom was so supportive. I find that many gifted children, you know, even when they have the gift of sight and they're trying to explain that I see things, sometimes they're just made to feel very silly and then they withdraw. It sounds like you had a very encouraging mother.
Well, my mother would never allow anybody to call it a gift. I grew up with that. My mother would just say, it's just a natural ability. Everybody has a natural ability. Some people, my mother would say to me when I was growing up, if I got criticism or I was bullied or anything like that, she'd say to me, well, some people are born to be medical researchers and will discover great things. And some people are born to be singers and actors and musicians. And this is what you're born to. And it's not a gift, it's a natural ability. And so I learned to take the ego out of it, which is I've got a gift, right? And just have a natural ability.
Yes, I think that's extraordinary. What a beautiful foundation to start your journey. So, I mean, can you see auras with all life, with anything, plants, trees? Yeah. So, what do certain auras mean? Would it mean the same thing for, let's say, a person? Let's say, green?
No, not at all. When was it? I think it was the 1990s when I wrote the How to See and Read the Human Aura book. And I did it after a radio interview, a talkback radio interview, when I realized that people have got they've got an esoteric understanding of auras. They haven't got a practical one.
Right.
And so the human aura is like your DNA. It's an individual thing. It's people think that the aura changes all the time, and it doesn't. And you just anybody listening, just use your common sense. Just use your common sense, and it'll prove it to you. 10 years ago, you read something in a book, you thought it was wonderful, and you've adopted it into your day-to-day life. It could be a belief system. It could be a recipe that you've been cooking for the last 10 years. That's in your aura, and that's not going to change until you change that. There are so many things in the human aura that do not change. So I might go through and I explain to people the human aura. Would you like that?
Please.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Now, esoteric versions, let's push that and let's put it in a sink, pull the plug out and flush it down the sink, right? Go away. Because the human aura is a living, breathing electromagnetic pulse that is that generates color. Now, the first thing is, how does the aura generate color? Well, there's 9 steps, individual steps that it generates color. The first one is thinking. The second one is hearing. The third one is seeing. The fourth one is smelling. We all know how, that smells delicious.
Yes.
Or, oh my God, that stinks. Yes, that's all generates color. The next one is taste, how we taste things. The next one is how we feel about anything in life at all levels. The next one is what we read, because that comes into the brain. It registers what we read. The next one is number 8 is how we dream, the levels of our dreams. And number 9 is our life experience. Now, all these things make colour.
Mm-hmm.
Those colours, all of those colours are registered by the eternal mind. New Age people know that as the higher self. I don't call it the higher self because I think it's egotistical. I think people say, oh, it's no, I've got to get in touch with my higher self. I've got to learn how to function on a higher level. The higher self in the human aura doesn't have any levels of superiority. It just registers as an eternal mind, and it registers within the astral layer of the human aura.
Mm-hmm.
The astral layer of the human aura is multi-layered. When I was a little girl, I thought it had 5 layers. And then as I grew up, I thought it had 7. And then I thought it had 11. And it just keeps getting more and more layers. And so my next question, being practical, my next question is why? Why? Why does it have so many layers and all the rest don't? I discovered many years ago that the eternal mind, as we know the higher self, is registered in there. And why I call it the eternal mind, and the energy within the aura shows it as the eternal mind, is because it gathers all information and it stores all information of every lifetime. That's past, present, and future. It stores the future as well, because we live in all these dimensions. And so it stores that. If you go to a past life regressionist and they regress you back into past lives, they're coming out of the astral layer of the aura. The astral layer of the aura is where all the colour registers. So your thinking, feeling, and everything moves right through the physical, through to the etheric, into the astral layer of the aura, and it stores because it's an experience. You fall in love, it's an experience. Boom, astral. It's a bank. Right? It's a bank. And so somebody prangs into the back of your car. Oh, it's an experience.
Yes.
You're walking across the room and you trip over a mat. It's an experience. All experiences get registered in the astral layer of the aura. Now, we've got around our body, pretty close to our body, about an inch away, we've got the physical layer of the aura, which is opaque. Most people, when they're learning to see auras, see that first. It's just a sort of a opaque vibration, and it's very close to the body. The next one people see when they're learning to see auras is the etheric. Now, the etheric is a twin, and there is a reason it is a twin. The etheric is a pale blue colour. That's the first layer of it. And the second layer brings through all the colour from the astral as you need it. Now, this is going to wake a lot of people up that are listening now. I have tracked this over many years anyway. I've tracked it. Why is the etheric twinned? I thought, wow, that's got to be investigated.
Yeah.
So the etheric is twin, and it brings down all the different colours from the astral layer of the aura, which is our bank, right? The bank on the corner of the street.
Mm-hmm.
Now, next thing that happens, when you need those skills, they come down from the astral. This is the thing that people will wake up and never forget. This is all going, at the moment I say this to everybody who's listening, this is going to lock into your memory, into your aura now. Because of the astral layer having the eternal mind and being our piggy bank, right, our bank, it brings down the positive and the learning from previous lifetimes that influence us up to 100 times a day.
Wow.
Yes, up to 100 times a day.
Incredible.
You might say, for instance, just a little example of past life influences. Just say you're making a cake, you're baking a cake, right? And you've got all your ingredients out, and you've got your mixing bowls out, and you get out your electric mixer, and it doesn't work. and you're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to have visitors. What have I got to do? What have I got to do? What have I got to do? So you look at the recipe again and you're following the recipe and I thought, well, if I do this and I get a whisk out and I beat these up and I do that and I fold that in and whatever, all that's coming from past lives. That information is saving you. It's bringing through skills that you had in past lives when you didn't have an electric mixer. Simple little things like that. Simple little things. Say your car breaks down on the side of the road and you pull up the bonnet of the car and you're looking at it and you don't know anything about cars. And then you realise there's some heat coming out of it and you're thinking, well, what do I do about this? So you just fiddle with a couple of things. Maybe you pull out the oil stick, whatever you do. And then you try the car again and it goes. This is coming through from past lives. These are all practical skills coming from past lives. Say, for instance, you are walking along and you see an old lady carrying a bag and she falls over and you go over to help her and you pick the bags up and you take the old lady to a seat and sit her down and you sit there and say, look, is there anybody I can call for you? This is a past life experience where you have helped people. So every day, every minute of the day, up to 100 times. The busier your life is, the more past lives you draw on. If you're sitting at home, twiddling your thumbs, watching the television set, never doing anything, never talking to anybody, feeling sorry for yourself, your past lives aren't doing a thing to help you. But during our day, past life information comes through very quickly, spontaneously, instantly, to give us insight to do things.
Wow. That is insane. I am always busy and my brain never, ever shuts off. I mean, I have trouble sleeping because I'm always going, you know. A question, Wayne says, is the astral aura similar to what people call the Akashic records? A memory bank of sorts. Totally different.
No,
okay.
Totally different. Totally different.
Okay.
Yeah. Totally different. Because the astral layer of the aura is very much you and nobody else.
Right.
It's you. It has records of who you share life with. If you're in the industry of prostitution and you've slept around and earned money from it, it's going to show past life skills where you've been forced into that situation before, and it's going to give you protective skills. It's going to give you conscious skills. It's going to give you self-forgiveness skills, and it's going to give you insight into character skills. It's character building. So there's a whole range of different experiences that we've had. I actually when people go to past life regressions, my little brain says, why? Because I have been back into so many different past lives with various people, going deep into the human aura. And I thought to myself, I'd rather live in this time than live in any other time, especially as a woman. A woman didn't have any rights. A man could rape, bash her and never be charged for it. Women couldn't vote. Women weren't allowed to rent a house. If the husband died, she couldn't take over the rent of the house. She was turfed out with the children. Who wants to go back to past lives? Not me.
No, not me.
I'm going forward.
Forward's good.
Going forward. But let's get to the aura now about the colours. We've done how the colours form, and we've done where the colours sit. Now, when you read an aura, you read an aura like you do the alphabet. So colours come together like letters. When you have orange and red side by side around the wrists and the tips of the fingers, that shows an entrepreneur, somebody who is inventing, creating, doing something. Now, when you look at their aura's energy will be locked in for a duration of 6, 7, 8, 11, 15 years. And think about it. I want getting people to use their common sense now. Think about it.
They start their business, they grow their business, it fails a bit, they rebuild it, they do this. And this is a journey of success. So therefore, those patterns are sitting in the aura for the lifetime of building their business and creating their business. They're drawing on hundreds of past life skills to think through, to the strength to face risks or move through risk or cope with risks. All of these things come through from past lives. And so when we look at the colors of an aura, we have to look at them like the letters of an alphabet. If we say red is S, and then we say blue is A, and then we put green as T, we've got SAT. So we can read it. Yeah. So when you're looking at an aura, you have to read the colors together. There is no such thing. I laugh very politely to myself, never to the person, when a person walks up to me and says, I've been told my aura is green. Could you please tell me what that means? And I thought to myself, if your aura is all green, you're dead.
Nah, wow.
If your aura is all blue, you're dead. If your aura is all red, you're dead. Simply because there are certain colors that vibrate in the human aura to keep you alive. And if you're one color, you're not living.
Wow, that is so interesting, because that's exactly right. You know, I've known and met so many people through the years. That's exactly what they say. I've worked in film for a couple of decades, and I've had people come up to me and say, you know, this is your color aura, or this is your color aura. But it makes so much sense when you put it that way. Even people who've had these, you know, when you take a photo, they're called aura photos.
Yes,
I know.
I know.
Yeah, but and they're vibrant.
Yes, yes. I'll explain that. I'll go through the colors of the aura and
at your pace.
That one color.
Yeah.
The information they are being given is right in some context. So I'll explain that in a minute. But the colors that come into your aura are read like a text in a book. The most important colors in the human aura are under your feet. Under your feet. Simply because it shows everything that's happened to you and the next 6 months of your life. That's what it shows, right? Now, the colors up the head are thinking processes, hearing, smelling, tasting, and so on. So they change rapidly because that's our world that we live in. The colors on the shoulders are sorting and sifting out all that information to see what you will dump and what you will move forward in a belief system or a feeling system. Your head, your mind, your heart, your eyes, what you've heard has just fallen madly in love. Now you're sorting and sifting it all out, thinking, is this the person for me? And you're taking that forward in that relationship. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, the colours across there are sorting and sifting out what's necessary and unnecessary. The most important colours are under your arms, under your armpits, because they show the concrete information, experience, feelings, spiritual insight, intuition, what you are moving forward with, what you're taking in to the next 18 months of your life. That's what they show, because you have sorted and sifted it all. Now, down your arms, it shows how you are conducting your life. Are you having passionately sex with the bloke that you've fallen in love with, right? The answer is, if you've fallen in love, you definitely are, right? Your hands, if you have just had a baby, your hands show that you are conducting as a mother. You're learning new skills. It will show that. If you have just trained as a tradesman, it will show that you are working in plumbing, electricity, building, carpentry. It will show these things. At the end of your arms are your hands, right? Now they are massive colours. They bring through with them past life traits. Those colours there can have skills. If it's navy blue, pale blue, and apple green, I look at the hand and I go, oh, this is a doctor. So then I begin to ask him, what are you a doctor of? Medicine, philosophy? What kind of doctorate do you have? And we'll have a conversation. So the colours around the hands, and I know those by combining all those colours together. You can have mothering skills in your hands. You can have nursing skills in your hands. You can have artistic sculpturing skills in your hands. They determine what you are thinking of doing, how you're thinking of doing it. And then the next thing's very important, because as we move down the torso, we start to see you've got these skills, but what are you doing with them? Are you learning more? Are you fearful of them? Are you excited by them? Are you embarrassed by them? How are you moving this forward? How are you moving this forward? And what's stopping you from moving it forward? If you are, the colours go down the legs, they show the journey that you're taking. So everything from your belly button up shows all the processing that you're going through and what you're moving forward with. Down the legs, it shows whether or not it's going to work. I'll give you an example. A lady I met many years ago had been in India for 2 years, and she'd done a lot of spiritual work on herself, and she felt that she wasn't growing as fast as she expected to. And so she came to see me. I looked at her aura and I said to her, I said, wow, you've been doing some serious work on yourself. And she said, yes. And she told me about India. And I said, but obviously looking at this aura, you're taking 3 steps forward and you're taking 5 steps backwards. And she said, yes. She said, why is that? And I said, well, you got sepia and olive colours down around your feet and that. And I said, and there's a tan shade peeking through, and that's male energy. I said, combined in colours, maybe 15, 20, maybe a little bit more than 20 years old. And she said, that's my father. I haven't spoken to him for 20 years. So she goes out and searches for a father, builds up the relationship. She comes back to see me 2 years later. I do her aura again. She pulls out her old aura. We do a comparison with it, and we see that the relationship that she has built with her father has all cleared away, and her spiritual journey is advancing very quickly. So that gives you an idea of why they're very important under the feet. I'll tell you one that will excite everybody out there in the listening land. A young man came to me. I was working at a big show, and he came in, and I can read an aura as fast as anyone can read a street sign. And I do that by simply going to the feet, and it tells me at least the last 6 months of your life, right? And I looked down at his feet and I saw magenta. And I went, oh, my God. Oh, I said, look, get your money back for this aura drawing. I said, because I haven't got time to go through your aura to find out time spans and everything, because I'm so busy. But we'll give you your money. You go over to where all the clairvoyants are, and anybody worth their salt will be able to pick this up. He goes over to all the clairvoyants, and there's about 40 of them there, and he's looking at all the photographs, and he doesn't know who to choose. So he comes back to my stand, and he says to me, could you find one for me, please? And I go over there, and I look at all the photos, and I go, none. Right, so none of them had the ability to go that deep. That's what I'm saying. They had abilities, but they didn't have abilities to go that deep. Anyway. So Paul, my husband, gives him a ticket, gives this young man a ticket, and says, come back when the show closes and Judith will sit down and talk to you. I did that. He won the lottery.
Wow.
Because magenta under the feet is being in the right time, in the right space at the right time for the right thing. And it works in a hurry, instantly. Behind that, he had red, which is creating a new reality. Put red and that together, something instantly, positively, magnificently is going to change. And he said, well, what should I do with it? I said, if it was me, if I saw it in my aura, I'd go out and get a lottery ticket. I'd go out and get anything I can invest in, anything. Yes, he did.
Wow. Wow.
He contacted me 3 weeks later, sent me a check for $10,000, and I tore it up and I sent it back to him, and I said, no, I was just an instrument for you. You take that 10,000 and give it to a charity. Yeah, which he did. So that's the colours under the feet.
Wow, how lovely. It's so nice to hear.
About everything else.
Yeah.
You just get somebody to read from your kneecaps to your toes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. See, but that's actually good to know because, many people go to these fairs or these events and you get somebody who just says, oh, they see around you and this is what this is. And, they're not versed in it. This isn't something, it's like, not that, mediumship is just more widely practiced.
Oh, yes, mediumship.
Right? It's a lot different of a read than reading auras.
Yes.
Down to the extent to which you read auras.
Yes.
Yes. So I had a couple of questions. Aussie says, I wonder if your favorite color could be a part of your, or could it be part of a favorite lifetime, past life?
Colors move with emotions, and they move with feelings, taste, and everything. So if you've been a professional cook in the Navy in a past life, or you've cooked for an orphanage, and you've seen the smile on children's faces, then the smell of something might bring a color into your aura, but it won't stay very long because it's a past life thing. You will only trigger it when you feel it in the lifetime. It won't stay with you all of your life. Yes.
So, thank you. So everything moves around.
Yes.
Because her other question is, what colors are musicians? But I guess it's
oh wow, no, there's no such thing as the color of the musician. The color of the musician has got to be the life he lives, his life experience, how he was reared as a child, what kind of relationship he's in, what food does he like, what books do he read. Yes, it's more than, there's no such thing as, oh, this is the perfect doctor, this is the perfect whatever. What happens, the aura does show creative, talented skills. Some more than others, in some people more than others. Some people walk around in a spiritual blindness and never awaken any of their skills.
Wow.
So creativity and spirituality often run side by side in the human aura. Yes. Now, getting to the colors that people get, if somebody is reading you and they're saying to you, or you're learning to see an aura, and I've taught many people to do this. If you're learning to see, the colors that will come up immediately is apple green, red, indigo, orange, yellow. These are the colors of the chakras. And the chakras, because they integrate with our physical body and our health and well-being, they show through the light of the human aura, and the aura sits behind that. And so, well, actually sits over the top of it, but because they're so loud and bright, you don't see it, right? They're the colors that people see. So if somebody says to you, you're orange, well, that's got to do with the chakra. So if they say that you're orange, you go home and you look up what orange means, because it's related to your health as well, right? The same with green or indigo or the likes. Yeah. So those big colors that you're getting, people are actually tuning into the and they move, they fluctuate. Chakras spin, move up and down and go back and forth and so on. So they are relevant. They are relevant if you understand them as chakras. Yes.
Right.
But they're not the aura.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good to know. There's a difference. A couple of questions. Can you see your own aura in a mirror?
Yes. If I go to a doctor, And I've had a test, and the doctors told me the results of the test. I go home, stand in front of a mirror and examine everything to see whether or not I agree with the doctor. Yes.
That's interesting. Yeah, see, no fooling you. Another question. So, do our auras know when we meet someone from our past life? Does it work that way?
The aura can recognize it, and it comes down from the astral layer of the aura. And you'll look at that person, or you'll be standing next to that person or sitting opposite them thinking, why do I know you? Why do I know you? And you've never met. And this is the past life. Now, does that mean it's positive or not so positive? It doesn't. The aura won't tell you that. Whatever it is, the connection, if you choose to make the connection, some people just move on. They think, geez, I thought I knew that fellow. I thought I knew that girl. Oh, but I don't. We've never met. Oh, and they move on. Other people look at it. I mean, I look at me. My whole life was lived as a recluse because of what I saw when I was a little girl growing up. By the time I started school, I was aware that everybody lied and everybody cheated, and I couldn't trust anybody. And my mother cocooned me with her wisdom, wise old lady, wisdom. And she said to me, she said, well, do your brothers have that in their energy? And I went, yes. Does your father have it? I went, yes. And she said, do I have it? And I said, yes. Does grandma, grandpa have it? Yes. And do you love us? Yes. Do we love you? Yes. Now, everybody has little lies in their aura. Everybody has a little bit of deceit. So, if it's not hurting anybody else, if it's just your own and nobody else, then there's nothing to be worried about. That's what she said. Yeah, and I would have been about 5 or 6 at the time. So growing up, I could not trust anybody. I sat in the playground all alone. I went all the way through to my senior years, not having any friends at school. Didn't talk to anybody. I've never had a girlfriend in my life, close friend. Never been out shopping with friends. Never been to the movies with friends. Never done anything with friends. I just didn't have any, because my life was different. When I was 23 years old, my sister-in-law phoned me and she said, I'm going to a lecture, a natural health lecture, and I want some company in the car. Would you like to come with me? And I said, yes. So off we go. And we went to this lecture, and the woman was a homeopath, and she was talking about vibrations of energies and that. And my sister-in-law, we were just sitting there, and my sister-in-law said to me, she said, do you think she might understand what you do? And I said, I don't know. She said, so we'll stay behind, we'll talk to the lady. So we did. And my sister-in-law explained everything that I could do. And the lady, the homeopath, said that's called a human aura. So I was 23 years old when I found out it was a human aura.
Wow.
I didn't know it was called an aura. I just knew it was coloured energy, and it was all different colours and variations, and they all had different meanings. And I taught myself what the meanings were by seeing people who were coming frequently to our house or visiting relatives, or going to doctors, the same doctor over and over and over again. I could start to read the colours together. Like you teach a child going into kindergarten, you teach them the colours and you teach them the letters and you show them the word horse, and then they see the figure horse. That's how my mother taught me. But going up into adult years, my mother was trying to get me out in the community, and she said to me when I was 17, there's a local community meeting down. I lived in a country town, and she said, so I think you should go because there's going to be people your own age there. I went into the room, sat down around the table. There was about 15 people there, and I looked straight across the table and I saw the aura, which I knew was coloured energy at those times, and I saw patterns of relationship. And I went, what's this? And it was all linked to me. And it was my husband to be.
Aww.
And so there I was at 17. Anyway, I saw that, and I didn't say anything, or I kept it to myself. And over the next 10 days, the little community group started to have a few outings, and my husband Paul and I found ourselves always sitting beside each other talking. We'd be talking at barbecues, we'd go to the swimming pool, we'd be at the beach, we'd be always sitting together talking. Anyway, then we went to a place, and he was a bit fearful of it. And I said to him, oh, look, there's nothing to be fearful of. And I said to him, take my hand, I'll bring you through. Anyway, we did that. And then the next day he says to me, out of the blue, he said, can I talk to you about something serious, please? And I went, yes. He said, I want to talk to you about marriage. And I said, marriage? Marriage? What do you want to talk to me about marriage for? And he said, because I've realised that I don't want to spend another day in my life without you. And so there we were, 10 days.
Beautiful.
And we got married, and we were married for 54 years. He died 2 years ago. We were married for 54 years.
He's your person. He was your soulmate.
Oh, yes, I know what he was.
Oh, it's just so beautiful.
He was my Rock of Gibraltar.
Yes, it's so beautiful. Oh my God, my eyes are watering. I love stories like that. I think it's just.
Well, I'll tell you the next thing that happened when I was 27. Because my journey hasn't been going to a course or being led or spiritual telling me to do something or anything like that. My journey has been fraught with challenges, right? Fraught with challenges. Now, 27, I lived on a, because I knew about my energy and how I didn't want to be around people, because I never learnt to turn the aura off until I was 27 years old. 27. I never learned to turn it off. So I saw everybody's business. Can you imagine what that does to you psychologically?
Oh, yeah.
So as a young child, I wouldn't go anywhere. And so I was at psychologist after psychologist all my life until I got to 8. And the psychologist, I was sick of them asking me the same questions over and over and over again. And I sat there opposite her, and she's starting to ask me questions, and she's taking notes. And then I say to her, can I ask you a question? Why won't you go with your husband to Melbourne? And she said, how do you know about that? I said, because I can see it. I can see it. And I said, because if you don't go, you won't have a marriage. It's over. And she put the pen down, and she looked straight across at me, and I'll never forget it. She said, there's nothing wrong with you. She said, you're just more insightful than the average person. There's nothing wrong with you. And I didn't see a psychologist again until I was 14 years old. And so, oh, wow, I was seeing a psychologist 2 and 3 times a year up to that point in time.
Wow.
But getting back to relationships, and when I was 27, I lived on an isolated property. I live on a farm on a dirt road, and don't have neighbours across the road, don't have neighbours behind me, don't have neighbours either side of me. And a knock came on the door one Sunday morning, 11 o'clock one Sunday morning, and there were 3 people standing there. And I said to them, can I help you? I thought they were lost. And they said, we think you're it. I said, what do you mean I'm it? And they said, we belong to a spiritualist church. We meditate on a regular basis. And a few months ago, we started picking up this energy. So we decided to try and track it. And what we did this morning, we decided to drive down where we thought it was located, get out of the car, sit on the grass, meditate to see whether or not we could, really locate it, channel it into the, and we came down this road and we realised that this is it. The energy's in the street and there's no other houses. This is it. So we've knocked on your door. Well, my husband, Mr. Have a Chat, he walked out and he said to them, oh, what's this about? They explained it to him and he said, oh, that's her. That's her. And he invited them in. I wasn't happy about that. Anyway, the people sat down and they said, look, if it's all right with you, we'd like to take you through a few little tests. And I said, well, what kind of tests? And they said, we just want to take you through a few tests, see what gifts you have. And I could hear my mother saying, it's not a gift, it's a natural ability. So they said, if you could go into your kitchen, we're going to do a few things in this sitting room and we want you to be able to tell us what we are doing or what we have done. And they didn't know that auras go through walls. And I was sitting in my kitchen reading everything they were doing. And I was able to answer their questions. Well, that blew them away. And they decided that they wanted to come back in 6 weeks' time. And my husband agreed. I didn't, but he agreed. He said, no, this is good, this is good, this is good. We don't know where this natural ability is going to go. So they come back in 6 weeks' time and there's more people. There's another car full of people. And the people come in and I'm looking at their energy and going, they're sick. This one's got cancer. This one's got leukemia. This one's got motor neurons disease. This one, the beginning of motor neurons disease. This one's got da, 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 da. And I thought, why are they all sick? Anyway, I didn't say it. I kept it to myself. Didn't say it. So they wanted to do all these tests again, and I did all the tests again. And then I said to the woman who was in charge of this little group, I said to her, why have you brought all these sick people to my door? And she said, how do you know they're sick? And I said, because I can see it. They're sick. They're really sick.
Yeah.
And she said, so you can see that? And I went, yes. She said, wow, that's unbelievable. Anyway, they then told my husband that I had to go out into the world. I had to take this natural ability out into the world. And I didn't want to do that. And I liked my happy little life on the farm where nobody bothered me. And so my husband decided that he would ring my mother. So he called my mother. The people are sitting in our lounge room. And he calls my mother, and my mother wants to talk to me on the phone. And I just said to Paul, I'm not talking to her. I'm not talking to her. No, I'm not talking to her. I don't want any part of this. So Paul gets on the phone and says she won't come to the phone. And my mother says, well, put one of the people that are there and get them to the phone so I can understand what they want. So my mother's talking to them. And the next thing you know, Paul and my mother, within the next 3 months, had me out there in the general public.
Uh-oh.
Paul took a stall at the Mind, Body and Spirit Festival, the first one in Australia. And he told me that I was going along and people could come and ask me questions about what I see. And that would be as simple as that. And I went, all right then, all right, I'll go. But when I got there and he was setting up the stall and he was unpacking boxes, I saw that he had printed off all of these forms of the human body and he had sets of colouring pencils. I thought, what the hell's that for? And I didn't want a part of it. And so the next thing I did was I said, I'm going for a walk. So I walked away and I met a friend from our town and she's a yoga teacher. She told me she was going to a free workshop. So I said, I'll come with you. So the free workshop went for 40 minutes and the show started 40 minutes earlier, right? And we get out and there's a great big queue going down the aisle. And I look and I said, I wonder what they're selling up there. And she said, yeah, let's go and have a look. So we go there. And as I'm walking up past this queue of people, they're all saying, hello, Judith. Hello, Judith. Hello, Judith. And I'm thinking, how do you know me? How do you know me? And then when I get to the store, my husband's got this large photograph of me and all my skills underneath it. And all these people had booked in to see me. I walked into the store. Paul had a small table with these images of people's physique, plus the colouring pencils all set up. And I said, "What's this?" And he said, "This is you exercising your natural ability." And I said, "Well, I don't know what to do. What do I do?" And he said, "You just do it." And I said, "But what do I do?" And this lady that was first, she said, I'm first. And she sat down. And I was just, and she's sitting there, and I'd never done it before. I didn't know what to do.
Right.
And I decided that she said, I can't wait to see what colours they are. So I just picked up the pencils and started putting all the colours in her aura, right?
Right.
Then she asked me what they meant. And so I was able to tell her what they meant. And I did that. Well, the next person came in, and then there was another person after that. This woman sat down, and her husband was with her. And her husband was one of these loudmouth people who was very skeptical, right? Skeptical. And while I was doing her aura, he kept interrupting, saying, "What are you wasting your money for? What are you spending your money on this for? It's not going to help you. It's not going to do anything." And I put the pencils down. I looked up at him and I said, "If you don't shut your mouth," I said, "I'm going to talk out loud and tell everybody about the metal plate in your head that you that you got from an accident."
Oh.
And he went, "How do you know about that?" I said, "I can see it." And so the next day, the husband came back to see me. He was no longer skeptical.
Nah, that's showing him. You're making a believer.
I began to do this, and then I'm leading to a very, very particular story about, it's a real story about a woman who came to see me a couple of years later at one of these shows. She came in, and I looked up at her aura, and I must have had a particular look on my face, because she leant over, she put a hand on top of mine, and she said, "It's all right. I know the worst." So she said, "I just wanted to see what it looked like."
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm a person whose glass is half full, so I always look for the better things, not the worst things, right? So I'm looking at for the better things, and I can't see them. She has got every shade of grey you could possibly have in your aura, and nobody wants to have any shades of grey in their aura. They're not good. And she had every shade of them. She had splashes of black in it. She had black red in it, and it was a mess. And I looked at it and I thought, she's got no hope. I can't do this aura this way, because she'll look at it and she won't have any hope. And I said to myself, "Well, come on, Smarty. You're so clever. Come on, Smarty. Prove it." This is what I'm saying to myself. Come on, you're so clever. Do it. So I went through the astral layer of the aura, and I looked and I looked and I looked and I looked and looked. And then way, way out there, I found the tiniest spot of burgundy, deep, dark, claret wine colour. And it was tiny. It was like the size of a pinhead. And I looked at where it was. I looked at how long it would take to move down through the aura and get under the feet. And I estimated it would be somewhere between 18 to 24 months. So I put nothing else in the aura, nothing at all. And I just put the tiny pinhead of this dot in the aura. And she said to me, "What is that?" And I said, "That is burgundy. That is the strongest colour in the human aura. It is self-empowerment. It is survival. It is self-rescue." And she said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." And that has got to move from that point all the way down through the body to under your feet. And that will take 18 months to 24 months. But When it arrives under your feet, you will look at the mirror one day and say, I'm a new person. This is a new life, and it's feeling good and it's feeling secure.
Wow.
And she got up with the greatest smile. 3 years later, she came back to see me. And she told me she got her aura done, and I'd forgotten who she was. And she brought her old aura and compared it. And I remembered who she was. Because on the day when I put that little burgundy dot in there, I said to her, for your aura to be in this state, you must have gone through hell. And I said, could you share it with me? And she said, yes. She said, my husband and I had been in business for many years. We had a partner in business. He embezzled everything, left us with hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay in tax, and scoffed off to another country with the money. And we lost our house. We lost everything. My husband committed suicide because he couldn't cope with the taxation bill. And I went, she said, and then I had to fill in forms for solicitors and accountants. And I got my son to take them down to the accountant. While he was taking them down, coming back from the accountant, his motorbike was hit by a truck and he died instantly.
Oof.
So there was just my daughter and I left, and we had to sell the house and sell off all the furniture. We had to rent an apartment. After we were in the apartment for a couple of months, my daughter was getting headaches. So I took her to the doctor, and the doctor sent her for tests, and we found out she had an inoperable brain tumour and she was dead within 3 months. That's what did it to her aura.
Wow. My God, how much can one person endure?
Well, that story and seeing that led me to my work in the 1980s when I worked with refugees from all different countries, children who had seen their parents or their family murdered. Just the horrific stages in the human aura that you can see. Because to understand, I look at a human aura to understand its coping mechanisms. How is it? How do we evolve through trauma like that? How do you go through a disaster? What your eyes witness, what you feel, fear and terror, and how do you evolve through that? So I was looking at all these different stages because I know a lot about auras. When I wrote the book in the 1990s, I wrote the book to put it out there in the community so people finally understood what it was, and how it works in their lives. Doing what I've done has led me around the world, lecturing around the world, but I've worked with governments. I've had to sign Official Secrets Act on projects that I've worked with. I've worked with law enforcement. I've worked in hospitals with surgeons. I've worked in medical research. I've worked in scientific research. So I have not ever put the aura in the esoteric or the occult. When I used to do the aura at the shows, people would come back to me because I would give them common sense, practical advice on how to improve their life or change the things they needed to change or heal the things they needed to change. I've done the auras at the show and seen patches there, and I said to people, looked at the person, they might be in their 50s, and I say, you've got this here, you need to go and have this checked and tested in a doctor. And then they ring my office and tell me that they found a blood clot close to the heart, and they got there in time. So that's where I was. And I started to do talkback radio for a lot of different radio stations. And when I started, I didn't know I could do it. I simply went in to do an interview with a radio host, and I'd done an interview with him before. This time was different because he had called me in New South Wales, and he was in Western Australia, which is nearly 5,000 kilometres away. And I had said to him that the lump that he had on the side of his nose had to be removed because it was going too deep into the tissue. And he'd gone off and had it checked, and sure enough, he had it removed. When we started the radio interview, he told everybody in Radio Land that that's what I'd done, and I'd been in New South Wales and he was in Western Australia. So the switchboard lit up, all the calls coming in, and people started calling in asking me about health issues that they had. And I found myself just remote viewing, which I'd never done before, never done on a broad scale, remote viewing through the telephone, right? Telling all these people. And there's one fellow, and I'm going to tell you this for a reason. There's one fellow that called, and he said, "Oh, hello, my name's Ernie." And I said to him, "What on earth have you done to your thumb?" I said, "That's all infected." He said, "Yes, I know." And he told me he'd been to the doctors, and I told him that he'd got a thorn in it. He told me he'd been pruning his mother-in-law's roses, and I told him he had to have it sliced and the thorn removed. When that happened, the show was supposed, my interview was 15 minutes, but radio station said that we've never had this phenomena before. So they postponed 2 other shows, and my talk back to all these people went for 40 minutes. So I did this non-stop for 40 minutes with everybody calling in. When I finished and I left the radio station, I went downstairs, sat in the car. Fortunately, my husband was with me on this trip. And I turned to him and I said, "How did I do that?" And he said, "I don't know." He said, "Only you can figure that out." And I said, "But how did I know? How did I do that? I didn't know how I did it." He said, "Well, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out how you know." Now, the reason I'm telling you about Ernie is because a medium friend of mine said to me, she said, "I've had this fellow come through who just wanted to say thank you to you." And she said, "He's got an unusual name." And I said, she said, "Do you know an Ernest or an Ernie?" And I went, No, I don't. She said, "Nobody in your life of that name?" I went, No. When she got off the phone, I thought, "Oh my God, it's Ernie."
Oh, that's awesome.
And I worked out that Ernie, at the time I did it in the 1990s, he was in his late 50s, so he would have passed by now. Yeah.
Oh,
and so that's
goodness.
Ernie coming back to thank me.
Oh, I love that. So, oh my gosh, it's just so rewarding. You've just done so many incredible things.
That call only came in 2 days ago, so
yeah. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Couple of questions or comments.
Yeah.
Herb likes to know, can you, well, clearly, I think this question is answered. If you could read auras remotely. Not live. Yeah. I guess that's
I have on my website, first of all, I explain my website. It's quite different because I set the website up, yourhumanaura.com, to be a library for people. Everything I know about the human aura, I put on there. I've got a post on there of how the human aura has changed over the last 70 years. So every category, if you've lost a loved one, there's how your aura copes with that and how you can cope it, and practical skills there as well on there. If you've gone bankrupt, if you lost your job, all types of life issues. I've got posts on there. There's over 90 posts on the website. So that's just for information, and they're free. You can just click on it, read what you need to read. If you're an abused wife or you're an abused child and you've got to move through all that trauma, that's in there as well. Everything to do with the human aura. What the service that I offer is called Aura Insights Q&A. So people can think to themselves, what are the 3 burning questions that I need answered about who I am, what's going on in my life, who I'm with. I get all different types of questions. They can send those questions to me, then I tune into that person and I do that remotely. I answer those questions very in-depthly, but if there's other information there that I see that's just as important, I add that in as well. Because once I go into those depths, I often pick up different things. I'll pick up things that might, a past life, like a lady in Canada last week. One of her questions was that she's got an autistic son and he doesn't speak. And she was looking at how she could communicate with him. So I went straight into the astral aura and started to trace this down. And I found out that those two of them had 6 past life links together. And so I found out what the common denominator was, what they learned in each of those lifetimes. And I was able to give her step-by-step strategies on how to communicate with him today in this life. Yes.
Wow. Everything really does sit.
I like to do it remotely. The reason being is I can spend as much time on it as I want to, right? Or I need to. Some people have got some really in-depth things that they need to be investigated, right? Other people on a spiritual journey, that's quite easy because that's up front in the aura. Other people, it's right down deep. So doing it remotely, if I do an aura drawing for people, which I used to do, right? It gives them the next 18 months of their life or maybe the next 2 years of their life. But remotely, I can go deeper. Yes.
Wow. I love that. Next question. Can you also see spirits? So if you can remote view, I imagine you could see. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Well, everybody who is now listening and everybody who is now watching, I want you to take your hand, left or right, doesn't matter, put it at the back of your head on your neck. Now, run your fingers up and you'll feel a little nape there in your neck, a little gap there where your skull is. That's exactly where spirit guides connect in the human aura. When I'm doing the remote viewing, I often see on some spiritually advanced people, which has been wonderful, I've seen spirit teachers that they have shared a life with in past lives coming through to take them on the next step of their journey. Sometimes there's deceased relatives come through as well, either from a past life, but deceased relatives in this lifetime who are guiding. Say, for instance, I might get a 20-year-old and her mother died when she was only 6 years old, and I do the remote viewing and her mother's come through to guide her because she's becoming a mother for the first time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all these things. So the answers to spirits is yes. The answer to extraterrestrials is yes. The answer to animals, yes. The answer to, yep.
Yes, and all of the above.
Yes.
All of the above.
Yes.
Next question. Does doing readings so often, especially all your life, do you ever get fatigued? Like when some people are tapping in, they feel exhausted afterwards. So how is that for you? All of these readings that you do or energy you pick up on?
Never.
Interesting.
Never. Simply because my glass is half full, so it never drains.
Right.
Yes.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. Absolutely.
And people, the average person will tap into fear before they will tap into positivity. When in 2019, I was just saying all these traumas that have happened in our life, right? In 2019, our farm was completely destroyed 100% in a wildfire.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we decided, Paul and I sat beside each other. We were in a motel. We had nowhere to live. And we were sitting in a motel. And he went off and had a shower. And I made us some coffee. And he said, right now, what do we do? What do we do now? This was about 4 hours after the fire. And I said to him, well, when you're down, I'm up. And he said, right, when you're down, I'm up. And if we both go down, we only count to 30 and we're both up. And I said, yep, that's agreed. He said, right now, how do we move forward in the coping mechanism? And I said to him, well, we either react or we respond. So we decided to respond. React brings emotional and psychological issues with it, right? Fears and everything else, trauma, that's responding. If you react, you step back from the situation, you look at it for what it is, and we thought, right, it's all destroyed. We have concrete blocks from sheds. If we get family and friends down to clear off a concrete block, and with the insurance money, if we can put a shed on it very, very quickly, put a secondhand kitchen in it, secondhand shower unit in it, we've got somewhere to live. So that's what we did. And everybody else who was whinging and whining and carrying on about the fire destroying their house and complaining to the media, and they were complaining about the fire brigade, they were complaining about the Red Cross Association, they were complaining about all the charities, that all they did was complain. And New South Wales Health Department, who was supporting everybody, all the refugees from the fire, they looked at us and thought, they're different. They're not complaining. Anyway, we got the shed up and all the charities that come around to help you, and they're wonderful. They come around to help you, make sure you got food and make sure you got blankets and make sure you got all this. They were saying, they said to Paul, you built this in 6 weeks. And Paul said, yeah, I've built sheds before. So he got the shed up. I found the secondhand kitchen online, and I bought all the stuff, and he went out and picked it all up and brought it all back, furnished the thing, did all the electrical, the plumbing, everything. So we had somewhere to live. So 6 weeks after the fire, we moved into our shed, and we lived there for 19 months while our house was being built. Now, New South Wales Health came down and saw us and said, could we talk to you about your attitude? So Paul was talking, I was talking, how there's nothing you can do about it. You might as well get on with life. Do you want to sit in the squalor, or do you want to get up and get a new life? And so we decided on that. Well, New South Wales media came out to see us and said, we want to follow you and film you all day. And I said, what for? And they said, we are going to make a 4-part training program for all the crisis workers on the attitudes that you need to develop on how to cope with climate disasters.
Wow. You just keep attracting all this incredible goodness.
No, the whole thing is because of our attitude and our belief system.
Yes.
Our belief system. We attracted that.
Yes.
Yes.
It really does come down to, what you put out there comes back to you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does.
Yes.
So I keep saying your glass has got to be half full. If it's half full, it will never drain. You'll never be thirsty. You'll never be thirsty. It's got to stay half full. Yes. When we were little children growing up, and Paul came into my family at the age of 17, so he was exposed to this. My parents used to sit at the table and say, how did you feed your brain today? And we were sitting eating our dinner. How did you feed your brain today? And then one brother would say, oh, I went down the creek and I caught some tadpoles. I put my feet in the river. I did this. And another one said, I read this article. And now I know how to build this. And the other one would say, I went for a ride with my friends and we had this conversation. Yep. And it's how you fed your brain. You had to feed your brain positively. What we haven't talked about is the impact of auras on me, because at the age of school was not a happy place for me. All I saw was the teachers' auras, the children's auras, and so on. When I got to 14 years old, a couple of things that happened at school, and I just went, I can't stand this anymore. And I went home and I lay in bed that night and I thought, I got to get away from the human race. How do I get away from the human race? So I took a little bit of money that I had saved, and I packed a small bag of clothes, and I left a note on the kitchen table for my parents. Gone away to think, be gone for days, weeks, or months, but gone. See you soon. And I walked down 2 kilometres to a railway station, caught the train, and then I just got to a part in the city, and then I hitchhiked up the coast and got in with a wonderful truck driver. See, I could read energy, so I knew who was good and who was not. He was a nice family man and wanted to help and whatever. Yeah, so I was away for 3.5 weeks. And I went into rainforests. I walked on beaches in the early hours of the morning, but when the people arrived, I walked away from the beach.
Right.
And I lived by myself for 3.5 months, and I realised that I can't be in the location of people because I've got to be able to cope with my life. And then so at the age of 17, 3 years later, I meet Paul, and we decide to go farming. And I've got nobody around me but the farm animals and the plants and the food and everything like that. So that's the impact that it had in my life. If you want to know other impacts,
yes, of course,
because this will shock people. I think it might shock people. Because I've grown up with auras and I see it as a natural ability, and I study it. Right? I study it. I decided, out of the blue, in the 1990s, I saw on the news there was a war in Bosnia and Croatia. They were fighting. And I was wondering, how do you get in there to see what's going on? I wanted to see how the people in the street, how people in the houses, what was in their auras. I wanted to see soldiers marching off to war. I wanted to see soldiers coming back from war. I wanted to see how people cope with no food. I wanted to see it all. And so I got onto the Red Cross and I asked if I could go, and yes. And then my husband looked at me and he said, "You're not going without me." He said, "You're not going without me. I'm going with you." So we went over to Bosnia, and we got to the air terminal in Croatia, and the soldiers were operating it, and they were quite fierce-looking men. And we were going through one by one. They were taking their time to check everybody out. And my husband had a new video camera, which were big in those days, over his shoulder. And it fell down, and he slid down his arm. And so he picked it up quickly and put it on his arm like that. When a young soldier turned his rifle straight in front of Paul's face. I instinctively never thought. I grabbed the barrel and I flung it across like that, and I said to him, "Don't you dare." And the young soldier looked at me as if Mummy had just gone mad on him.
Oh.
He had this look on his face that Mummy had just gone mad on him. And that was our introduction to the war. When we had to fly to another location, we had to be trucked, to another location. When we went on out on the tarmac, it was raining. The soldiers opened all our bags, emptied them onto the tarmac, and we had to repack them in the pouring rain. So everything was sopping wet. Once we got there, we could help out with different little things, places that had been bombed. My husband helped a restaurant that had been bombed to build to use all the bricks to build a pizza oven. So that they could use up some of the ingredients that were still in containers in the restaurant and feed the local people. Anyway, yes, I was there. Now, how did my ability to see auras and my remote viewing? After we'd been there for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, I was getting closed in, and I wanted to walk outside. And we'd been told that there was a curfew on, that snipers came in, and that we couldn't walk out in the dark. It wasn't safe. And me being confident, being brazen, very brazen, says to my husband, I'm going for a walk around the block. And we were in a township. But the block, I didn't realise the block went for about mile and a half, right?
Boy.
Anyway, so we go out, and 2 other people came with us and said, look, if you're going, we're going to go as well, because we want to go. We want a block. They were nurses. And so we all went out for this lovely walk in a summer's evening, and it was pitch dark. And we were coming around the block, and they were all chatting, and all of a sudden I saw a part of a pink and grey pattern, which is negative thinking. And I thought, where's that coming from? And I saw it go up. And so I told everybody to be quiet and stand there. And I looked up, and I could see the auras of snipers in the valley behind bushes, and they knew we were there. So I said to everybody, run and don't look back. And when we ran, we had to run the rest of the journey, and you run differently when you're running from fear or terror. Your breath burns up to your throat. You lose the saliva, and 2 of the people that were with us lost their voices for 4 days. Paul and I had a sore throat for 2 days. Now, that little experience there just for me, years later, I was working with refugees, and they were Somalian, and they had escaped. Their teacher had told them, all the children, to just run, take a left-hand turn and run. The soldiers were coming.
Oh.
And to leave all their belongings behind and just run. I said to the Somalians, I said, and was your throat sore? Did you lose your voice? And they said, yes. Our breath was burning and we couldn't stop running. It was burning. It was on fire. And I said, yes, it's terrible, isn't it? So that's what experience gave me to talk to the refugees.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 days later, wake up. I have an aura alarm clock, by the way. I have an aura alarm clock.
Okay.
Which I engage with reality. And I woke up, it was 3:10 in the morning, and my intuition said, pack, get out, pack. And I think, no, I need to see this. So I decided to astral project out of my body, which I can do. I've been doing it for a long time, so I can do it the click of the fingers, right? So I astral projected out of my body, and I saw the army coming. So I came back in quickly, and then I said to my husband, go along the corridor and knock on all the doors and tell everybody to start packing. And so I packed, and we got out. The army was hours away, so we knew that we had a few hours, and we got out, and it was pitch black. By this time, it was 3:45 in the morning, and we headed down a road. What happened next was even worse. So my auras got me out of the snipers. It got me out of the army approaching. And what happened next was even worse. We got down to the harbour. We'd walked 14 kilometres to get down to the harbour, right? We got down there at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and the gates were closed, but there was a ferry that went across to Italy, and we were most probably 100 people back. There were 100 people in front of us at the big gates, and there were nurses and that we had met, and we were standing around talking. Then all of a sudden a rush of people came behind us, hundreds and hundreds of people, and they pushed everybody towards the gate. And then the ferry came in and opened the gate up. And as everybody pushed from behind us, people fell down. And I was disgusted with the human race, because people, due to the fear, were walking on top of people who had fallen down, stepping on them, walking over them, while the people were screaming underneath their feet. And one nurse who was blood going everywhere, I went over, pushed people out of the way and went over to get her. And my husband was there too, and I signalled to other nurses to come across. This nurse had been a volunteer. She was in her mid-70s, and she'd fallen flat, and everybody was walking over the top of it, and I saw blood going everywhere. So we managed to get the people, keep the people back, and get her up. And then we got onto the ferry, and children had been sent ahead to get seats on the ferry for all their family. And this woman was unconscious, and we were physically carrying her, and she was unconscious. And her blood, she has bleeding from the ears, bleeding from the nose. And we got her up there, and all the seats were taken. And this young French fellow, he was about 14 years old, he wouldn't get off the seat. So I just got him by the shirt lapels, lifted him up, and flung him off the seat and put her down. And then his father came up and abused me. Then his mother came up, and I tried to explain in sign language what had happened. And then she slapped her husband.
Yeah, Jesus. That'll teach him.
But then,
Yeah.
then we went to see the
Yeah.
captain, and the captain arranged for an ambulance to be ready once the ferry docked in Italy. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's the story of all the scrapes that my aura has got out of me.
Wow.
My aura ability has saved me on many occasions. Another one, which will interest people, is a girl that I knew from school, not a friend, right? I didn't have any friends at school. Contacted me and said that her office in Sydney was having a party, and they were all going to this person's place. So would I come? Because I worked in the city, and I went. And then she nagged, and I said yes. I think I was 16 at the time. Anyway, we went to the party. I didn't like the energy in the party, didn't like the energy in the room. Anyway, come the end of the party, it was late, and this group of people said that we're going to drive out, drop everybody at all the railway stations, right, for the last trains. And so my school associate, she said, oh, yes, we'll go. And I didn't like the energy. So we everybody gets off at their railway station, and then we're left in the back of this panel van, right? We're left in this, just the two of us. There's 3 boys in the seat and one in the back. And I didn't like the look of this. So they said, oh, we're going to drive onto your station now. And it was a long way. It was a 20-minute drive.
Mm.
And they said, we'll drop you off at the station. Well, I knew the route. So when we got to the traffic lights, they took a different route, which went down into open fields and trees and bushes and that. And I knew that. And I looked at the young fellow in the back, sitting in the back. I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he leant over and he said to me, I'm going to lean over you and open this door. And when I open this door, he said, even if the car is moving, jump for your life, jump. So I leant over to this girl, and I said to her, look, this is not safe. And she said, oh, it is. I work with them. Oh, yes, it's safe. I said, it's not safe. And she said, oh, no, I work with them every day. No, there's nothing wrong. Anyway, he opened the back of the panel van, and I jumped out, and she was still in there. Anyway, he pushed her out. For her own good. And she said, well, what do we do now? And I said, if we're sensible, we run out in the middle of the highway and we wave down a car. So we went out to the middle of the highway, saw the cars coming. There weren't that many cars on the road at midnight, but we put our hands up and waved them down. And an elderly couple came. And I said, look, we've just been taken hostage with the threat of rape. And I said, we've got to get to our station, our railway station. So they said, we'll drive you down, but we're going to the police station first. So they went to the police station, and we told our story. The police came over to the railway station, and just as well, because those young boys had gone to the station where they were going to drop us, looking for us, right?
Oh,
so the
wow.
police escorted us up to the station. So this is where my aura ability has led me. There you go.
Yes, no kidding. Lifesaver on many different experiences. That's an ability everyone needs, and you teach this.
I do. I've taught it to, I teach it to people who have a true value of using it. I've taught it to psychiatrists, to hypnotherapists, to counselors, to social workers, to youth workers. I've taught it to them because it enhances their ability to work with people.
So
but
it is teachable.
You what?
It is teachable.
Oh yes, of course it is. See, some people will get it, and nobody gets the same skills. That's what an aura tells you. And you may get a skill of healing, but what kind of healing is it? Is it homeopathy, naturopath? Is it acupuncture? Is it surgery? Is it spiritual healing, hands-on healing? Is it Reiki, psychic surgery? What is it? You just get it. So you have to develop that. The same with art. You'll find an artist doesn't find their art until they're 65 years old and becomes famous. We all know that story.
We do.
Right. Simply because you're meant to go through all of this life. Yes. There's a whole range of different things that happen in life, that happen within the human aura. I'll give you an example. At the change of the century, 1999, the end of 1999, I gathered 100 spiritually advanced people, right? 150, sorry. And I on my property. And I broke them into 3 groups of 50.
Yeah.
And we decided to, because around our energy of the earth, there is a force where people who can't forgive themselves for something that they've done, something that they've said, something that they should have done, people who have hurt other people, their souls get caught up in a web. And they can lay there for centuries. And all their energy is just zapped. Whoop, it's just zapped. And they need, if they're not going to be absorbed into universal energy by different, what's the word to say, different energy involvements, because we've got all different levels of energy involvement in the universe, they will quite happily feed on all of that anguish and whatever. That's all part of their food. Why? Yes. Now, the question is, I had to investigate that. Why is it part of their food? Who are they that they feed off that? They're unevolved. And so they're feeding, they are unevolved. So they're feeding off the emotions and the trauma, but they don't feed it off us because we're alive and we're doing positive things. The more positive things you do, they can't feed off you. But in this area above our planet, so what we did with the 3 groups of 50, we focused on the children. One was a children's group. The next one was a crisis, war, an environmental disaster group. And the other one was a lost souls group. That's just people who maybe suicided, or people who can't forgive themselves when they died. They're what I call the lost souls. They just wander because they have lost their self-esteem, right? Their self-worth. They've lost that. And so we all worked. I got the energy all started in every group, and then we sat down. I was in the group of the warring. I said I will go into the warring faction group because I understood war. I'd come back from Bosnia and Croatia, and I'd worked with all these refugees that had come through wars, and so I understood the energy of war and what it meant. And